Badlands. Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name.
You're still looking good.
I'm still feeling good. You know, I've got all your MyPillow products. Mattress topper, bed sheets, MyPillows, towels, slippers, blankets.
I'm interrupting this commercial to do something I've never done before. Get 2 MyPillows absolutely free on orders of $100 or more. I can't do this forever, so get on board with this great sale today. Our best-selling 6-piece bath towel sets or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Our famous standard MyPillows only $14.98. Queens $18.98. King size only $1 more. Body pillows $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bed sheet sets. Any size, any color. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And when you spend $100 or more, get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
Good morning. This hearing will now come to order. Welcome, everyone. I'm Shamila Chaudhry, the co-chair of the Afghanistan War Commission. I'm joined today by my co-chair and friend, Dr. Colin Jackson. And on behalf of all of our fellow commissioners joining us today, I welcome you to our second public hearing. We have an ambitious lineup today, and I'm so glad that we have guests and colleagues and friends, as well as our 9 witnesses from 3 panels we're hosting today. So I'd like to begin the conversation today with a question that sounds very simple, but is quite complicated. Do we as a society truly understand what it means to go to war? War is no doubt familiar to the American experience, but it is also a compartmentalized one. In just this century, we have waged 2 wars abroad, in Iraq and Afghanistan. These wars have been debated, justified, and criticized. We've held parades and vigils. We've invoked sacrifice and strategy in the same breath. But through it all, the wars of this century have remained strangely distant for many Americans who did not have a personal connection to the conflict. Close enough to register, but not close enough to change much. We've all seen the images of burning vehicles and soldiers patrolling, civilians fleeing. But these became background noise for a country that never fully grappled with what war demands, not just of those who fight, but also of those who have to decide. Even in Afghanistan and Iraq, where so many Americans repeatedly served during the 20 years, the wars touched only a small segment of the total population. The rest of us were spectators, not participants. So the question stands, and I want us to really think about this today, not just whether we understand what it means to go to war, but whether we're willing to understand what it does to us over time. Today's hearing focuses on the early years of the U.S. war in Afghanistan. We'll be looking at the time period between 2001 and 2009. It's a period that we've all described with a lot of confidence. The fall of the Taliban, the pursuit of al-Qaeda, the ambition of rebuilding a nation. But that confidence masks something far more complicated. And we want to get into that complexity today. The shift from counterterrorism to state building to counterinsurgency, for example, was not preordained. It was the product of choices, some deliberate, some reactive. It happened in real time, under pressure, with limited debate, and even less dissent. Nor was the Taliban insurgency inevitable. So we're asking ourselves today, what guided those choices? Whose voices shaped them? And whose were excluded? Were our goals aligned with our capabilities? Were U.S. goals aligned with Afghan goals? Did our leaders fully understand the complexity of Afghan society, or did they treat it as a blank slate? How did early military and diplomatic decisions limit or enable future options? And how honest were we, publicly and internally, about the costs and contradictions of what we were attempting? These aren't just technical or tactical questions. They're questions of civic trust, of institutional responsibility, of how democratic societies account for what they ask others to do in their name. Over the last year and a half, the Commission has heard from hundreds of people, cabinet officials, ambassadors, service members, and aid workers. Their reflections have all been candid, at times very uncomfortable, and often deeply moving. They've reminded us that war is not a distraction. It is a lived experience. It is felt and remembered, and it goes on. It marks people in different ways, and it doesn't end when the troops come home. This hearing and our Commission's broader mandate is not about litigating the past, it's about learning from it. That requires intellectual honesty, moral clarity, and a willingness to sit with ambiguity. We all know that Afghanistan defies neat conclusions. It always has. But that does not absolve us from the work of understanding it. If we fail to account for what happened in Afghanistan, we risk turning war into an abstraction. As we begin today, I want to recognize the extraordinary work of the Commission staff, the people behind the scenes who have brought rigor, empathy, and discipline to this effort. I'd like to especially call out my colleagues, Matt Gobush and Kate Bateman and Jamie Cheshire, for managing the whole team and process for more than just today, for several weeks. So I want to make sure we give kudos to the team that has brought us here today. And their work is ongoing. It will continue for the next year and a half until we publish our final report. And I want to thank today's panelists for lending their voices to this critical conversation. With your eyewitness testimony and with testimony from so many other senior officials we're interviewing, the Commission can help narrate this opening chapter of the war and those that follow to help make the experience of going to war more real and understandable for future generations. With that, I'll turn things over to my co-chair, Dr. Colin Jackson.
I want to extend my sincere thanks to my co-chair, friend, and colleague, Shamaila Chaudhry, without whom I would be lost in this great endeavor. I'd also like to thank my fellow commissioners and the Afghanistan War Commission staff. As Shamaila has said, they're the ones who have made this event and the work of the Commission possible. And as I've told all of our witnesses in our earlier sessions, we could not come to an accurate and comprehensive account of the 20-year U.S. engagement in Afghanistan without their candid collaboration in this work. I want to underscore that the Afghanistan War Commission is at its core an exercise in learning. We seek to record the history of the war, explain the key decisions at multiple levels, and understand the relationship between those decisions, their implementation, and the course of the war. But all of this is in the service of deriving insights and improving the performance of the U.S. government in some future and as yet unknown contingency. The scale of the American investment in Afghanistan, the more than 800,000 who served in uniform, the 21,000 who were wounded, the 2,238 who died, the vast sums spent on the war, not to mention the prestige forfeited in the outcome, makes our effort to distill and apply the lessons of Afghanistan a necessary and a solemn obligation. We seek as a commission to understand three kinds of things. In light of the outcome, the natural instinct is to ask, what did we do wrong? or poorly, at least in retrospect. The study of failure is a necessary step. But it is equally important to identify the things we did well or that we did better at the end than at the beginning. Finally, we must identify the plausible alternatives that existed at critical junctures in the war. In exploring the paths not taken, we must be prepared to ask what pursuing such alternatives would have required of decision makers and the U.S. government as a whole. All this seems straightforward and desirable, but we should be mindful of how difficult it is to derive accurate foresight from hindsight. As one of my colleagues, William Fuller, observed, a military lesson has two components: an interpretation of the nature and outcome of a previous war, and an explicit or implicit prophecy about the nature and outcome of the next one. In any war, and Afghanistan is no exception, it is easy to misunderstand the nature of cause and effect and the weights we should assign to a variety of factors. Even if we succeed in understanding cause and effect in Afghanistan, there is a substantial risk that the relationships that held there will not apply in some future different case. As we have done outreach and interviews for this project, the issue of accountability has emerged again and again. As military officers, many of us were taught a very strict ethical standard. The leader of a unit is responsible for everything his or her unit does or fails to do. The appeal of this approach is simple, understandable, and visceral. We on the Afghanistan War Commission are committed to an unflinching examination of the key decisions of the war. But a narrow focus on personal accountability has profound limitations. The Afghanistan War, like all wars, was a team endeavor. It spanned 20 years, 4 administrations, countless military commanders, ambassadors, station chiefs, and aid administrators. Assigning blame to any individual or individuals ignores the complexity of U.S. decision-making and the tenuousness of the connection between particular decisions and outcomes in war and state building. Even if we could identify individuals who failed, the assignment of blame would not change the outcome. It would not bring back the fallen. It would not make their sacrifice any more or less meaningful. It would not recoup the billions of dollars spent in the cause. And most important, it would not improve the performance of the U.S. government in a future contingency. This is why the Commission has chosen to search for accountability through learning. If we can identify the things we did well, the things we did poorly, and preserve and transmit those lessons to a future generation of Americans, we may be able to make that future generation better prepared to confront similar but not identical problems. This act lends new meaning to the service and sacrifice of countless Americans. It is the gift that one generation of public servants can make to their descendants in the military, the Foreign Service, the intelligence services, and development organizations. Today's hearing focuses on one of the least understood but most significant phases of the Afghanistan War. As you will hear today, many of the decisions made in the early years, indeed in the first 2 years of the war, established the framework within which succeeding leaders operated. Early decisions made at a time when our freedom of action was greatest, but our understanding of the problem was at its minimum, narrowed the range of decisions for the leaders who followed. A second theme you'll hear today echoes Robert Comer's memorable explanation of U.S. failure in Vietnam: bureaucracy does its thing. In Afghanistan, as in Vietnam, war was a team sport at every level. Much as we may seek to reduce the war and its key decisions to accounts of individual success or failure, the war in Afghanistan was the product of interaction between multiple departments and agencies. In some instances, that collaboration was effective and mutually reinforcing. In other instances, the well-intentioned efforts of a department or agency often collided with or undercut the initiatives of other departments and agencies. A third theme today will be the centrality of Afghan perspectives and Afghan decisions to any comprehensive account of the war. If the U.S. engagement in Afghanistan had been an engineering project, then all we would need to consider
The Subcommittee on Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Artificial Intelligence will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. The hearing is titled American Innovation and the Future of Digital Assets, Aligning the U.S. Securities Law for the Digital Age. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional material to the agenda. Today, we will resume our efforts on advancing the second half of the agenda, comprehensive digital asset market structure legislation. Recently, Chairman Hill and House Ag Committee Chairman G.T. Thompson outlined their vision for digital asset market structure legislation in an op-ed titled A Blueprint for Digital Assets in America. In that piece, the chairman emphasized the transformative potential of digital assets and the urgent need for a clear regulatory framework, one that fosters innovation, development, and market structure legislation. The chairman also outlined 6 core principles. The United States has been a global leader in financial innovation, balancing market growth with investor protection. However, as digital assets and blockchain technology gain prominence, the Biden-Harris administration's hostile approach drove the digital asset ecosystem to jurisdictions with already established frameworks. Now we have an opportunity to correct course and make the United States the epicenter of this ecosystem. Our goal today is to examine what aspects of the ecosystem are implicated by securities laws and analyze the challenges of applying these laws. Let me be clear, the House Financial Services Committee recognizes that digital assets have use cases beyond financial markets. At the same time, the committee feels strongly that there's a role for the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission to play in the digital assets ecosystem. For example, the committee believes that issuers raising capital through the sale of new digital assets should fall under the jurisdiction of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Issuers should be required to disclose relevant information that helps users understand the unique characteristics of the digital asset networks they're investing in. Today, we'll explore how we can modernize our securities law to better accommodate the unique characteristics of digital assets. This includes examining classifications of digital assets, the adequacy of current disclosure requirements, and the applicability of various requirements for intermediaries. It's crucial for this committee to enact legislation that provides clear guidelines for issuers and market participants, facilitates capital formation, and maintains the integrity of both the digital asset ecosystem and the traditional finance system. Through this process, we must ensure that American innovators and entrepreneurs can thrive at home. We're fortunate to be joined today by a distinguished panel of esteemed experts in securities laws, digital assets, and financial technology. Their insights will be invaluable as we deliberate on these complex issues and consider how best to address technology and legislation. Thank you for your time and for being with us today, and I look forward to your testimony. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Lynch, for 4 minutes for an opening statement.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you, and I want to thank our witnesses for their willingness to help the committee with its work. On the heels of last week's markup hearing, which considered stablecoin legislation, the committee is now quick to move on to fulfilling the crypto industry's next request, addressing the crypto market structure. This hearing includes aligning the U.S. securities laws for the digital age. In its title, I interpret this to mean lowering regulatory standards and removing securities laws that protect consumers and investors, which are viewed as obstacles to the crypto industry. The U.S. has had a long, outstanding history of robust securities laws designed to protect investors, encourage competition, and ensure financial stability. At a time when our country faces high inflation and President Trump's reckless tariffs send our markets into a tailspin, this committee should be working to preserve market integrity, not grant an industry wish list. Just this week, crypto prices dropped in line with the stock market dips following tariff announcements. Bitcoin's price plummeted to under $77,000, down more than 10% from its high last week. If these speculative products resemble in their activity traditional security products, they should be treated the same way. For the last several years, the crypto industry has launched a campaign against the SEC, claiming it's been unfairly targeted and that it is unable to comply with securities laws. Rather than adjust their practices or acknowledge that their products do come under the jurisdiction of existing securities laws, the industry has fought to elect and appoint crypto-friendly policymakers. As we speak, crypto firms are fighting amongst themselves to craft legislation that favors their business models and ensures they can maximize their profits. It is also notable that under the Trump administration, the SEC has dropped almost every lawsuit against some of the worst offenders in the crypto industry. This includes Crypto.com, Ripple, Kraken, Gemini, Binance, Coinbase, Robinhood, and Uniswap. I assume that under the nominated chair, Paul Atkins, who has advised several crypto firms, the SEC will continue in this direction. These are companies that have a proven history of irresponsible, illegal, and predatory practices. Yesterday, the U.S. Justice Department announced it is disbanding the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team, which had been charged with combating fraud and illicit finance. This is deeply concerning. Cryptocurrencies have been in existence for 17 years, but still lack any meaningful use cases. Crypto assets are only needed to trade crypto. They are speculative products similar to securities that can make a handful of investors and firms handsome returns. These products also come with a myriad of risks, including investor loss, lack of adequate disclosures, volatility, and more. Regulatory investors saving for retirement or pension funds that serve retired teachers, firefighters, and nurses should not be exposed to these risky products. While promises of faster payment and greater financial inclusion have remained unfulfilled, the only proven use cases have been for money laundering, terrorist financing, and illicit finance. I remind my colleagues that the crypto winter following the collapse of FTX, BlockFi, and several others was not too long ago. Despite multiple incidents in which crypto firms have failed, my Republican colleagues seem determined to pass legislation that would essentially legalize crypto crime and allow President Trump to add to the $350 million he has already made off his own meme coin. We cannot continue to ignore the clear conflicts of interest between the President's personal crypto ventures and his support of industry-friendly legislation. This committee has a long history of advancing policies that protect consumers, investors, and our financial stability. We should not undermine those practices by allowing the crypto industry to write its own rules. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the chair of the full committee, Mr. Hill, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman Stile. Appreciate the opportunity to have our good panel before us today. Last week, the committee took an important step in delivering real legislative certainty for payment stablecoins by advancing Chairman Stiles' Stable Act. It's incumbent upon us to build on that momentum and continue working towards a comprehensive regulatory framework that establishes clear rules of the road for digital asset markets. I want to acknowledge this committee's strong bipartisan efforts to bring clarity and stability to the digital asset ecosystem. In the 118th Congress, we made significant progress with the passage of FIT 21, which aimed to establish clear, fit-for-purpose federal standards for digital assets. Since then, the committee has engaged with a wide range of stakeholders, from government agencies to leaders in the ecosystem, to identify ways market structure legislation can be further refined and strengthened. We're actively working to release a legislative discussion draft that reflects that feedback from members and market participants. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today and working with my colleagues to get this across the finish line this year. Thank you, Chairman Stile. I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. Today, we welcome the testimony of Rodrigo Serra, Special Counsel at Cooley, where he serves as outside counsel to digital asset-focused startup and investment funds. Ms. Tiffany Smith is a partner at WilmerHale, where she is a member of the Securities and Finance Service Department and co-chair of the firm's blockchain and cryptocurrency working group. Mr. Jake Werrett is the legal officer at Polygon Labs, a software development company building blockchain infrastructure, and Ms. Alexandra Thornton, who is the senior director of the who is the senior director for financial regulation for inclusive economy at the Center for American Progress. We thank you for taking time to be here. You will each be recognized for 5 minutes to give an oral presentation of your testimony. Without objection, your written statements will be made part of the record. Mr. Serra, you are now recognized for 5 minutes for oral remarks.
Thank you, Chair Style, Ranking Member Lynch, and members of the subcommittee for the opportunity to testify before you today. I'm appearing here today in my personal capacity and on behalf of my firm or any client. My testimony will make three interrelated points. First, crypto represents a new technological paradigm that will reshape how we interact and organize in the digital age. Second, in my opinion, the current securities law framework is not fit for purpose in regulating crypto, and attempts to force crypto into this regime with that significant overhaul are counterproductive. Third, we have an opportunity to develop a new regulatory framework that protects crypto consumers and our capital markets while allowing crypto to flourish. My goal here today is to help us capitalize on this opportunity. I've always been fascinated by the forces that bring groups of people together or push them apart, which is how I find myself here today speaking about crypto. At its core, crypto is a social coordination technology. It enables individuals to organize, interact, and collaborate based on rules enforced by transparent code rather than intermediaries or centralized policies. While many of crypto's early use cases have been financial, crypto is a general-purpose technology with countless applications. Crypto provides new ways for individuals to be economically rewarded for their contribution to networks and other public goods, opening the door to people around the country that lack the traditional advantages of capital and credentials. Regulation, technological development, and the flows of financial capital are tightly intertwined and interact in a recurring pattern throughout history. As new technological paradigms such as crypto emerge, they operate in the fringes of the old regulatory regime, where they attract capital, which can lead to speculative frenzies. This frenzy often ends up in a rupture that exposes the need for a regulatory realignment. We are living through that moment now. It is clear that the current securities regulatory framework is not a viable option to regulate crypto and fails to achieve its stated policy goals. Critics often portray the crypto industry as a collection of willful lawbreakers, refusing to follow straightforward rules. Fraud and abuse have undoubtedly occurred in crypto, as they have in any emerging technology sector. However, the idea that crypto projects can simply come in and register with the SEC is demonstrably false. I believe that if promoters are raising capital to fundraise for new business enterprise by pre-selling crypto assets, those fundraising transactions should be subject to the securities laws. In practice, however, virtually no crypto projects have successfully registered their tokens under federal securities laws and lived to tell the tale. Projects that tried to comply with SEC's current regulatory requirements expended significant resources and effort only to fail or survive in a state of regulatory uncertainty. Moreover, registration is not a simple, one-time process. Registering a token in the same manner as stock triggers an ongoing obligation to operate as a publicly reporting company, subject to extensive requirements like Exchange Act reports, proxy rules, tender offers, and more. Even if a project manages to register a token, its ability to trade is severely constrained. Tokens that are registered as securities can only be traded on national securities exchanges, through ATSs, or broker-dealers over the counter, all of which impose significant additional regulatory burdens on intermediaries and are fundamentally incompatible with the disintermediated trading models that crypto enables. The SEC disclosure framework, designed in the 1930s to regulate companies issuing securities like stocks and bonds, is intended to ameliorate information asymmetries and agency problems that develop between security issuers and the investing public. This regime is relevant when applied to initial fundraising transactions described above, or to tokenized securities. However, certain types of crypto assets, such as the native tokens of decentralized networks, differ from securities in fundamental ways. Network tokens can persist independent of any corporate issuer. Network tokens confer technological abilities in a network rather than legal claims against an issuer. And network tokens often accrue value based on network utility and market forces rather than a company's profits. As applied to network tokens, the current securities disclosure forms focus on irrelevant corporate and financial information while ignoring critical crypto-specific aspects like governance mechanisms, network design, tokenomics, cybersecurity, and network utility of the assets. As a result, forcing crypto into the traditional securities disclosure regime is harmful to the very public securities laws are intended to protect, because it fails to provide purchasers with the material information they need to determine the value and risks of their crypto holdings. FIT 21, which passed with broad bipartisan support by the House last year, marked a significant step towards regulatory clarity in the digital space. It would provide much-needed clarity for participants to foster innovation within a structured regulatory environment. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sarah. Ms. Smith, you're now recognized for 5 minutes. The microphones may still not be on there, Ms. Smith. You might have to point it directly. The microphone is very directional. No.
Is the red light on?
There's a little red light. Maybe you could borrow one of your colleagues' mics. Nothing like a hearing on technology to have a little technology airs. Congress at the forefront of technology yet again. You're now recognized, Ms. Smith, if that works.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Subcommittee Chair Steele, Ranking Member Lynch, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to present at today's hearing. My name is Tiffany J. Smith, and I'm a partner at the law firm WilmerHale and co-chair of the firm's Blockchain and Cryptocurrency Working Group. The views I share today are my own and do not represent those of my colleagues, my law firm, or our clients. I'd like to start by commending the subcommittee for the important and necessary work it is doing to provide regulatory clarity to the digital assets industry in the U.S. markets. A critical starting point is understanding the current state of securities market structure to evaluate the changes that may be necessary. While the SEC has taken steps within its jurisdiction to provide regulatory clarity, I believe that congressional action is also necessary to have true regulatory clarity for the digital assets industry. I'd like to briefly highlight 3 topics, which I cover in more detail in my written testimony. First, federal securities law compliance challenges for digital assets. Second, SEC-specific digital asset guidance. And third, why congressional action is necessary. First, the decentralized nature of certain digital assets presents unique challenges to federal securities law compliance. Broadly speaking, the federal securities laws, including the Securities Act of 1933 and the Securities Exchange Act of 1934, are, in their current form, challenging to apply to digital assets and digital asset market participants. At the same time, a diverse set of market participants in the United States, including crypto native and traditional financial services firms implementing emerging technologies, have significant interest in achieving regulatory clarity. Indeed, the lack of regulatory clarity has led to the expenditure of significant resources to determine how to comply, or in other cases, defending enforcement actions. Some entities have decided to discontinue product offerings, cease operations in the US, or for highly regulated financial services firms in particular, some have decided not to offer digital asset products altogether. With concrete action to provide clarity for the industry, Congress can help ensure that this industry can flourish and thrive in the US, while ensuring market integrity and the protection of investors and consumers alike. Second, putting aside the guidance that was recently issued in 2025, the SEC has not issued specific guidance related to digital assets since 2020. I believe it is critical to provide concrete guidance to market participants in the near term. This guidance should do 2 things. First, help market participants identify the circumstances when a digital asset is offered and sold as a security, so market participants can understand when the federal securities laws apply. Second, when these laws do apply, provide guidance to market participants on how to comply with the federal securities laws, given the differences between digital assets and traditional securities. Any formal guidance or rulemaking must take into account these key differences, including the specific risks related to digital assets that may not be of concern for traditional securities, so compliance is feasible and regulation is effective. Third, notwithstanding the progress that the SEC's crypto task force is making, the SEC and other federal agencies have jurisdictional limits such that agency action alone is not sufficient to provide regulatory clarity for digital assets. A patchwork approach across agencies and states has created the regulatory uncertainty that currently exists. A comprehensive and clear regulatory framework for digital assets is needed, something that these agencies cannot undertake. This Congress has the opportunity to help steer the path for digital assets for years to come and help ensure responsible development of digital assets in the digital asset marketplace. Thank you for your leadership on these important issues, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you very much, Ms. Smith. Mr. Ware, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Hill, Ranking Member Waters, Chairman Stile, Ranking Member Lynch, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for inviting me to speak with you about digital assets and blockchain technology. My name is Jacob Warrant. I am Chief Legal Officer at Polygon, a software development company that builds blockchain infrastructure. Today I invite you to imagine a world where access to financial systems is permissionless, without respect to one's ability to pay fees or maintain balances. To imagine a world where a simple $100 payment to your grandmother in Tokyo doesn't require a $40 bank fee from you and a $41 bank fee from your grandmother, netting only $19 after a 3-day delay. Imagine a world where title companies and title insurance become obsolete, saving consumers $7 billion annually. Imagine a world where your online funds can be custodied by you on your terms, and if your funds are leveraged or traded, it won't be by an intermediary that captures the value, it will be by you. Imagine a world where your identification and your healthcare records can be locked in a vault and custodied by you, and seemingly daily requests to confirm your identity or your creditworthiness can be displayed in limited fashion on your terms via cryptography. In short, I invite you to imagine a world centered around technology that already exists today. Each of these applications and many more have already been developed in various stages. The question is not whether this technology is the future. The question is whether the United States itself will be a part of that future. While other countries have developed and adopted frameworks to entice innovators, we have not. We should act swiftly and thoughtfully to empower software developers to innovate inside the US. Turning to decentralized finance, or DeFi, technological decentralization is among the most transformative advancements in modern memory. The internet illustrates the critical value of decentralization, which is itself a network of decentralized servers and websites, infinitely scalable, owned by independent actors across the globe, coordinating to connect and reveal information. Blockchains are likewise networks of decentralized validators, owned and controlled by independent actors across the globe, coordinating to connect and validate transactions. Similar to the revolutionary advent of decentralized information on the internet, decentralized blockchains facilitate global coordination, enabling self-custody, user governance, and transparency. Perhaps greatest of all, and inextricably tethered to the founding principles of our nation, is the power of digital asset holder self-governance to decide day-to-day activities such as fee structures, user fairness, grants, and leadership. Decentralization is inherently democratic. Decentralized technology facilitates self-governance and allows individuals the freedom to control their own property. In short, decentralization is uniquely American. As we contemplate policy that will govern this innovation, I urge you to consider 3 points. First, we should not allow legislation enticing innovation for blockchains offshore to outpace legislation enticing innovation inside the United States. Second, we should not assume that archaic security structures cannot be refreshed to address innovative technologies. And third, we should not allow stablecoins pegged to foreign assets or foreign currencies to outperform stablecoins pegged to the United States dollar. Decentralized blockchain technology is built for the people, by the people, and of the people. We look forward to working with you in collaboration and with the members of this committee to achieve these common goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ware. Ms. Thornton, you're now recognized for 5
Thank
minutes.
you. Thank you, Chairman Stile, Ranking Member Lynch, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on digital assets and the U.S. securities laws. Congress seems determined to pass legislation creating a light regulatory regime for stablecoins and now other digital assets, the topic today. Significant risks are at stake. First, the digital asset markets haven't functioned well so far, with massive asset value swings, billion-dollar losses to investors from hacks that are ongoing, and billions more from frauds. At the same time, these markets have fueled incredible profit margins for trading firms and compensation for their executives. These are not simply the growing pains of a nascent industry, but rather result from the absence of long-standing market protections. Congress and regulators have been down this path before. The Commodity Futures Modernization Act of 2000 exempted swaps from its regulatory regime for the over-the-counter derivatives market, where financial contracts are traded directly between two parties without a centralized exchange. Those markets remained opaque, expanded by trillions of dollars, and ultimately contributed to the great financial crisis, which devastated the U.S. financial system and the economy. Lack of transparency and lack of regulatory oversight resulted in an inefficient market in which end users were prevented from making informed trades and dealers could increase their profits. What the crypto industry now seeks is eerily similar, and if enacted, could cause serious harm not just to crypto investors, but also to the U.S. financial system. Second, President Donald Trump and his Department of Government Efficiency have been crippling the regulators that protect investors and borrowers from scams and manipulation, and that ensure the stability of the U.S. financial system, including the SEC and the CFPB. These actions raise enormous risks and uncertainties that cry out for a cautious approach to any new regulatory regime for an industry plagued by scams, theft, and hacks. With this in mind, I've outlined in my written testimony some hallmarks of healthy capital markets, and I strongly urge the committee to ensure that any new rules for crypto look a lot like the existing rules for U.S. capital markets. I'll highlight a few. First, regulation of asset creators should match the asset's tradable life. The securities laws in the Commodity Exchange Act don't regulate definition of an asset, but generally regulate the offering and trading of securities and commodities and related disclosures, meaning reporting. The initial disclosure of a physical commodity, say a metric ton of aluminum at the time a derivative is created on it, should remain accurate for the entirety of its tradable life. The aluminum holder doesn't vote to suddenly transform the aluminum into nickel, for example. So the disclosure regime for a physical commodity is tailored to when it is most useful to the investor at the time of the offering. For securities, the characteristics and risks of the asset change significantly over the security's tradable lifespan as companies grow, contract, develop new businesses, merge, and have spin-offs. The securities tied to them may change fundamentally. That's why the securities laws require public issuers of securities to make initial disclosures and ongoing disclosures throughout the tradable lifetimes of their securities. Second, capital market intermediaries perform different functions, and each function must be effectively regulated. These players include broker-dealers, investment advisors, exchanges, and many more. Each has different incentives and responsibilities, and each is in natural conflict with the next. Nearly all of these functions exist in the trading of digital assets, but top industry players have often merged functions together. They may remove some potential burdens and costs, but it also eliminates the long-standing checks and balances and profit motives and offsetting conflicts of interest that promote fair competition and protect investors and market integrity. Moreover, a significant amount of crypto trading occurs off the blockchain. Crypto rules should apply both off-chain and on-chain. Congress also should take extreme care to avoid upending the traditional securities markets upon which the U.S. relies. This could come up in an attempt to create a regulatory regime based on the definition of the asset in question, rather than on the market function. Such harm could also arise with tokenization of securities, whereby a corporate bond or stock has an associated token. If the token isn't subject to the securities rules, there would be two assets that look economically similar and would trade together, but one would be free of effective regulation, a situation ripe for abuse and risks that could blow up the existing stock and bond markets. The result might look something like the Archegos disaster, in which an investor seeking to manipulate the markets took massive positions in several companies by purchasing assets on margin through the use of derivatives, which effectively hid the investor's identity. Position reporting rules now prevent this situation in public and private securities markets, but without similar rules in crypto markets, there would be no need for fraud to accomplish this, since identities can be hidden on and off the blockchain. Congress has neglected to put in place a sufficiently robust regulatory framework before, and that has ended very poorly. Thank you. I look forward to answering your questions.
The gentlewoman yields back. Ms. Smith, is your microphone up and running?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
All right. We appreciate the quick work by the team at the CAO, duly noted by the chairman of the Committee on House Administration. I want to begin. I'm going to now recognize myself for 5 minutes for the purpose of asking questions. I want to stage set because I think it's really important that we're talking about why we're crafting legislation for digital assets market structure a little bit in the first place. I want to start with you, Mr. Sierra, if I can. Who's involved? I'm going to walk this through in 3 stages. So who's involved in that early phase to get projects off the ground? Are there founders, engineers, lawyers, investors, community leads? Is that kind of the broad structure of who's involved?
Thank you for the question. When I usually get the first call or email, it's from a couple of developers that have a new idea to develop a new protocol. And the first decision that we go through is where are we going to form a legal entity? What structure is it? Is it in the US or elsewhere? The second question is usually how are we going to finance this, right? There are 2 basic approaches. Most projects will raise funds from venture capital funds. Other projects try to do a more grassroots fundraising where they try to distribute tokens. However, the current regulatory regime makes getting those tokens into a distributed token holder base close to impossible.
Okay, so then let's say you navigate through that. I'm going to let that hang for a second, and now let's shift into the issuance phase. Talk to me about how this is different than traditional securities. Kind of think about, let's maybe start with centralized intermediaries. Digital asset space, how does that play out?
So I think in the context of securities, it's usually thought of as a fundraising transaction, right? It's like some promoter wants to do a business, and then they raise capital from the public to go and do that business. In the context of crypto, the token issuances are largely permissionless and are usually intended, instead of for capital raising, to distribute the governance and the token holders to the token holder base.
In how is the recording different between securities and digital assets?
Well, most digital assets are native to a blockchain, right? So it's a entry on a ledger. Most securities today are, digital securities and custodied by big custodians like DTCC and reflected in brokerage accounts.
And then talk to me about how long the process can take in traditional securities and in digital assets.
Well, in traditional securities, it really depends on whether you're doing a registered offering or an exempt offering. A registered offering, which is commonly known as an IPO, is a close to a years-long process where an issuer would pay a firm like mine or Mrs. Smith's hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe millions of dollars, and then fill out a form that refers to a bunch of other forms and includes voluminous disclosure, and then get that approved by the SEC. If you're doing an exempt offering, you can do that much quicker, usually a matter of a couple of weeks. In the context of crypto, that can be almost instantaneous and permissionless.
And so let's build on that then. Let's go to the next phase, if I can. I'll go to you, Ms. Smith. When we think about the secondary market, trade relying on dealers and brokers, digital assets relying on what, Ms. Smith?
So digital assets rely on either centralized platforms or decentralized protocols.
In how is the timing different between traditional securities and digital assets for those settlements to occur?
So as far as settlements go, most securities transactions settle on T+1 to the next day. Digital asset transactions typically settle immediately.
And what are the trading hours between digital assets and traditional securities?
Traditional securities trade, the markets are open from 9 to 5 in the US. Digital assets trade 24/7 globally.
And which is more opaque, provides more visibility, the traditional securities model or the digital asset model that's available on the blockchain?
Arguably, the digital assets model, which is available via the blockchain, as you stated in your question, would be more visible because you can view everything that's happening on the blockchain.
So I want to use this kind of as a stage setting. So what we're seeing is significant difference between traditional securities and digital assets, which builds on this need for a framework to be put in place from a legislative side. So let me come to you, Mr. Warwick, because you have a lot of experience in looking at some of these non-financial projects on the Polygon network. Briefly, can you just explain your thoughts on why a one-size-fits-all approach may not work? Your microphone may not be on.
Yeah, so many projects provide, for example, the ability to register and log the titles for real estate, abdicating or making it unnecessary to have title companies review title and make sure transfer is correct, or healthcare records or your own identification can all transfer on the blockchain.
Thank you very much. I think all of your testimony shows the need for market structure legislation from Congress. I now will yield to the gentleman, Mr. Lynch, the ranking member, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 days before his inauguration, President Donald Trump launched his Trump meme coin. A Financial Times analysis estimated that Trump's meme coin earned $350 million from sales and fees in the 3 weeks after it was launched. Early traders made millions, while a much larger number of investors lost more than $2 billion after the coin crashed. A few weeks after that, the Trump SEC stated that meme coins are not subject to the SEC's regulatory oversight and that neither meme coin purchasers nor holders are protected by the federal securities laws because they are not considered securities. Do any of the witnesses have a problem with that? Do you see a problem in that, Mr. Serra, Ms. Smith, Mr. Warwick?
I mean, without commenting on any specific project.
No, do you see an inherent problem in that arrangement?
Again, without commenting on any specific project.
All right, I'm going to claim my time. Ms. Thornton, additionally, in March, the SEC also announced that crypto mining does not fall under securities laws and therefore will not be regulated by the SEC. Just a few days after that, members of the Trump family launched a Bitcoin mining firm. These are clear examples of conflicts of interest, and President Trump leveraging the Office of the President for Financial Gain by launching crypto ventures outside of the oversight of critical agencies. Mr. Warwick, can you imagine a problem with those arrangements?
Yeah, I think, thank you for your question.
That's all. I'm happy to hear that. Happy to hear that. Ms. Thornton, could you discuss how you believe policymakers should respond to this rejection of conflict of interest standards, especially at the White House?
Well, I'm not an expert on the president, his personal involvement or anything like that, so I can't comment on that. But I can say that there have been a number of things that the Trump administration has done that have favored crypto, and they include many that you mentioned, but also letting go of many enforcement staff, dropping many cases against crypto. The DOJ just announced that it was planning on dropping some crypto cases just this morning. You know, these ideas of a crypto reserve or incorporating cryptocurrency and blockchain into routine spending and accounting practices at agencies. All of these things are very concerning because they will introduce an enormous amount of risk into the federal government and, of course, the U.S. financial system.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, the president issued an executive order against your firm because you had done some work in the past that they were unhappy with. I know your firm has sued the Trump administration for their executive order doing that. Did you feel any pressure in terms of being asked by my Republican colleagues to come here and testify on behalf of the majority with the fact that the President of the United States issued an executive order that you had to defend against in order to carry your mission out as a law firm? and a very good law firm, if that matters?
Thank you for the question. I'm here to testify about digital assets in my personal capacity.
So you have no comment in terms of the presidential executive order against your firm? The firm, you're a partner there, aren't you? Are you a partner there?
Yes, I'm a partner.
Okay, so,
And I'm here today to testify in my personal capacity, not as a partner of Wilmer.
yeah, and I'm asking a personal question. The executive order has gone after your firm where you are a partner, directly after you, because he was unhappy with the work that your firm did in the past. You had to sue the President of the United States to defend your firm, and I applaud that. I think it was wrongful. But, you know, this is a unique opportunity for you to describe the circumstances that you find yourself under and how that pressure against an outstanding law firm that has done a lot of good work over its history, I'm giving you the opportunity to defend yourself.
Respectfully, I'm not here to talk about Wilmer Hill.
That's unfortunate. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas, the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Hill, is recognized for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate that. I want to say to my friend from Massachusetts that if we want to make sure that both stable coins and digital assets are well regulated, well overseen, subject to the full force of both state and federal law enforcement and supervision, that we need to come together and pass our stablecoin legislation as well as the revised version of a market structure bill that we're setting out on today with this good hearing. Appreciate both Mr. Lynch and Mr. Stiles' work. And I would also say, as it relates to meme coins, this is not some breaking news thing. The decision to say that meme coins, which don't have any utility and are just deemed collectibles by some, was Gary Gensler. And the Gary Gensler SEC approved that meme coins were not securities at the same time that Gary Gensler and the former SEC were not overseeing in any way, shape, or form how to protect Americans from FTX's offshore mischief. So the key thing about this is that we're trying to get this right on a bipartisan basis, bicameral basis here on the Hill, to have both a dollar-backed stablecoin legislation and a market structure legislation. I thank both my ranking member and chair for their work on this. One thing that we're exploring today is the SEC's terminology around digital assets that's been so inconsistent, particularly under Chairman Gensler. Just to illustrate the point, the SEC has used the word crypto tokens, crypto security tokens, crypto asset securities, digital asset securities, and digital asset securities that are investment contracts. This past February, SEC Commissioner Peirce outlined a potential taxonomy to clear up some of this confusion for the past 4 years. Her ideas were broken into 4 buckets. First, crypto assets that are just securities because they have the intrinsic characteristics of a security. Secondly, crypto assets that are offered and sold as part of an investment contract, even though the crypto asset itself isn't a security. Thirdly, tokenized securities. And finally, the 4th category she outlined were all other crypto assets, which are not securities and not transacted pursuant to a securities transaction. So this 2nd and 4th category is at the heart of where the subcommittee worked all of last Congress on Fit 21. And Ms. Smith, can you describe the distinctions between these categories to help the committee in its work?
Sure. So the first category, so would you like clarification on the 2nd and 4th or all of it?
Yeah, well, start with the 2nd and 4th on the work that we're doing, but you can comment on the balance, yeah.
So the 2nd category is for an asset that's offered and sold in an investment contract that's not a security itself. There's been a lot of work because that's where most clarity is needed. Since 2017, the SEC has been applying the Howey test, which is a 3-part test to determine whether or not a digital asset is a security. And because the actual asset is not a security, is sold in a securities transaction, there have been lots of questions under which it becomes a securities transaction. A lot of work has been in that particular area because that's where questions arise. The last category, all other crypto assets, they would include assets such as Bitcoin, an asset that's uncontroversially not a security. There's been a lot of work in that area because there's no federal regulatory authority that has authority over that particular market. So there's been questions about who should have that regulatory authority.
And so that's the work that Congress has done on where those tokens should be treated as under the purview of the SEC or the CFTC. Is that what we were trying to work on?
That's correct, sir.
And so Bitcoin is not a security, so you view it would be, if it's in its, we're trying to have a spot market for Bitcoin that would be under the CFTC's regulatory authority, is that right?
So that's the open question.
Open question, yeah. That's sort of the direction that we took with the House Agriculture Committee in the last Congress, and this will be a key question for Chairman Stahl as we go forward. Mr. Ware, Polygon Labs is leveraging its use case database to showcase real-world applications of its technology. Can you highlight an example for us, and then maybe you could submit some more for the record?
Thank you for your question. So one example would be a Bravado ID, which provides an opportunity for a person to work with the issuer of identification or an organization that certifies information such as maybe like a graduate school. That organization uses an API link to essentially like transact for that person's wallet through zero-knowledge proofs and show essentially and verify that that thing exists. My age is X, my birthday is
Give us some
Y.
examples so that we can show the utility in the use of blockchain, and I yield back to the chairman.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, the ranking member of the full committee, is recognized for 5 minutes for questions.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, before I get started, I'd like to thank Representative Ms. Smith for being here representing WilmerHale law firm. I'd like to send a message to your law firm that I appreciate fighting back against Trump, who's attempting to strip the law firm from their security clearances. Many of our law firms are weak and spineless, and they are succumbing to his threats, and they're cutting deals that are not in the best interest of this country or these people or the people. So I thank you for being here. Let me just start by saying I must highlight over 2 days Americans lost $6.6 trillion due to Trump's failed tariff policies. But as Americans wonder how they will afford retirement or afford groceries, Trump is sitting pretty. In 1 year, he has doubled his wealth through various crypto schemes and is using the power of the president to make himself richer. Ladies and gentlemen, members of this committee, you know that Mr. McHenry and I worked in a bipartisan way to try to come to some consensus about the guardrails that were needed to protect our investors as it relates to crypto. But this committee is helping Trump. Last week, this committee voted to make him the king of crypto by passing legislation that lets him corner the market on stablecoins, kick George Washington off the dollar, and make his own stablecoin U.S. legal tender instead of stopping this grift. You enable it, Mr. Chairman. We need to stop Trump before he takes any steps further on crypto legislation. In just 1 year, Ms. Thornton, I'd like to direct this toward you. President Trump has doubled his wealth from $2.3 billion to $5.1 billion. His fraudulent meme coin lost investors $2 billion, while he and his family pocketed at least $350 million. His complex well of companies and revenue, including the Trump meme coin, his decentralized finance platform, World Liberty Financial, pending stablecoin, and Bitcoin mining venture, have all massively contributed to his wealth. I'm deeply concerned that these ventures have created an avenue for interested parties, whether they are allies or adversaries, to anonymously transfer money to him and his inner circle. At the same time, it is no coincidence that the Trump administration's Securities and Exchange Commission has issued guidance saying meme coins, stable coins, and crypto mining are not securities and therefore are not subject to the agency's oversight and investor protections. Additionally, this week, the Department of Justice dismantled the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team and directed the Market Integrity and Major Frauds Unit to cease crypto enforcement and not charge regulatory violations in cases involving digital assets such as violations of the Bank Secrecy Act. What will these conflicts of interest and dismantled enforcement mean for investors, especially if the SEC is not overseeing Trump's myriad crypto businesses?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman Waters. I'm not an ethics lawyer, so I can't comment on that personally about President Trump. But it is definitely true that this industry continues to have thefts, frauds, hacks, and that should be very concerning because it raises a lot of risks. And unfortunately,
excuse me,
Sure.
do you think the President of the United States should own crypto and mine coins and interfere with us while we're negotiating on stable coins and trying to get guardrails? Do you think the president should be doing that?
the commission is an independent branch of government that should do what it needs to do, and it has oversight over this area of legislation. And it's very important because many of the functions that the other folks on this panel have talked about are also functions in securities law. So there are many similarities between what happens in the crypto business and what happens in other.
Do you understand that Mr. McHenry and I were getting very close to some agreements on having guardrails when we've been interfered by the President of the United States of America? Do you know that?
I wasn't aware of the interview, but I was aware of the legislation, yes.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Michigan, the vice chair of the full committee, Mr. Huizenga, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know this is the Subcommittee on Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Artificial Intelligence, but it feels today like it's the Committee of Ironies and Befuddlements. First irony is that Gary Gensler, while he was head of the CFTC, declared that anything that was digital was clearly a commodity. Now, he should know, he's the smartest guy dealing with crypto assets that he knows. But then again, when he became chair of the SEC, suddenly everything magically turned into a security. Now, you have to understand, Washington likes to declare things either fish or fowl. You know, we want very clear lines on things. Turns out that crypto assets is actually more of a platypus. It's got a lot of characteristics, and it depends on where it is as to how it should be regulated. Mr. Chairman, the second irony in all this is that it seems to me that the Center for American Progress is rather ironically named, since it doesn't seem very progressive on this. I got to tell you, nothing says progress like a, quote, cautious approach to that stops short of pushing into new frontiers. The third thing, Mr. Chair, is that some here on this committee believe it's far better for the general public and America writ large to do nothing, to sit back and just watch the realities of the world pass us by. Now, how dumb can we possibly be? We know that these are issues that we have to address. Now, I'm going to get to my questions, and I actually changed my question based on our subcommittee ranking member's insinuation in his opening remarks that the crypto industry was, quote, writing their own rules. So, Mr. Werrett, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sierra, do you believe that that's the case? I mean, if you guys are writing your own rules, you're doing a terrible job at it. Because Ms. Smith, you mentioned in your comments about a patchwork of regulations that exist across the country. And if an industry, it just seems to me, if an industry was writing its own rules, you guys would have your act together. Or are you actually asking us to get our act together? I'm curious, Mr. Sierra.
I think this Congress has a real opportunity to pass legislation that will address the core issues that everybody here cares about, which include consumer protection and the ability of crypto founders and entrepreneurs to be able to keep this technology here at home.
Ms. Smith, I'm going to kind of move on to this a little bit, but feel free to answer that about writing your own rules, but I'm going to roll it into this. I mean, the SEC's response to digital assets often have resulted in using enforcement measures against many of the companies that you have worked with, some 100 in total, I believe. So I'm curious, can you describe a few of the rulemakings that came out of the Gensler SEC that, and what were their impacts on the digital asset ecosystem?
So during the Gensler SEC, there were a number of rulemakings that happened to mention digital assets. So it was a broader topic. So for example, they covered the definition of exchange. The purpose was to modify the rules with respect to the Treasury markets, but they also mentioned digital assets. They also mentioned digital assets and their implications for DeFi protocols. That rule was proposed but not finalized. But had it been finalized, commenters to that rule mentioned that it would have resulted in them going offshore because DeFi protocols, as the name suggests, do not have a central intermediary that can comply with compliance requirements.
So sticking with you, last week during our debate on stablecoins, I said that Congress and regulators should recognize the unique nature of these innovations and establish a regulatory framework that targets the activity and not the technology. Can you describe the importance of Congress using rules for the custody of crypto assets in legislation that it moves?
Thank you for the question. So with respect to custody, the rules anticipate that there's physical custody, meaning there's a paper asset. That is obviously not the case for digital assets. And so the rules need to incorporate how you can have good custody, meaning possession or control of an asset that only exists in digital form.
Thank you. And Mr. Ware, I have my last 30 seconds here. You noted in your testimony that your company develops software for blockchain infrastructure and aggregated networks. Does the importance of the underlying technology, which you described in your testimony, get lost in this kind of debate?
The technology is important. Self-custody is crucial to decentralized blockchains, decentralized protocols. It's the entirety of it. And it would be great if this committee could protect that right to own property and to control one's own property on-chain.
Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Capital Markets, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, I'll point out normally a hearing on capital markets would be in that Capital Markets Subcommittee. I'll also point out that meme coins were determined by the SEC not to be securities only after Gary Gensler left, and that decision was made under the Trump administration. But I'll agree with a lot of the crypto folks here who have said it's kind of silly that we're determining how to regulate crypto based on a 1940s case involving orange groves interpreting a law written in the 1930s. We ought to have, if we could write it, a good crypto regulation law designed for this century. The problem is that all the money and power in this town is on one side. There is no lobby for effective enforcement of our tax laws or enforcing our sanctions laws or dealing with drug dealing. And so I fear that while determining what our policy should be by having brilliant lawyers look at magnifying glasses and footnotes from the 1940s looking at a case and determining on that basis how to regulate crypto is an absolutely absurd thing for a society to do. Passing a bad law would be even worse. Mr. Huizinga says that your industry wouldn't like a patchwork. Many industries would like a patchwork because then they pick which patch they want to be in. And if we had a system where any crypto entity could go to Wyoming, and then Wyoming would say, well, we're going to leave this at the county. And so you just find one county somewhere in Wyoming that will give you everything you want, and you give them some jobs and some economic activity that's significant to that county. But I want to focus, I also want to say that there is really a battle inside crypto that hasn't quite broken out yet between the old coins and the new coins. And most of our testimony here is in favor of making it easier to create new coins. I think that what will be the undoing of crypto is more crypto. And I'm on the side of the new coins versus the old coins, although we really should have people investing in businesses that employ people and build things in the United States. But we've got some brilliant lawyers here, and I want to focus on a really easy legal questions. Since I stopped practicing law last century, Mr. Sierra, and I realize you're not representing your firm here, but you are a lawyer, and if a powerful politician in this state or that state came to your firm and said, we're going to prevent your firm from practicing law in our state unless you give me $1 million, would that be legal?
Thank you for the question. Like I said in my opening, I'm here in my individual capacity, and
you're individually a lawyer, a pretty good one. Can you give me an answer?
Thank you. I'd like to contribute to the conversation about how we need to come up with a new regulatory framework for keeping...
I know, but you're here in Congress, and then this is my time, and I'm asking you a question, which is your obligation to answer. Can you answer?
Yes, sir.
So that would be illegal?
I'm not an ethics expert, but that sounds coercive, yeah.
Okay. And if instead of the $1 million going to the politician, the $1 million was going to some political organization the politician was aligned with, would that change the answer?
I'm not clear on the question, I'm sorry.
The question is, a powerful politician comes to your firm and says, we're going to make it impossible to practice in our state unless the firm gives $1 million to a political organization allied with that politician.
So I can't comment on the legality of that. I'm not a lawyer. I'm
this
a
is
corporate lawyer.
This is 1L stuff here. You choose not to. Ms. Smith, and I'll ask you both. You could be giving us testimony that was adverse to the interests of Donald Trump coin. And then your whole firm could find that it is disqualified to do anything, and you lose all your security clearances. How can you assure us that your testimony is not affected by the knowledge that you could have $1 billion, that the issues we're discussing here could have $1 billion effect on a president willing to disqualify firms that displease him? Ms. Smith.
As I mentioned, I'm here today in my personal capacity.
Right, we need to know that you're representing what you really believe and not fear of Trump. Can you do that?
My testimony is in my personal capacity, so I'm representing my own views today.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio, Ms. Davidson, the chair of the Subcommittee on National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Financial Institutions, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I thank our witnesses for coming here to talk about the digital asset space today, and I intend to devote my time to talking about digital assets, the subject of today's hearing. If we've learned anything from the last several Congresses, the next market structure bill must explicitly include a bright line test so that whether Gary Gensler's looking at it or Warren Davidson's looking at it or someone else is, they know this is intended to be a security or it's intended to be something other than a security. And the FIT 21 Act did do that, but I hope it does a little more than that, because some things we intend to tokenize securities, and we need to give a path for the SEC to do that and provide guidance for how to tokenize a security. Some things will be intended to be tokenized commodities, and we need to provide that guidance. And the last bill went a long ways to doing that. And frankly, the void that I hope we fill is yet another committee of jurisdiction here in Congress is Energy and Commerce, because some things are really FTC regulated utility tokens, and they're really different things. So the idea that you can jam everything into either this or that, the reality is it's more segmented, just like the real world assets are more segmented today. So hopefully we keep making progress on the bill. But I wanted to talk first about one of the most essential things to the entire industry, whether it's meant to be a means of payment, like our stablecoin bill, or these other tokens that are out there in the market, self-custody is incredibly important. So, you know, I'd like to submit 3 documents for the record. One is the White House's executive order on digital assets.
Without objection.
The other is an amendment protecting self-custody offered related to stablecoins. And of course, this relates to stablecoins, but I'm going to talk about why similar language is essential for market structure. And the other is the underlying bill, which is the Keep Your Coins Act, which is broadly applicable.
Without objection.
All right, so those things, in essence, you know, we must have ironclad protections for self-custody. We don't have to theorize that people want to wreck the industry. We're listening to colleagues here. They spent about 10 hours during the stablecoin bill trying to stop us from passing a stablecoin bill. The ranking member opened up basically with Elizabeth Warren's anti-crypto army rants about the sector. And we know that regulator after regulator, as recently as January, tried to make self-custody nearly illegal, like the CFPB's self-custody rule. So, you know, Mr. Werrett, can you comment on the need for legislation to prevent federal regulators from issuing any rule or regulation that would impair an individual from maintaining custody?
Yes, thank you for your question. Self-custody is at the core of decentralized finance. It's at the core of decentralized blockchains, and you know, custodying one's assets is also a core principle of our Constitution, to control and own your property and to not be deprived of life, liberty, or property. Impairing, as you asked, someone's right to own and send, you know, their own asset. Digital assets are, you know, at their base form are not commodities or securities. Both the commodities and securities laws have, you know, frameworks that explain what it takes to make an asset into one of those other categories. But absent that, they are just property, they're just assets. And I would think that, you know, lawmakers need to balance risks against benefits. Here, the benefit of owning and controlling one's property significantly, I would argue, outweighs, you know, the risk of possible misuse, i.e. like...
Thank you for that. I think that's really the tension. And of course, you know, some of my colleagues, they want, just to keep us safe, the government to be the real custodian. That's the premise behind this central bank digital currency. And everything about transactions becomes permissioned. And kind of their check down position is, well, we'll use a third-party institution, and the future they promise is a account-based crypto. So that's the law. If we don't take action and we don't overtly protect self-custody, regulators in some future regulatory environment will infringe upon it. And that's where the word impair is so important versus restrict. If it just says they shall not restrict it, they can put every condition in the world on it, which effectively bans it. And that's what a lot of these folks seek. We have to win this fight. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the witnesses for being here today. On Monday, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche sent a memo to the Justice Department staff directing prosecutors to limit their pursuit of certain cryptocurrency crimes. Instead, prosecutors were told to narrow crypto investigations to focus on drug cartels and terrorist groups. The memo also disbanded the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team, which was established in 2022 to combat fraud and illicit finance in the new industry. The enforcement team has investigated and coordinated multiple cases, including a case against Binance and its founder, who pleaded guilty to violating money laundering laws. Deputy AG Blanche said the Justice Department isn't a digital assets regulator. Well, if they're not, then who is, and what does that leave? The Securities Exchange Commission under the new administration has already dropped more than a dozen cases against cryptocurrency firms. All these actions are taking place as the Trump crypto cartel continues to launch crypto ventures that are conveniently just outside of critical agencies' oversight. Ms. Thornton, as Trump continues to leverage the office of the president to further enrich himself and his billionaire buddies, what actions can Congress take to rein in these obvious conflicts of interest that even the average American can see?
Well, I think that basically the Department of Justice and the SEC should do what's in their mission. And that involves, prosecuting crimes that happen, and they should be, broad in their view of what crimes happen based on the facts and circumstances. The SEC should not be making its enforcement team smaller as it's done. It should have even more people there, given the risks that we're imposing on the financial system now and are likely to if stablecoin and market structure crypto legislation passes. So I think it's very important for the SEC to be gearing up, not cutting back, and also the DOJ.
Thank you. Ms. Thornton, do you agree? No, I'm sorry, Ms. It's so far I can't really read it. My eyesight's not that great.
Ms. Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
I think, so today we're here talking about regulatory clarity, and I agree that if you have regulatory clarity, it's good for market participants, facilitates innovation, and protects investors.
But what should we do about obvious potential of interest that, as I said, the average American can see? And I'm sure that you can, since we've both been through law school, we probably took ethics. Well, I know I did.
So I'm not an expert on ethics law, so I can't comment on the ethics of it, but I can tell you that regulatory clarity.
But you did take ethics in law school.
Yes.
So based on your knowledge of ethics as you learned in law school, what do you think?
I think it's a complicated question that I don't know all the facts, so I would like to know them before I opine, but I can tell you if we had regulatory clarity, it would alleviate some of the ethical concerns that we have.
All right. Well, thank you. Now, we've all heard about Trump's meme coin. I won't go through a lot of the details again, except for the fact that, the coin earned $350 million, and the people who lost money lost a lot. So meme coins can decrease investor confidence and trust significantly. A significant crash like this would historically be investigated and again regulated by the SEC. However, a staff statement on February 27th clarified that meme coins purchasers are holders and not protected by federal securities laws. Again, Ms. Thornton, what is the ripple effect of this clarification, and what impact will it have on the larger enforcement and oversight of cryptocurrencies, especially oversight over meme coins?
Well, I think that it would basically create a loophole. If you use a meme coin, you don't have to follow the laws, the securities rules, and if you don't, maybe you do. So using a meme coin would then become a loophole. So that's what I imagine would happen from that. I forget the second part of your question.
Well, just what does that do to confidence for further investments?
Well, obviously, investors wouldn't have all the protections that the securities rules provide. It would be just sort of out here unregulated, and we've seen time and time and time again what happens through history. We've seen examples of what happens. And the people who lose are the people who buy the meme coins, who invest. They're the ones who tend to lose. The people who create them often, profit or enrich greatly.
Always about winners and losers.
Yep.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Stile, and thank you, Ranking Member Lynch, for holding this hearing. As my time is limited, I'll dive right in. Thank you to the witnesses for being with us. Last year, I had the privilege of attending the Bitcoin conference in Nashville, Tennessee, my home state, and very near my district. President Trump there expressed his ambition to establish the United States as the, quote, crypto capital of the planet and Bitcoin superpower of the world, close quote. Ms. Smith, could you outline specific steps the Securities and Exchange Commission, and for that matter, Congress, should take to support this vision and foster a conducive environment for cryptocurrency growth and innovation?
Thank you for the question. So first, Congress should clarify when the SEC has jurisdiction and who has jurisdiction when the SEC does not, meaning the spot commodities markets. Second, when the SEC, when it's clear about its jurisdiction, as it's already doing with the crypto task force, needs to clarify how the rules apply to digital asset securities because those assets have some fundamental differences from traditional securities.
Thank you. Mr. Sarah, I would like to ask you basically the same question. What specific steps should the SEC and Congress take to foster a conducive environment for cryptocurrency growth and innovation?
I think it starts with a recognition that the status quo is not working for U.S. consumers or industry. And then in terms of legislation that needs to pass, I think market structure would be key. We have a regulatory gap, like Ms. Smith identified, in spot markets of digital commodities that is currently unregulated. So I think Congress needs to step in and clarify when exactly digital assets become digital commodities and who's going to regulate that spot market.
And I assume you're familiar with the market structure legislation that this committee passed in the last Congress. If you were rating that on a 100% scale, how close did we get to having the right mix there, in your opinion?
I mean, it's a very complicated subject, and I think reasonable minds can disagree. I think FIT 21 would be a great step forward overall. I think it can do more on a couple of vectors. If I maybe offer some suggestions, I think the dual market that it creates for tokens that could be regulated both by the SEC and CFTC would introduce some complexity. So I think fixing that would be helpful. I think it could also do more to bring activity that has gone offshore back onshore. But I think overall it's a great step forward and would bring much needed clarity.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Ms. Smith, and we've already kind of delved into this, as you know, most traditional financial instruments fall under the jurisdiction of either the SEC or the CFTC, depending on their nature. But for certain complex or hybrid instruments, and both agencies may assert oversight, creating dual registration or compliance obligations. In your view, can the digital asset ecosystem be cleanly divided between regulators, or will effective oversight likely require coordinated multi-agency involvement going forward?
That's a very good question. I think it's too early to tell. So because we don't have clear jurisdictional bounds between CFTC and SEC jurisdiction, we have regulatory uncertainty. So it's unclear whether or not, if we had that certainty, whether there would still be overlap or whether you can clearly define who has jurisdiction when. As you noted in your question, there are assets like securities indices and securities futures, which are regulated by both regulators. But I think until we have that initial clarity, it's too early to determine the amount of coordination that would be necessary.
Mr. Sarah, in your testimony, you highlight the nightmarish difficulty of registering under federal securities laws for crypto projects. In fact, you state, quote, virtually no crypto projects have successfully registered their tokens under federal securities laws and lived to tell the tale, close quote. Mr. Sarah, can you expand on why it is so difficult for crypto projects to successfully register under the federal securities law, and what steps would you recommend that Congress take to fix the problem?
Sure. I'll start by clarifying that I think that if you're selling crypto assets as part of a fundraising transaction, I think those transactions should be covered under the securities laws and should be either registered or exempt. Most of them today are exempt. The real issue that projects have had, I think it's twofold. One is the disclosures that the securities laws currently require do not surface the material information that purchasers of these digital assets need. So issuers are basically forced to disclose information that is not helpful. And second, there's no real off-ramp or no real way to distinguish the initial capital raising transactions from transactions in those digital assets once the network is decentralized and not under the control of any issuer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time's expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois, Dr. Foster, who's the ranking member on the Subcommittee on Financial Institutions, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to our witnesses. You know, as we think further about the regulatory finality for crypto assets, we're going to be struggling with the same three issues we've been struggling for the last decade. That is anonymity, finality, and prevention of criminal activity. And until we get our arms around these, we need, I think, frankly, the same set of considerations have taken many decades to develop in our regulated financial markets, and we're going to make the crypto markets a success. We are going to have to come to terms with those three issues. You know, our regulated markets have become the envy of the world, and that position has only strengthened as we strengthen the oversight of those markets. There are reasons why people don't like to trade in, you know, Chinese markets, just to pick on China again. You know, and this stability has been driven in large part because investors believe that bad actors will be held accountable for fraud, market manipulation, other abuses. This committee has struggled with how to create similar trust in digital assets, and I believe a vast majority of these issues come down to these three issues of anonymity, finality, and prevention of criminal assets. You know, in 2024, the blockchain analytics firm Chainalysis identified nearly 74,000 tokens issued that were likely associated with pump and dump schemes, and estimated more than 51 billion in crypto was received by illicit addresses, including those associated with scammers, criminal organizations, sanctions evaders, and other bad actors. But our regulated markets continue to do very well. In contrast, just consider for a moment the NFT market, the crypto NFT market, which has sort of collapsed in a heap of wash trades, front running, and other market abuses. And so I wonder, you know, I've been thinking of how we can actually rescue that. What are the things we're going to have to do to make the NFT markets, for example, you know, how do we, in those markets, prevent front running and all the other ancient frauds? And this collapse was driven by lack of regulation. And if you look at what is it about our regulated markets that really makes them work well, the starting point is you can't be truly anonymous. You need a trader ID if you're going to trade nickel futures, all right? And it's because you don't, when you're trading those, you don't need to know who's on the other side of the trade, but you need to know that if that person does something illegal, market manipulation or something, there is a regulator that will be able to see that this trade that you thought was a fair market price was in fact a wash trade. They will identify that and you know, drag them into court and you know, make them accountable. And until we get that, I don't think there's any hope that things like the NFT markets will really be able to you know, survive and thrive. So for the last decade, I've been asking, is there any way in a truly anonymous self-hosted wallet system to prevent wash trades, for example? Does anyone, I've been asking that, the answer has been no for a decade, and unless any of you have new information, it's still no. And that's a fundamental problem we have to fix. I believe there are ways to do this, and it'd be interesting to hear your reaction to a proposal that would essentially allow a kind of NFT, for example, that would have license plates on all participants. You know, you can think of it as an automobile license plate, where you're driving down the highway, you don't know, you have no idea who it is, but you know they have a valid license plate, and if they do something illegal, that can happen. So that means you have to register your wallets with a regulator who can see the true identity and thereby detect front-running wash trades, the whole list of market abuses. So my question to everyone in our panel, if such a thing was an option for someone issuing NFTs into a market, would that have a chance of making more of a success out of the NFT market, for example? Ms. Thornton?
Yeah, I think it depends. The information has to go in all directions. So currently with securities, we have tapes, you know, alternative trading systems and all kinds of things that help you know what orders are being placed by whom, how much. And so it's hard for me to tell based on what you said whether so-called license plates would achieve all of that. But I do think there needs to be a central place where everyone can see what's being traded, by whom, how much.
Yeah, Ms. Smith?
I agree with Ms. Thornton that it's a complicated question to unpack. But I do think, to one of your earlier questions, there are types of data analytics that do give some, not direct identity, but give you some idea of who owns particular wallets.
But unless they can identify that it's a wash trade, that these are the same beneficial owner behind both, it won't work. I believe that's true, and my time's up. Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, who's also the vice chair in the subcommittee on is also the vice chair of the subcommittee on national security, illicit finance, and institutions, now recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chairman Stile. I believe not only is this an important hearing to hold, but to evaluate where we're going in the future. We all know over the last decade, innovators have built a powerful decentralized network that are transforming how our country operates. Digital assets are going to open the door to endless possibilities for anyone in both the financial and, candidly, the non-financial services, and provide possibilities for economic growth domestically produced right here in the U.S. I am proud that last week, Chairman Stile led meaningful steps towards clarity by passing the STABLE Act. Today, we turn our focus to the broader digital asset market. As a member of both the House Ag Committee and the Financial Services Committees, I've had the privilege of working with both the CFTC and the SEC for the last 2 years. In my home state of Iowa, we know rural commodities very well. Corn, soybean, hogs, the CFTC does a great job at these things. Equally, in downtown Des Moines, we have our banking industry that knows very well stocks, bonds, and things that the SEC does very well in. Unfortunately, we've had an SEC chairman for the last 4 years that believes everything, maybe other than Bitcoin, should be traded like an SEC stock or commodity, or a stock, something that is a vast overreach of regulatory power by the SEC and actually stifles innovation. So last Congress, we passed a bill to provide a clear jurisdictional guidance for both the SEC and the CFTC. I'd like to begin today with you, Ms. Smith. Can you explain how the SEC's currently determines what qualifies as a security and some of the challenges to this approach, and how we could maybe clarify that through legislation starting with this committee?
So today, since 2017, the SEC has been using the digital assets test as defined in Howey to define when a digital assets transaction is a securities transaction. That test from a 1946 case is a 3-part test. And one of the issues with using that test is that market participants have found it difficult to apply. In 2019, the SEC issued guidance providing some direction as to how to apply that test to digital asset transactions, but nonetheless, market participants have still found it challenging to apply. The second issue with using that test is that Howey applies to primary market transactions, meaning a transaction between an issuer and an investor. It does not apply to secondary market transactions between two different investors, and that is the bulk of the transactions that occur on crypto platforms today.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. That's a good 101 on this. And what we saw last time using this Howey test is that good innovators in this space came to the SEC with their ideas, with their recommendations, and their SEC chairman went into good faith meetings and used that information to aggressively, I would say, go after innovators in this space. Mr. Serra, you were at one of these meetings. Could you talk to us about how your experience went trying to share information with the federal government?
I'm sorry, but I'm not going to comment on any specific meetings or any advice that I gave to my clients.
Would you say that the government was helpful to providing clarity to you, or did they use information that you may have provided to further make it difficult for you?
So I'm not specifically clear about what meeting you're referring to. I can speak in general terms and say that it's been a frustrating experience for entrepreneurs that have tried in good faith to comply with the laws and have found that it's not really a viable option.
Mr. Ware, I'm going to turn to you then. When we talk about American innovation in this space, are we ceding this opportunity to other nations, other innovators offshore, because the federal government has made it difficult for those domestically to be competitive?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, one of the big issues is without clarity. It's clear that a digital asset is not a security without something more, on the day that it's created. You can wrap it in a security, potentially. You can wrap it in promises that cause others to rely on those promises and expect profits based on the efforts of others. But absent that, it's not a security. Now, the issue is, it is, again, not a security at the outset, but innovators look to backstop their actions by, relying on Reg S, for example. And Reg S causes innovation to move offshore. It causes these tokens to be pushed offshore. That causes the protocols and the use of the protocols offshore. So innovation plus the use of this technology is all being pushed offshore. And that's one reason why of many.
So, Ms. Smith, I want to use the last seconds here. The CFTC maybe has a different approach. You opened up with how we do it on the SEC side. How has the CFTC looked at approaching regulating commodities like Bitcoin or Ether?
So the CFTC has jurisdiction over the futures and derivatives market. It does not have jurisdiction over the spot market. And so they don't have the ability today to make rules or regulations for that market.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We need to fix and close that gap. I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liccardo, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all the witnesses for helping to guide us and inform us. Mr. Sear, I appreciate the fundamental concern I think that all of the witnesses have shared, which is a need for regulatory clarity. And you point out in your written testimony, I think you've said something similar verbally, that current securities disclosure rules are really focusing on irrelevant information. And in your written testimony, you identify what you believe might be relevant as we think about crypto regulation, governance mechanisms, network design, tokenomics, which I can't say I fully understand, but I look forward to getting up to speed on, cybersecurity, network utility of assets. Is the CFTC equipped to regulate the disclosure of those features of a digital asset to ensure that those disclosures are full and fair and accurate?
Thank you for your question. I think the core point that I'm trying to get across is the securities laws framework are designed under the premise that the value and existence of a security is dependent on an issuer. And in many contexts, for tokens that relate to decentralized networks where there's no issuer that's controlling the token, that premise is false and it's not surfacing the right information. I think we would have to update the disclosure regimes under either the SEC or the CFTC to be able to fully account for this. But the issuer-centric model has a wrong focus and the wrong approach to really get at what consumers of these digital assets need to be protected.
And so regardless then, and I certainly understand and appreciate the point you're making, CFTC would need substantial, I mean, this is not the same as regulating pork bellies. Clearly, it would need perhaps more expertise, more staff, et cetera. Is that right?
I think that's right. The CFTC has not historically regulated retail markets. It's been more of a regulator of sophisticated markets. But I think with the right funding and the right team, I don't see a reason why they wouldn't be able to do it.
Ms. Smith, I also want to express my appreciation that Wilmer has taken what I regard to be an ethical response to the administration's efforts to force law firms to capitulate. So thank you to your firm. And I appreciate your call for regulatory clarity, and I would agree that we don't want regulation by litigation. We have seen, though, in just the last 24 hours, as was earlier suggested, an announcement from the Deputy Attorney General that the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team would be disbanded. We had earlier announcements from the Department of Justice that the Market Integrity Major Fraud Unit would no longer handle criminal cases involving crypto. Is it fair to say that there are significant criminal uses of cryptocurrency that we should be concerned about?
I think that there may be criminal uses in crypto, but there's criminal uses in all types of financial markets.
You say there may be. You don't believe that there are criminal uses today of cryptocurrency?
There are some criminal uses, but my broader point is that they're not unique to crypto.
Agreed, but there are certainly aspects of crypto, particularly with regard to anonymity, that may facilitate criminal activity more easily. Is that fair to say?
I'm not sure if I would agree with that statement.
For example, North Korean hackers using Tornado Cash, just to take one of many examples. The anonymity is, in fact, a tool that helps criminals. Is it not?
It is a factor, but on the other hand, there's been instances where there's been hacks, and the hackers have been identified because of the blockchain transactions.
And undoubtedly, if there are criminal uses, or perhaps fraudulent uses, which may cross over the line to criminal activity, a rug pull, pump and dump scheme that's clearly intended to defraud. Someone should investigate and prosecute those criminal cases, shouldn't they?
Yes, those cases should be prosecuted.
And SEC, CFTC, none of those agencies have criminal prosecutorial authority, do they?
I don't believe so.
And so it would have to fall on the DOJ, the Justice Department, would it not?
Yes, or perhaps other regulators.
Well, we need the Department of Justice to step up. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Montana, Mr. Downing, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here. As a former securities commissioner for the state of Montana, Gary Gensler's name has come up a bunch in my life and issues. What I really saw is, in some instances, a lack of guidance and in some instances, just a hostility towards digital assets. And I just want to start out because there's been some comments about meme coins in this chamber, and I just want to point out that meme coins are a product of the Gensler SEC and its failure to provide the digital asset industry with clear guidelines around what makes a digital asset a security. I also want to point out that under former Chair Gensler, the SEC routinely asserted that everything other than Bitcoin is a security and issued enforcement actions against legitimate projects seeking to build or facilitate markets in digital ecosystems underpinned and maintained by digital assets. For some, creating digital assets with no stated value or profit potential was one available path to operate without the SEC breathing down their backs. And again about this guidance, Gary Gensler, had he worked with the industry and with Congress to put out guidance identifying the aspects of digital asset projects that would implicate the securities laws, there's a good chance we would not have seen such explosive growth of meme coins in relation to other projects with practical utility. So I just wanted to start with that, and I'm going to transition quickly before I get into questions on blockchain. I'm really excited about the potential of blockchain. I think in terms of fraud elimination, proof of ownership. I mean, there's so many, the immutable nature, the distributed nature. I'm really excited about it. These benefits should not be limited just to tech hubs. So I'm going to start with Mr. Werrett. Can you explain what benefits blockchain technology can bring to rural areas?
Thank you for your question. Yes. Blockchain technology allows users to custody their own funds and send payments to others without the use of intermediaries. Rural areas don't have the same access to banks. They don't have the same access to payment structures and systems. And so that is a significant benefit. Another benefit would be, for example, when in a past state that I lived in, most states keep their property records state by state, and oftentimes it's even in paper form. But having property titles kept on chain where they can be audited and tracked, and then also it would eliminate the need for title companies and structures that in a lot of rural areas they don't have access to.
All right, thank you. Switching, Ms. Smith. Much of the debate on digital assets has been whether they should be classified as securities and what should be classified as commodities. And we've already talked a little bit about the Securities Act of 1933 and of the Howey test. And that supposedly provides a clear definition of an investment contract. Regulators have relied on this 1946 Supreme Court decision. So one thing I want to ask you is, how should Congress seek to address the differences between assets that are inherently securities and digital assets that are not inherently securities, but may be offered as part of a securities transaction?
So the first part of providing clarity is just what you stated, that the issue of whether or not the underlying asset is a security itself or so pursuant to an investment contract has been something that has been misunderstood over the years. So that is a key question where clarity is needed.
All right, thank you. So moving on, Mr. Seria, you know, the SEC under former Chairman Gensler pursued an aggressive enforcement and regulatory agenda that sought to extend the SEC's authority over the entirety of the digital asset ecosystem. So treating every digital asset as a security, regardless of its purpose, risk to the United States forfeiting its leadership in financial technology. I think about, you know, the United States being leaders here. So rather than ensuring the U.S. remains a hotbed for innovation, Gary Gensler seemed more focused on waging an ideological crusade against an industry he fundamentally distrusted. Can you think of a single action taken by the SEC under Gary Gensler that made the United States a more attractive place to innovate?
I do agree with your premise that Chair Gensler focused on enforcement, and I think that had a effect to draw a lot of the activity outside of the United States.
All right, thank you. I've run out of time. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's something very surreal about this hearing. We're sitting here in the wake of a massive collapse in global equities around the world, triggered by a really dumb decision from the White House. You've got Jamie Dimon saying today that we're approaching a recession, massive sell-off of treasuries, and the Financial Services Committee, the Committee of Jurisdiction, historians are going to look back and say, what did we do today? This is what they're going to read about. They're going to read that a bunch of good lawyers, members of the bar in good standing, ducked every single question about whether they could defend basic ethics because they didn't want to make a bully angry. I'm not going to dwell on that. Others have done it. I would point out only that bullies only back down if you punch them back, and if you disagree with that point, you should ask my Republican colleagues what their cowardice has bought them. But let's talk about crypto, because that's what we're doing today. Since Liberation Day, as the president called it, we've seen a collapse in global equities. We've also seen a collapse in crypto. Bitcoin, Ethereum down 9%. We've seen margin calls at institutional investors that have caused people to run out of crypto. In one 24-hour period after Liberation Day, $401 million of Bitcoin was converted into dollars, $340 million of Ethereum. Ms. Thornton, do you agree with the point that many of the crypto advocates have made that crypto is a hedge against instability in markets?
No, I would not agree with that.
If you were facing a liquidity squeeze, could you pay your bank in crypto, or would you want dollars?
You'd want dollars.
I'm reminded of the old Robin Williams joke that cocaine is a sign that is God's way of telling you you have too much money. When liquidity is short, people are running away from this asset class. Ms. Smith, in the exchange with Mr. Stile earlier, he had asked you if the blockchain makes transparency more likely. You agreed with that. I noted he used the singular. How many blockchains are there?
Well, there's multiple. There's multiple
more than one?
Yes.
More than 10?
I don't know the exact number, but I would say more than 10.
Mr. Warrett, I know you've got your Polygon blockchain. How many blockchains? What's your guess? How many do we have?
Thousands.
Thousands. Okay. And you within your Polygon blockchain, people can run from chain to chain. They can bounce on. You can buy Polygon. You can move it into some other chain. Correct?
Correct.
And that's a really good way to hide your paper trail, right? Because you need a bunch of additional details to figure out. You have to have exact details, the timestamps, everything else. Do you guys track that to make sure that the bad guys are not hopping chains?
Thank you for your question. I'm
just wondering yes or no right now. Do you track that to keep the bad guys from chain hopping to hide their trail?
Yes.
And do you shut things down when people do bad things?
The answer is that there are established companies, TRM, Chainalysis, Elliptic, Cloudflare.
I'm not asking what other people do.
Wallet.
Ms. Smith said that the blockchain, singular, creates transparency. We've now acknowledged that there are hundreds of blockchains. When you hop a chain, it's harder to track, right? So that's the opposite of transparency.
It's not harder to track. It's all blockchains are discoverable and auditable. You're right that you can move from one blockchain to another blockchain.
So would you support more rigor around making sure that we block people from moving? Because the North Koreans seem to really like chain hopping. When we see these hacks, the Bybit hack,
They said, what, 300 billion immediately disappeared because they were able to hop a chain and all of a sudden it was untraceable. We had chain analysis in here the other day. They couldn't do it.
My understanding is that on all blockchains are auditable and blockchains are visible to the public.
Look, there is this story. There's this massive ratio of theoretically legit cases, theoretically legit use cases for crypto, offset against the massive number of actual illegal activities. And every time we ask a question about why are they using these illegal activities, they say, well, the blockchain makes everything traceable. But it's anonymous. Well, yes, it also is anonymous. And we're defunding the damn police, as Mr. Liccardo ably pointed out. Ms. Thornton, if you were a bad actor, you were a child trafficker, a drug trafficker, a North Korean nuclear smuggler, are you happier or sadder since Donald Trump has taken office?
I can just answer that I would be happy today seeing that crypto is being favored so much in the Trump administration.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate everyone being here today. I know these are interesting times, and your valuable expertise is very much appreciated as we get under the hood, especially as new members of the committee. This has been very helpful to understand different persons' perspectives and how we improve the marketplace so that people who choose to invest in crypto technology and currency, et cetera, have a better understanding of how we might create a regulatory structure that gives them peace of mind. And also, if you're a company, of course, knowing actually how you'd be regulated. Because as I've tried to keep up with the moving parts here, it's very frustrating to me. If I was thinking, I always try to think of if I was in your shoes or if I was in a company's shoes trying to get into this marketplace and do the right thing. The last 4 years has been a lot of confusion and frustration as they've attempted to work with the government to try to come up with a regulatory model, only to be hit by, let's just say, some unique reactions by the government, which cause even more chaos or at least confusion, and in some cases, charges or at least situations where they feel like the government wasn't there to assist, but just kind of playing a game with them. So with that in mind, I wanted to get into the disclosure regime at the SEC. And obviously a disclosure regime is designed to protect consumers. The idea that if you're going to invest, you want to have the confidence that they have been vetted in such a way that they can go and make these decisions with confidence. And so let me start with Mr. Sierra, if I could. Can you describe what the existing disclosure regime actually looks like currently at the SEC?
Yes, and thank you for the question. The existing SEC disclosure regime is intended to ameliorate information asymmetries between the issuers of securities on the one hand and the investors on the other. Unless an offer or sale of securities qualifies for an exemption, every offer or sale needs to be registered. And this process entails an issuer filling out a form that, again, refers to very many other forms and calls for voluminous information that the SEC has to approve. And it includes things that are related to the issuer, right? So it's things like financial information, operational results, information and of the executives of the issuer, which drive the value of the security.
And Ms. Smith, we could maybe follow up with this questioning. This current regime, to me, it's hard to follow. To me, if I was running a company, I wouldn't know exactly how to kind of get through this morass. What would be the qualities of a regulatory regime being put in place by the SEC that you think would help consumers make better decisions should they choose to get into this line?
Because of the differences with digital assets and traditional assets, I think a more tailored regulatory regime would be helpful. An example of this is what happened with asset-backed securities. The SEC came up with tailored regulation and disclosure for that particular asset class.
And in some of the proposals you've seen in the years past, and of course we're working on our bill today, are those found in the bill today that you think are moving in that right direction?
I think we're moving towards the right direction, but I think the engagement that the SEC Crypto Task Force is doing today and currently with the industry is important and necessary to make sure that the disclosure regime is fully comprehensive of the key elements that would be important to consumers.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the witnesses for joining us today. The tokenization of real-world assets has the potential to fundamentally transform our financial systems. More importantly, it offers a powerful tool to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse in government operations. I've had countless meetings with innovators who have developed technologies that, if implemented at scale, could reshape how we think about blockchain and payment systems. This is a long-term effort, but it begins with Congress getting this legislation right. We must provide blockchain innovators with the space to build, supported by clear and fair guardrails. This is what true international leadership in the digital asset space looks like, crafting legislation that ensures a level playing field and encourages innovation right here in America. Mr. Warrett, beyond financial applications, can you highlight any use cases being built on the Polygon blockchain that, if adopted by the federal government, could significantly improve efficiency across various sectors?
We spoke earlier about Bravado ID, which is provides services to allow someone to intake and provide access to their ID, but in a way that's protected by cryptography. When you're asked to verify your age, you're asked to verify your identity. That can be done essentially through this non-custodial wallet that is burned or imaged into that wallet, the confirmation that you are who you say you are. Another is the movement of titles of property across the blockchain, healthcare, allowing your healthcare records to be custodied by you instead of having to ask one doctor to send another doctor x-rays and then get specific requests fulfilled. But instead you can actually have control of your healthcare records and also control in a self-custody wallet of your assets or your crypto. So numerous.
Really, all of those things involve reducing or removing intermediaries. And it's very exciting, even something as simple as voting. I mean, we have this issue with knowing who people are and them being who they say they are, and the technology can solve these challenges and really create a lot of efficiencies. So a follow-up to that question, how might the upcoming market structure legislation support or potentially impact the future integration of blockchain technology into government systems?
Thank you for your question. I think the market structure bill is a great start. It's very encouraging to see this legislative body taking crypto seriously and trying to solve for blockchains. I think that a few of the things that need to be addressed are the Howey test issued by the Supreme Court in the 1940s should be refreshed, not abolished, but refreshed. And given a gloss, or there should be an additional test that looks at the decentralization of a project. It's relevant, right? Whether something's a security or not deals with whether there's a promise and whether there was reliance on that promise. Whether there's an expectation of profits based on the efforts of others, and that goes to the center of what is there a centralized intermediary or a centralized promoter or manager that's running this project that the investor is relying on to provide information. So it makes sense that this topic of decentralization would be a part of the securities analysis. That's one way.
That leads into my next question perfectly. Ms. Smith, in your testimony, you stated that the decentralized nature of certain digital assets presents unique challenges to federal securities law compliance. Could you explain why decentralization makes it more difficult to apply U.S. securities laws to the digital asset ecosystem?
Sure. So decentralization at its core assumes there's no central intermediary. The federal securities laws are based on there being the presence of a central intermediary. So in some respects, they're a little bit inconsistent. That's why regulatory clarity is necessary.
Thank you for that. When you talk about decentralization, are you referring to the blockchain network that these projects are built on, the digital asset project itself, or both?
That's a great question. I'm referring to both. As Mr. Sierra explained, some token projects themselves are decentralized, and then once the token is issued, they can trade on a decentralized protocol. So it's both the issuer and then the mechanism for trading.
Thank you. One of the more complex issues in securities law today involves NFTs and how they can be effectively and fairly regulated here in the United States. That's why my colleague, Congressman Richie Torres, and I are working on the New Frontiers in Technology Act to establish clear and equitable guardrails for NFT creators operating within our borders. We've seen the SEC take the position that some NFTs are securities in extreme cases, like the Stoner Cats example, even instruct artists to destroy their own work. That's deeply concerning, and we need to ensure that this technology isn't subject to shifting political winds depending on which party is in power. I appreciate the work of this committee, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses today for this testimony. It's been very informative. You know, digital assets have demonstrated the ability to be the foundation of a new decentralized digital ecosystem, but unfortunately, our regulatory posture just hasn't kept pace. Instead of clarity and consistent rules, innovators have been met with ambiguity and enforcement-first approaches. Rather than providing a roadmap for compliance, agencies during the last administration largely offered roadblocks, pushing talent and capital overseas. Mr. Sarah, you were asked a question earlier by Mr. Herodopoulos that I want to follow up on, and that had to do with the existing security laws, which foundational were never designed to account for decentralized open source systems powered by millions of users, validators, and developers, et cetera, worldwide. And so we talked about, he asked you a question about the registration with the SEC, and you went through that. It seems that the former chair, Mr. Gensler, took an expansive view of the jurisdictional authority over the digital asset ecosystem. In terms of the registration, and I don't know that you got a chance to really delve into more of it, what suggestions would you have, if any, in terms of ways to improve that registration system?
So I think for distributions of digital assets that are fundraising transactions, those fall under the securities laws and should be either registered or exempt. I think as a general matter, registered offerings, so IPOs, have gone down a lot over the last 10, 15 years. There was something like 7,000 public companies in the 90s. We're about 4,000 right now. And that's because of compliance costs of being a public company and the associated liabilities with the disclosures. So I think making it easier for companies to go public and making the information that those companies are providing more useful to consumers and investors would be a great step forward.
In terms of moving forward with that, would you feel comfortable at some point submitting like even a detailed roadmap? And I want to invite, frankly, the other witnesses as well to that same thing, a detailed plan that could be shared with the administration as they move forward, if this committee could also have.
Yes, I would be happy to. Same
with the other witnesses.
Yes.
Thanks. Happy to work with your staff. Yeah.
Okay, great. This was referenced earlier where Mr. Gensler would come before the committee in prior years and assert that everything other than Bitcoin is a security and that projects simply needed to come in and register. I think, Mr. Sarah, you referenced this. But Ms. Smith, I would say there, how's your response? Do you think it's really that simple, or would do you think these other projects are simply putting their heads in the sand to avoid regulation? I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
I agree with Mr. Sierra. It is difficult because of the differences between traditional assets and digital assets. That's why regulatory clarity is needed.
So the proposals that I'm hoping you all will submit to us as well with detailed would maybe offer some new language that we would be able to work with the administration on. So thank you for that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all the witnesses for being here. Mr. Sarah, in your testimony, you explained that certain types of crypto assets, such as the native tokens of decentralized networks, differ from securities in fundamental ways. Can you explain what a native token of a decentralized network is and describe why it's fundamentally different than a security?
Yes, thank you for the question. The taxonomy of digital assets is still being worked out, but I think the easiest way to understand this is to first understand what I mean by decentralized networks. As people, we all like to organize in groups, and most of those groups are hierarchical and centralized. Decentralized networks are just another way to organize as a group, but instead of being centralized and hierarchical, they're spread out And tokens are basically a tool that enables participants in these networks to have economic incentives. And therefore, it either incentivizes or can penalize certain types of activities. And the key concept here is that these tokens in decentralized networks are not deriving their value from any specific centralized issuer. They don't even derive their existence from a centralized issuer. So for example, Satoshi, the pseudonymous founder of Bitcoin, disappeared, and Bitcoin has continued to exist and thrive. There's no, that couldn't happen in the context of a security, right? If a company goes bankrupt, you can't think about a share of stock persisting after that. So they're fundamentally different.
So let me ask you this question. Are all digital assets native tokens of decentralized networks? And what functions and roles do these other types of digital assets serve?
No, I think digital assets encompass a wide range of uses. Hester Peirce, for example, Commissioner Peirce put forth her taxonomy, and there's been other taxonomies. So I think meme coins are different. I think NFTs are different. I think you can also have things like tokenized securities, just a share of stock on blockchain rails, which shouldn't be treated any different than if it was on a piece of paper.
Mr. Warwick, can you describe blockchain uses and applications outside of the crypto ecosystem, such as the tokenizing of real-world assets?
Thank you for your question. I can speak about real-world assets. Was that your question?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So real-world assets are difficult to sometimes transfer or to lend against or to trade. And so the tokenization of real-world assets allows, for example, a piece of real estate can be fractionalized, let's say, into 10 different fractions, and then those 10 owners of that one piece of real estate then can have a reflection of that asset memorialized on the blockchain, and then that title can be transferred from owner to owner, or it can be lent from one owner to another. So that's one example of the tokenization of a real-world asset.
I mean, to simplify it, I would say for people who watch this hearing, is it safe to say that tokenizing real-world assets is essentially a more efficient form of a limited partnership, where you might have a general partner, but then you have a suite of limited partners who have a piece of that investment? Is that fair?
That's exactly. That is another example of a way to tokenize, an investment in a fund. For example, your ownership in that fund could be reflected by a token on the blockchain, and then you could lend against it, or you could transfer it via the blockchain.
Ms. Smith, how would the current accredited investor rule impede retail investing in tokenized securities?
So I'm going to unpack the question a little bit. So retail investors are not accredited investors, so they can't participate in any offerings that are restricted or private placements. Separately, tokenized securities, that market is still developing. So if we're talking about tokenizing public shares, then presumably those would be available to retail investors.
What if we were in a position to tokenize restricted offerings?
If you tokenize restricted offerings, assuming that the token behaved like the actual underlying stock, it would be restricted to retail investors as well.
What's the limiting principle would that create if you have a more efficient way to fund restricted offerings, but retail investors are limited because of the accredited investor rule?
I mean, the restriction would be the accredited investor rule, right? So you would make the offering more efficient, but because the rule which goes to the offering, because it is a securities transaction, retail investors would still not be able to participate.
All right. Chairman, I know I'm over time, and this is one of the reasons why I think the time has now since come to get rid of the accredited investor rule or make some modifications to expand the ability for investors at the retail level to be engaged in all forms of finance. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, who's also the chair of the Subcommittee on Housing and Insurance, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the reasons digital asset market structure legislation is so important is that it's not just important to digital assets, it's not just important to digital assets used for speculative purposes. There's a whole group of blockchain applications, many of which are not primarily for financial or capital raising uses. Under former SEC Chairman Gensler, the rigid interpretation of securities law with no allowance for reexamination or serious thought put into this technology, it was stifling creation and innovation with blockchain technology. Thankfully, with President Trump's victory, those days are over. We now have an administration that is going to work to regulate blockchain and digital assets, not seeking to destroy them. We also have a place to start with legislation for this Congress. Chairman McHenry and then Subcommittee Chairman Hill set a great foundation with Fit 21. Now we need to work with the new regulators and the new administration to put together legislation that can pass into law. Ms. Smith, in your testimony, you touched on some of the challenges applying traditional custody standards for securities to digital assets. Can you highlight ways in which traditional custody is at odds with digital assets and identify certain aspects of custody regulation that can and should apply to this space?
Thank you for the question. So traditional custody rules are premised on there being a physical asset. There used to be physical stock certificates. That's no longer the case, but the rules were drafted when that was the case. And so there's some tension with native digital assets and physical assets, which don't exist for digital assets. With respect to the framework for custody, what is key to any framework is the separation between customer assets and proprietary assets. So customer assets should be segregated so that if the firm goes bankrupt, they can be easily identifiable and given back to the customers.
Next, I'd like to highlight some of the non-financial uses for blockchain technology that are really exciting. Mr. Werrett, I recently read Chris Dixon's book, Read, Write, Own, with great interest last year. Can you describe what a potential Web 3.0 future would look like, particularly taking into account how it might affect social media and media more broadly?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, so now in our current infrastructure with Web 2, the internet evolved essentially from, central companies providing information. Then it evolved to a state where, like YouTube and Wikipedia and different platforms, social media platforms gave folks the ability to contribute their own information. The problem is all of that information contributed in a decentralized way was funneled through centralized actors who then tapped into privacy and used, that information for their own gain. And also, this is similar to how banks use our money. Banks also, like central intermediaries, use our money to lend against or whatever. So anyway, so the nice thing about Web 3 is it unlocks that need for an intermediary. Folks can lend one person to the other through their non-custodial wallets that they have full control over. So you control and own your own assets. They're not held by an intermediary, just like on YouTube in Web 2. That's in Web 3. But in Web 2, your videos are held by YouTube. The blockchain allows you to host your own videos, host your own information, host your own, essentially everything on the blockchain, and the title to that property is held there and controlled by your wallet.
And following up, this is more of just help me understand, what are decentralized physical infrastructure networks and what role could they play in the future?
So decentralized networks, for example, are, you think about the internet as a lot of different servers that are decentralized and they work together to, they're not owned by one company, but all of these different servers communicate with each other, computers communicate with each other, and that's how blockchains work and the various distributed validators. So a single blockchain can have hundreds of validators in it, and those validators work together in a decentralized way across the globe to validate transactions, and once they're kind of burned onto that blockchain, block by block, they build a ledger together in a unified way, though they are decentralized in their validating work. So that's a decentralized network.
I have no more time left. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back with no further members in the queue. I'd like to thank our witnesses for their testimony today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair. The questions will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. Witnesses will please respond no later than May 14. The hearing is adjourned.
It's been said that there would be a new energy force in finance. Today, we believe it's here. BadlandsCrypto.com, in partnership with Block Trust IRA, offers a secure path to convert your IRA or cash to cryptocurrency, protected by a revolutionary AI technology called Animus. Unlike meme coins or scams that prey on the faithful, the patriots at Block Trust IRA offer real managed accounts with AI Animus technology that navigates the market with computer-based precision, reducing the risk of the volatile cryptocurrency market. Animus AI Technologies was named the #1 crypto trading strategy in the world in 2023 by Bitcoin Magazine. Clients across the globe are utilizing this technology within their own accounts to outperform the market. Whether you have a retirement account like a 401k or IRA, or just cash savings sitting in the bank making little to no interest. With best-in-class military-grade technology, Block Trust IRA's clients are 100% insured for up to $200 million. In fact, at BadlandsCrypto.com, they are so confident in their ability to help you succeed that for a limited time, they are offering up to a $2,500 bonus in crypto when you open an account. Visit BadlandsCrypto.com and find out how they can help you out-return the best-performing asset of the decade. That's BadlandsCrypto.com.
Before we begin today's hearings, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the absence of a valued member of our subcommittee. We are mourning the loss of our friend and colleague, Congressman Turner. Sylvester's decades of dedicated public service to the people of Houston and his contributions to this nation and Congress will be remembered as part of his lasting legacy. My thoughts and prayers are with his family, especially his daughter and grandson, as they grieve his passing and honor his life of service. Also want to thank the gentleman, I want to welcome the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, to the subcommittee. Today's hearings will assess the current state of U.S. travel security and infrastructure, evaluating the readiness of airports, ports, and border entry points to manage large influxes of international travelers, while ensuring that security measures, technological advancements, and operational processes meet future needs. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Good morning. I want to thank everyone for being here today, especially our witnesses, as we take a closer look at how the United States is preparing to welcome the world over the next few years for significant international events. Beginning this summer, the United States will step onto the global stage by hosting the FIFA Club World Cup. This tournament will feature elite professional clubs from around the world, such as Real Madrid, Manchester City, Inter Miami FC, my hometown team, and will take place at select venues throughout the United States. This event will provide an early opportunity to stress test our travel systems, infrastructure, and security coordination ahead of even larger events on the horizon. In 2026, our country will host the FIFA World Cup, with matches played by national teams in cities across the nation, and I am thrilled that this includes my home city of Miami. At the same time, we will celebrate America's 250th anniversary in July 2026, followed by the Summer Olympics and Paralympics in Los Angeles in 2028. When I was mayor of Miami-Dade County, I witnessed firsthand just how much planning and hard work goes into ensuring these major events run smoothly. As a member of Congress, I intend to do all I can to make sure that these international events are safe for millions of Americans and those traveling here who are planning on attending. These events are more than just celebrations or competitions. They are major opportunities to show the world what America stands for and what we can achieve. If we get this right, the payoff could be enormous. According to the U.S. Travel Association, we could generate nearly $95 billion in economic activity and welcome over 40 million international visitors. That will only happen if we plan ahead, invest wisely, and make sure that the travel experience in the United States is smooth, modern, and secure. Right now, we have work to do. A recent report from the United States Travel Association makes it clear that while the United States remains one of the top destinations for international travelers, we now rank last among the top travel destinations when it comes to national planning and leadership. Long waits for visas, outdated airport technology, and staffing shortages at our ports of entry are slowing us down. These problems are not just frustrating, they could cost us jobs, investment, and global influence. This is why I support President Trump's recent executive order creating a White House task force focused on the 2026 World Cup.
This kind of coordination is exactly what we need. It brings the right people to the table and sends a strong message that the United States is serious about being ready. I'm currently working on a bill that would take this step further by creating a federal task force to focus on all major international events occurring in the United States over the next 4 years. That includes the World Cup, America's 250th, and the 2028 Olympics. We need to make sure every agency involved is working together and that our policies and resources are aligned. We also need to think about security. Big crowds and high-profile venues make these big events targets. That includes threats from drones, which are becoming more common around stadiums and public gatherings. We need to make sure agencies like DHS, TSA, and state and local law enforcement have the tools and coordination they need to stop these threats in the planning stage long before that they can cause harm. We should take this opportunity to make long-needed reforms to our travel system. We need to make the system more thorough and effective while still being welcoming to legitimate travelers. That means better technology at airports, shorter visa wait times, and making sure that we have enough officers at our ports of entry. The world will be watching, and with the right vision and coordination, the United States can set the global standard, not just for security, but for innovation, hospitality, and safety. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses about how we turn that vision into the reality. And now I recognize the ranking member, the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. McIver, for her opening statements.
Good morning, and thank you to our witnesses for joining us today, and thank you to Chairman Jimenez for holding today's hearing. I, too, want to join in on just expressing our condolences and sympathy to Rep. Turner's family who passed away, who was a part of this committee, as we continue to pray and keep his family and his friends and his close colleagues in our thoughts. So definitely join us in that and sending well wishes to his family. The travel and tourism industry is a vital part of the U.S. economy. In November 2021, President Biden signed the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act into law, providing a $1.2 trillion investment in American transportation and infrastructure. In December 2022, President Biden signed an omnibus spending package into law, funding pay raises and an expanded collective bargaining framework for TSA employees. These historic investments have helped spur continued growth in U.S. travel and tourism and helped secure our transportation networks. In 2024, travel in the United States produced an economic output of $2.8 trillion and supported more than 15 million American jobs, and record numbers of passengers traveled through TSA security checkpoints. To continue to grow the U.S. travel system and prepare for upcoming international events, any sane administration would continue to invest in our infrastructure, update our security technology, and support our federal workforce. Unfortunately, President Trump and Republicans in Congress are doing the exact opposite. Take, for example, making investments in cutting-edge security technology to fund new CT scanners and other equipment at TSA checkpoints at the necessary scale and pace. Congress must stop using passenger security fee collections as a slush fund and return that money to TSA. But instead, Republicans are considering increasing passenger security fees and using that money to help pay for tax cuts for billionaires, according to a document showing their reconciliation plans. Republicans want to charge airline passengers more and then put the money in billionaire pockets. The passenger security fee was created to help fund TSA and prevent another 9/11, but Republicans care more about giving tax cuts to billionaires. That's despicable. Let's turn to workforce issues. Transportation security officers are the backbone of our transportation security system, as they screen millions of passengers and pieces of luggage every day to keep our skies safe. Yet, over the past month, President Trump and Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem have taken the first steps in dismantling the professional aviation security workforce we have worked so hard to build over the past 2 decades. On March 7th, Secretary Noem ended TSA's 7-year collective bargaining agreement and dismantled union rights in a political and illegal move to advance President Trump's union-busting agenda. I am glad this move is being challenged in the courts, but in the meantime, it undermines the TSO workforce just as it had finally stabilized after decades of high attrition. Worse yet, the termination of TSA's collective bargaining agreement may pave the way for Project 2025's goal of privatizing the agency, and an effort Republicans in Congress are already trying to advance. Privatizing more than 400 airports and over 50,000 screening officers would throw the entire aviation security system into chaos and return us to the pre-9/11 model that failed to prevent the largest terrorist attack in U.S. history. Democrats will fight tooth and nail to prevent Republicans from sacrificing our national security at the altar of corporate greed. Unfortunately, the problems the Trump administration is creating for travel and tourism industry go well beyond TSA. In 2024, the International Trade Administration reported a 9% increase of international visitors to the United States. Under the Biden administration, U.S. tourism was booming and open for business. However, in just 2 months since President Trump took office, he has managed to throw that all away by detaining tourists, attacking allies, and tanking the economy. The list of countries that have changed their advisories to warn travelers to the United States of potential risks is growing longer by the day. That list now includes the United Kingdom, Germany, Norway, Ireland, the Netherlands, Denmark, Finland, Belgium, and Canada. Canadians who visit the U.S. more than anyone are now canceling their trips as flight bookings from Canada have dropped by 70%. Since Trump took office, several travelers trying to enter the U.S. have been turned away or detained for days or weeks with little to no explanation. A French scientist scheduled to attend a conference in Houston was turned away reportedly because his personal device contained opinions criticizing Trump's research policies. A Canadian citizen was put in a jumpsuit and chains and detained for over 2 weeks as she legally went through the process to obtain a work visa. A German tourist spent more than 6 weeks in a detention center, including 8 days in solitary confinement because she was traveling with tattooing equipment. Through these cases and others, Donald Trump is sending the message that visitors to the U.S. may be arrested without explanation. Trump is sending a message that the United States is closed for business. Trump's policies put at risk trillions of dollars in tourism spending and millions of American jobs. Let me be clear, if you aren't, even from watching the news today, Donald Trump is tanking the economy. I look forward to discussing with our witnesses how the dire situation will impact our national security and the success of upcoming high-profile events like the World Cup and the Olympics. Thank you. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, and I recognize the ranking member of the committee, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and let me welcome our witnesses on the panel today. I'm glad the subcommittee is examining the state of U.S. travel system ahead of high-profile international events. The outlook for the World Cup, the Olympics, and other major events set to be hosted in the United States over the next few years is dire. In just a couple of short months in office, Donald Trump and his Republican lackeys have done tremendous damage to the U.S. travel and tourism. People visiting the United States can no longer be confident that they will be treated fairly by our government. Just last week, a renowned mixed martial arts fighter and coach trying to visit the U.S. for a seminar was detained upon entry, sent to a federal detention facility, and ultimately sent back to Australia, all without little explanation. If this is how we treat foreign athletes and coaches visiting the United States, one can only imagine how the World Cup and Olympics will go. This is just one of the many instances of the Trump administration inflicting unnecessary trauma upon foreign visitors. The cruelty is the point. Donald Trump apparently does not want foreign visitors to visit the United States, even though travel represented $2.8 trillion of U.S. economic output in 2023. The impact of Trump's chaotic and undefined detention and deportation policies is already apparent. Canada, the United Kingdom, Germany, Ireland, Norway, Finland, Denmark, Belgium, and the Netherlands have all updated travel guidance for people visiting the United States to warn of potential for detention or discrimination. Airline bookings from Canada, which provides the most visitors to the United States by far, is already down 70%. The impacts of this loss of international travel will be devastating to local economies. In 2023, more than $1.3 trillion in travel spending contributed $89 billion in tax revenues to states and communities across the country. More than 15 million American workers are either directly employed or heavily supported by the travel industry. Some of those workers are also facing more direct assaults from the Trump administration. Last month, Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem issued a memo to strip TSA employees of their union rights and rescind their existing collective bargaining agreement. Transportation security officers screen millions of passengers every day to protect air travel. For many years, the TSA workforce was plagued by low morale and high attrition. In 2022, President Biden signed into law an omnibus spending bill providing pay raises and funding an expanded collective bargaining framework for TSOs. Those measures have had a dramatic impact on TSA's ability to carry out its security mission as attrition has dropped in half. Undoing this progress is dumb, cruel, and illegal. The Secretary cannot unilaterally rescind a binding legal contract. I hope the courts will put a stop to this nakedly political madness. In the meantime, I'm proud to have reintroduced by bill the Rights for the TSA Workforce Act, which would provide TSA workers with full collective bargaining rights and a fair pay under Title V of the U.S. Code. Now is the time for members of both parties to stand up against Donald Trump and push back against his cruel and foolish policies. Donald Trump is putting America last. The U.S. travel and tourism industry will be among the Trump administration's first casualty if we do not change course quickly. Thank you again to our witnesses for joining us today to discuss this critical challenge. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you to Ranking Member. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. I am pleased to have a distinguished panel of witnesses before us today on this critical topic. I ask that our witnesses please rise and raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before the Committee on Homeland Security of the United States House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative, and thank you, and please be seated. I would now like to formally introduce our witnesses. Mr. Jeff Freeman is the President and CEO of the U.S. Travel Association, the leading advocate for the $1.1 trillion U.S. travel and hospitality industry. Mr. Freeman is a seasoned association CEO with a proven track record of building successful organizations that unite members' interests, grow members' values, increase revenue, and unlock growth opportunities. Prior to joining U.S. Travel, Freeman was president and CEO of the Consumer Brands Association, the trade association for America's $2.1 trillion food, beverage, and consumer products industry. Mr. John Gruen is the CEO and executive chairman of Fordham Technologies, a tech company that provides artificial intelligence-enabled airspace awareness and counter-drone solutions to defense, law enforcement, and commercial customers. Previously, Mr. Gruen was a corporate business development and strategy lead for Lockheed Martin. Prior to joining Lockheed Martin, Mr. Gruen was a Navy SEAL officer where he served in increasing leadership positions in Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom. He is currently a Naval Reserve captain and has commanded unmanned air systems and technology innovation units. John received his Bachelor of Science degree from the United States Naval Academy and received his Master's of Business Administration from the Haas School of Business, University of California, Berkeley. Dr. Everett Kelly is the National President of the American Federation of Government Employees, which is the largest union representing federal and D.C. government employees. He began his first term of service as National President in February 2020, was elected to another term during the 42nd National Convention in June 2022, and was re-elected during the 43rd National Convention in August of 2024. Dr. Kelly has been a member of AFG since 1981. He worked at Anniston Army Depot and retired from there after 30 years of service. I thank each of our distinguished witnesses for being here today. I also would like to offer the following letter from the Airlines for America for the record, without objection. So ordered. And I recognize Mr. Freeman for 5 minutes to summarize his statement. Mr. Freeman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Jimenez, Congresswoman, Ranking Member McIver, Ranking Member Thompson, Congressman Crane. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you today. I'm Jeff Freeman, President and CEO of the U.S. Travel Association, representing all aspects of the $2 trillion travel industry, airlines, airports, theme parks, hotels, destinations from coast to coast. And I want to thank you at the outset for your appreciation of the travel industry and the impact that it has. Travel is a vital economic engine, contributing nearly $3 trillion annually and supporting more than 15 million jobs across the United States, more than 10% of our nation's workforce. Travel strengthens America's global standing, encourages business and cultural exchange, and generates significant tax revenue. In 2024, international visitors alone contributed $181 billion to our economy. But we can't count on this continued success without investments and reforms. Our infrastructure is failing to keep pace with the increasing demand for travel. For example, the Transportation Security Administration screened more than 3 million travelers on 2 occasions last year. By 2028, we're projected to see 100 days per year with that same volume. Our systems, from security to customs to air traffic control, are outdated and not prepared for this surge. It's not just about inefficiencies, it's also about global competition. Countries like China, India, and Saudi Arabia are making rapid advancements to their travel infrastructure, and we risk falling behind if we don't act swiftly. The next decade presents a tremendous opportunity. Major events like the 2026 World Cup, America's 250th anniversary, and the 2028 Olympics are expected to spur domestic travel and bring millions of international travelers to the United States. But without modernizing our travel infrastructure, we will not capture the full economic benefit of these events. President Trump's creation of the White House Task Force for the World Cup is a step in the right direction, but much more is necessary to ensure that our country can maximize the travel opportunity. To help meet these challenges, U.S. Travel developed a comprehensive blueprint for the future of American travel, focusing on the following key policy recommendations. Number one, we need greater government leadership. Travel needs dedicated leadership at the highest levels of government. We urge Congress and the administration to prioritize travel policy and create a sustainable model for overseeing travel improvement. Long delays in visitor visa processing hurts our ability to attract international visitors. We recommend providing full-strength consular staffing, extending visa validity for vetted lawful visitors, and establishing a national vetting service to lead visa processing. This will ensure the U.S. remains an attractive destination while maintaining strong national security. Number three, we've got to revolutionize TSA screening. Airport screening relies on inconsistent, unpleasant, and manual processes. We recommend immediately ending the diversion of the passenger security fee and increasing technology funding to place new identity verification, on-person screening, and baggage screening technology in every U.S. airport lane within the next 5 years. This will improve security, reduce wait times, and create a more seamless experience, allowing all travelers to carry water bottles and larger liquids, leave all electronics in their bags, and keep their shoes, jackets, and belts on their person.
Finally, we've got to create a world-class customs process. We need to modernize the international arrival process for our guests. We recommend increasing CBP officer staffing at airports of entry while using biometric technology and enhanced traveler vetting to reduce processing times. This will allow the automated entry of trusted travelers and returning Americans while enabling CBP officers to focus their inspection efforts on unknown individuals. These 4 steps are critical to ensuring the U.S. remains a global leader in travel and that our infrastructure can handle the increasing demand. The status quo is not an option. Travel demand is growing, our infrastructure is aging, and global competitors are moving quickly. If we fail to act, we risk losing economic opportunities, diminishing America's competitive edge, and foregoing millions of foreign visitors. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Now I recognize Mr. Gruen for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Good morning, Chairman Jimenez, Ranking Member McIver, and honorable members of the Transportation and Maritime Security Subcommittee. My name is John Gruen, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of Fordham Technologies. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify today on the security of upcoming international events. Fordham was founded in 2016 to develop and produce the technology needed to defeat drones. We've become a global leader in drone detection and mitigation, focused on systems that can operate safely in the populated areas and in the national airspace. Our technology is currently deployed by CBP at the southern border, on U.S. military bases, and at critical infrastructure sites worldwide. Fordham also provided counter-drone solutions to the 2020 Olympic Games in Tokyo, the 2022 World Cup Games in Qatar, and the recent inauguration of President Trump here in D.C. Over the next decade, the United States will host multiple major international sporting events, and as we approach these global events, it is vital that we assess today's threat landscape and act now to lower the risk of incidents. As you are well aware, the occurrence of drone threats has surged in recent years, with the Department of Defense and Homeland Security reporting thousands of unauthorized drone incidents annually. Recent domestic drone incidents, like the collision with a firefighting aircraft in Los Angeles and one that halted an NFL playoff game, are warnings of what's to come if we don't act. Another example includes the incursion that occurred over Joint Base Langley Eustis in 2023, which triggered a month-long interagency attempt to deploy counter-drone assets to no avail. In this incident, standard detection and defeat systems failed, offering no advance warning of incoming drones or means to defeat what should have been considered a clear and present danger. This event highlighted a new category of threats we are facing: dark drones. Aircraft designed to evade detection by not emitting RF signals. To protect sensitive sites and large public gatherings, dark drone detection and kinetic mitigation must be the core of any successful counter-drone system. Thankfully, we do have the technology to defeat rogue drones before they cause harm. Companies like mine have developed AI-powered sensors necessary to identify the threats, including dark drones, as well as autonomous interceptor drones capable of safely taking down the threats. Our system intercepts drones with an aerial net capture system and tows them to predetermined locations, ensuring the safety of bystanders and allowing for forensics on the captured drone. As I mentioned, this technology has protected spectators at the World Cup, Olympics, and at other significant events before. We must field these defensive solutions at scale in the homeland now, as time is a critical aspect in fielding an effective counter-drone system. Based on our experience, counter-drone systems must start to be deployed 12 months before the event to allow time for system delivery, site analysis, and operational training. With the 2026 World Cup just over a year away, federal agencies must be given the tools and authorities they need, and local law enforcement must be empowered to respond to drone threats quickly and effectively. Currently, counter-drone authorities are spread across multiple agencies with delayed abilities to mitigate known threats. In the instance of a drone is detected and determined to be a danger, authorized federal personnel must be present and still request explicit clearance to take mitigation action. The chaos that ensued when drone activity disrupted flights at Newark Airport last year is a glaring example of our inability to respond to drone threats in real time. I commend this committee's thoughtful bipartisan work to resolve this challenge through H.R. 8610 last year and believe this bill should be passed swiftly in the new Congress. We need centralized, streamlined counter-drone processes now, and we must delegate mitigation authority to state and local law enforcement. Their involvement is critical for faster response and better security at a 12-plus city event like the World Cup, where federal resources will be stretched thin. Thank you, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gruen. I now recognize Dr. Kelly for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statements.
Chairman Jimenez, Ranking Member McIver, Chairman Green, Ranking Member Thompson, and members of the subcommittee. My name is Everett Kelly. I am the National President of the American Federation of Government Employees, AFGE, and on behalf of over 820,000 federal and DC government workers represented by my union, including more than 47,000 transportation security officers, I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. The decision by Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, to unilaterally rescind the 2024 collective bargaining agreement between AFGE and the Transportation Security Administration has created an unprecedented crisis for TSOs at a time when our nation's aviation security system faces increasing demands. This decision undermines workforce stability and aviation security as we prepare for significant international events like America's 250th birthday next year and the Summer Olympic Games in 2028. Since 2011, FGE has worked with TSA to establish a framework for genuine collective bargaining that balances aviation security needs with workers' rights. Our agreement have a strengthened workplace policies while maintaining TSA's operational flexibilities. The 2024 CBA marked a significant milestone, providing long-term stability and predictable working conditions for TSOs while supporting TSA's mission. The abrupt termination of this agreement by Secretary Noem has dismantled years of progress. This action has left over 47,000 TSOs vulnerable to arbitrary management decisions, undermining morale and creating instability within the TSA's workforce. Secretary Noem's decision to rescind our CBA has created immediate uncertainty for TSOs who relied on this protection for predictable working conditions, and without established procedures for shift bidding, leave approval, or grievance resolution, TSOs face arbitrary decisions that undermine morale and job satisfaction. This instability will lead to higher turnover rates, a direct threat to aviation security as experienced officers leave their post. The timing could not be worse. Major interaction and international events will significantly increase travelers' volumes in the coming years, requiring a fully staffed and motivated workforce operating under standardized procedures. Workforce instability threatens screening consistencies and efficiencies during these critical periods when heightened security vigilance is essential. To address this crisis, Congress must take immediate action, and this is an ask. First, AFG urges Congress to pass legislation to codify collective bargaining rights for TSOs. AFG strongly support the rights for the TSA Workforce Act, H.R. 2086, introduced by Ranking Member Bennett Thompson. This bipartisan legislation will provide permanence to TSOs' labor rights under Title V of the U.S. Code, ensuring fair grievance procedures and Merit System Protection Board appeal rights. Congress needs to prioritize this legislation. Second, AFGE asks Congress to restore our rescinded collective bargaining agreement. Congress needs to pass legislation mandating the reinstatement of 2024 CBA immediately to restore stability to the TSA workforce. Finally, Congress needs to utilize the oversight authority Congress must investigate Secretary Noem's decisions through public hearing that examine its legal basis and factual justification. DHS officials should be required to provide evidence supporting their claim against FG while explaining how this action aligns with national security priorities. The decision to rescind the 2024 collective bargaining agreement represents an unprecedented attack on workers' rights that threatens aviation security in a critical time for our nation. TSOs perform vital functions in protecting America's transportation system. They deserve dignity, respect, and fair working conditions provided through binding agreements negotiated on their behalf. AFG remains committed to fighting for TSOs' rights while working with Congress to find solutions that balance labor protections with aviation security needs. So thank you for holding this hearing today, and I look forward to answering any question that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. Members will be recognized in order of seniority for their 5 minutes of questioning, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Mr. Freeman, have we ever reached, I know that we had the pandemic, and then what was the highest year that we had international passengers in the United States?
The highest year for international travel was 2018. We have gone down or remained below that every year since. We, at the end of last year, were only at about 90% of where we were pre-pandemic. So the U.S. continues to struggle to welcome international visitors in the numbers we previously did. Visa, coming into this year, visa concerns, custom concerns were top reasons for that. We can't ignore the strength of the dollar. We can't ignore our economy versus others coming into this year. But the issues that were within our control were 500-day plus wait times to get an interview for a visa, multi-hour waits to get through customs. Both of those were big deterrents for foreign travelers.
Was that a reality before the Trump administration, or that just happened in the last 60 days?
We've ebbed and flowed in terms of where we are on visa wait times. The lowest we've ever been was during the Obama administration, where all consulates around the world process visas in 2 weeks or less. That has ebbed and flowed ever since. There were successes during the Trump term. There were more struggles coming out of the pandemic. We have really struggled to get the consular officials we need around the world and to get these visa wait times down.
How do we end up with wait times of 2 weeks to 500 days? How did that happen?
When you look at what happened post-pandemic or in the early days of the pandemic, all these foreign service officers came back home. They were slow to get back out to their consulates around the world. Processing visas is also the lowest rung on the totem pole of jobs within the foreign service officer community. It's not the most desired job out there. That's why we've recommended an alternative approach to doing this. If we want to get all wait times down to 30 days or less, which is something the United States of America should aspire to do, we need to take a new look at how we do this. These fees that foreign travelers pay can cover the cost of creating a new service that processes travelers. There's no need for foreign service officers to do this. There's a better way to do it. We think we could also use kind of emergency SWAT teams whenever wait times get high. We could send these officers or these officials into jurisdictions where they get high. The United States can be the most secure nation in the world and also the most efficient when it comes to processing travelers.
But we lack technology, we lack the manpower, and we have lacked the manpower and technology for some time in order to do that. And also probably policy, right?
I'm sorry?
Policy. Okay.
Manpower has been an enormous issue. Technology is an even bigger issue. I think the will to get it done is the largest issue. Right? Where is the goal, right? We don't have a goal when it comes to processing visas. At the end of the Biden administration, they established a goal of 90 days or less. If we achieved that goal, we would have still been last in the world when it comes to processing visas.
This was at the end of the Biden administration?
At the end of the November of the Biden administration. We need to have greater aspirations when it comes to how we welcome travelers into this country. They want to do nothing more than come here, spend their money, and go home and tell their family and friends what a great time they had.
So the Biden administration was in close to 4 years. Basically, right at the end of his administration, he decided, well, maybe we not have a 90-day period versus the 500-day period that some of these visas have taken?
There's no doubt that the wait times peaked coming out of COVID. There were steps taken. It was a little too little, too late. We're hopeful we can find bipartisan support to be more efficient in the future.
Which, by the way, I agree that the passenger security fee that has been diverted for a number of years needs to be fully invested in TSA. And I don't believe that you're going to be paying for something, you're saying, I'm paying a passenger security fee. It should be for passenger security. That's a novel concept, I think, here in the federal government. And I think that that can be said for administrations on both sides of the aisle. So I would hope, I know that one of my colleagues, Nick Lalola, had a bill to make sure that the passenger fee went to the technology, et cetera, that we need at TSA, and I certainly support that. And I think we need to do more of that. The fact that we're not going to be upgrading our systems to the middle of 2040s, all right, that's totally unacceptable. Mr. Gruen, in terms of drones, and I only have about 30 seconds left, I found it interesting that you said that even if you put your technology, say, at all these stadiums, et cetera, to protect, that it would take a federal individual to say, go ahead and knock that drone out of the sky, that a local law enforcement could not make that call on its own to protect its own citizens?
Correct. The local law enforcement, state and local, do not have the current authorities. Even federal have it only authorized in temporary durations, and only certain agencies.
Fair enough, okay. Maybe I'll come back to a second round. With that, I yield back, and now I recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you so much, Chairman. For many years, we all know that TSA experienced very high attrition rates among its frontline officers. AFG worked for many years to advocate for better pay for TSOs to put them on the same pay scale as other federal workers and help address attrition. In 2023, when pay raises for TSOs finally went into effect, TSA's attrition rate dropped nearly half. President Kelly, with the Trump administration now trying to bust TSO's union, do you expect attrition rates to rise again? How would higher attrition rates affect the security of commercial travel as well as wait times at checkpoints?
Thank you for the question. I certainly think that it will affect attrition rates because, as we all know, that attrition rate went down more than half because there was a CBA, because there was adequate pay, because there was some rights for these employees on the job. They felt very secure, the morale was up, but now that they don't have a CBA, it was certainly, I expect, the attrition rate to go back to where it was or maybe even below it. Because they don't have any protection, they don't have any morale that seems to be going down. As I travel the airports and talk to various ones, you know, we all see that. So I think that you will see it go completely south. I think that wait time will be the results of this attrition rates going back, because you're talking about now employee burnout, you know, and all these types of things that's going to happen that's going to affect wait time.
Thank you. Mr. Freeman, earlier this year, the press reported on a document listing options House Republicans are considering, including in their reconciliation bill. The document included proposals for increasing the passenger security fee, passengers pay on each airline ticket, and extending the diversion of fee collections away from TSA's budget to help fund tax cuts. What is the U.S. Travel Association's position on extending fee diversions away from TSA's budget?
TSA plays a critical role in the travel process. We value our partnership with TSA. We believe that TSA needs to better balance its funding between technology and staffing. To do that, it needs to maintain all of the resources it achieves through the transportation security fee. As the chairman said, none of that money should be diverted. It's a violation of every traveler that's out there who is expecting the contributions they're making when they buy that airline ticket to be supporting the travel process. And how we do that through both technology and staffing is a critical question.
Thank you for that. In my opening statement, I talked about the decrease in visitation from Canadians, and you talked a little bit about just the decrease and the differences in between travel currently right now. How will these reductions in Canadian visitors to the U.S. impact the travel industry and economy, in your opinion?
If indeed we have a decline in Canadian visitation, it will be significant in terms of the effect on our economy. A 10% decline in Canadian travelers would cost the market about $2 billion in spending. Canada is critical to the United States. It's critical that we send the message that we want Canadian visitors to come. We've seen tensions in the past between nations. That doesn't need to become a part of the travel process. We'd like to see that clear message right now that Canadians, Europeans, all travelers are encouraged to come to the United States. That message could be sent more loudly right now.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, and I recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very important hearing today, talking about travel into the U.S. and some of the big events that we have coming up, like the Olympics and the World Cup. Mr. Freeman, I want to start with you. According to the U.S. Bureau of Transportation Statistics, TSA has either halted data collection or has overclassified information on prohibited items detected and seized by TSA since 2008. My concern that TSA purposely hasn't collected data or is overclassifying data to hide embarrassing statistics that show that they routinely fail what the industry calls covert tests. These tests are an event where an undercover operative from the agency tests security by attempting to smuggle prohibited items through TSA. In 2015, DHS OIG John Roth issued a scathing report highlighting under the Obama administration, the OIG found that 96% of instances TSA officers used advanced imaging technology, or AIT, at 8 airports failed to detect hidden threat items. AIT is still in use today at U.S. airports by TSA. The agency doesn't have any data to suggest that these figures from 2015 have improved in 2025. I'm currently working with the chairman on drafting a bill that would require TSA to submit the results of all covert testing and/or red teaming testing to the Committee on Homeland Security, and I hope this bill can be bipartisan. My question, sir, and please answer briefly, with TSA's covert test failures coupled with the fact that the agency hasn't collected or submitted data on failed covert testing in recent years, how can Congress ensure that TSA is capable of handling incoming travelers from around the world for upcoming events like America's 250th birthday, the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and the 2028 Summer Olympics?
Thank you, Congressman. TSA's success is critical to all travelers. Travelers need confidence in their safety, in their security, or else they're simply not going to travel. So we share your concern with anything that would suggest that the process is anything but as safe and secure as it could be. TSA's accountability is to you, it's to Congress, it's to the traveling public. So we support your efforts to find ways to ensure that the technology, that the staffing levels are working in the ways that they need to work. I will point out that in recent years, while staffing has increased, spending on staffing has increased, spending on technology has decreased. The technology that is so desperately needed in the airports is not slated to get into the airports until the 2040s. We need to be more urgent about providing the best technology and as quickly as we can to TSA to ensure the safety and security of the traveling public.
Were you aware of that statistic that I read you, that under the Obama administration, OIG found that in 96%, the TSA officers using advanced image technology failed their test when employees from the TSA tried to smuggle weapons, bombs, knives, guns, etc., through their security checkpoints?
I was not aware of that specific statistic.
What do you think about that, sir?
It sounds like every day we've got work to do. We've got work to do to get better. We've got to make sure we've got the right training, we've got the right technology, we've got the right people in place. Security, safety is fundamental to people traveling. If people don't have that confidence, we will see a decline in travel. It's something that is of the utmost importance, and you certainly have our support.
What about you, Mr. Gruen? Were you aware of that?
I was not aware of that statistic.
What do you think about the fact that they're no longer reporting those numbers?
I mean, again, oversight and requiring an agency to do their job is essential to good governance.
Okay. Mr. Freeman, during the 2024 4th Annual Future of Travel Mobility Conference, you mentioned the need to grasp the opportunity right in front of us when talking about a decade of sporting events that will make the U.S. the most sought-after destination. Modernizing our TSA and travel processing procedures are included. My question is, please answer briefly, how should TSA and Congress look at the use of AI for passenger processing to scan faces and directly cross-reference international travelers with criminal databases?
It was at that same conference that I interviewed former TSA Administrator Pekoski, who demonstrated tremendous leadership during his time within TSA and partnership with the private sector. I think based on my experience with Administrator Pekoski, TSA was going down the right road in terms of what it looks at AI. We see enormous potential. The simple truth is that AI can detect things that the human eye will miss, and we see enormous potential in technology.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, and I recognize the ranking member of the committee, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you so much. And I think it's interesting to respond that President Trump had nominated Mr. Petoskey to serve as the TSA administrator, and he was allowed a second term, but in the midst of it, he was fired. I think that's unfortunate. He had done a good job, and I think he deserved a better departure ramp than what he received. Because from my vantage point, both Democrats and Republicans saw his vision for moving the agency forward. The other thing I'd like to say is that TSA and its workers and technology have managed a successful screening effort so that there's been nothing successful up to this point. That doesn't mean things hadn't gotten through. It just hadn't been successful. You can call it luck or whatever. But we also believe that technology is a force multiplier for security in all of this. There are only so many men and women we can put in airports and do what we do, other than that technology can't do a better job. It's unfortunate that we've had several opportunities to invest in more technology, and we've not had the kind of bipartisan support to finance that technology, but we have to do it. I look forward to doing it. One of the things we're talking about, the different events headed to this country in the not too distant future. So Mr. Freeman, my concern is that you or your organization aware of what the administration is doing in its screening protocols that are creating this discomfort. Have you seen anything in writing on those protocols or anything?
We've had discussions with Customs and Border Protection to understand what policies are in place, what, if any, policies have changed. My understanding is that policies have not changed, but media coverage has certainly increased. We're aware of that. We're aware of the concern that travelers have. We're concerned about anything that would discourage travelers from wanting to visit the United States. So just like with Canada, it's clear that we have work to do to get a message out that we seek these travelers. We want them bringing their spending here. We would be concerned about anything that would drive them to take their spending somewhere else.
So with that lack of clarity at this point, it is having an adverse impact on people coming to the U.S.
There is significant anecdotal evidence. I think we need to see the data. We're still waiting on the data from the Department of Commerce to better understand what is happening. But again, we're on our toes. We see the concern that's out there, and that leaves us obviously communicating to the administration and various agencies the need to provide travelers with the confidence that they desire.
Thank you. President Kelly, can you just describe for the committee the benefits of having a federalized workforce?
So many, really, when you think about it. Number one, they have a CBA, and that CBA was negotiated by Administrator Pekoski, who was appointed by President Trump. He negotiated a CBA that would bring about some stability inside of the workforce. Not only that, you're free of any form of striking. Because if you had a private contractor, you know, they can unionize and go on strike any day. The federal system cannot strike. Do not talk about going on strike. You talk about morale, high morale. We've already shown that attrition rate went down, you know, about 50%, you know, and we will continue to see attrition rates go down when you have a unionized federal workforce. And, you know, you have flexibility, see it, and that's the thing about, that I like about the contract. It allows so much flexibility for the management to do what they need to do in the event of a crisis. So it is so many, it's insurmountable of the benefits that would be for this TSA.
Thank you very much. And, you know, TSA, we created after 9/11 because the current protocol for screening virtually didn't exist before that. So it's the new kid on the block. We've been successful in not having, as I indicated, a successful person getting on a plane and causing that kind of crisis. But it's a work in progress. I mean, with technology, Mr. Gruen, we still have to continue to be as best we can. Our adversaries are constantly trying to figure out how they can beat the system. And in reality, it's technology that's going to catch them. So I look forward to continuing this discussion. And I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We're going to go through a second round of questioning. I yield myself 5 minutes for questioning. Mr. Freeman, you talked about the visa process and how we can accelerate that. Could you be a little bit more specific exactly what you're talking about in order to accelerate the visa process, take it down from 300 days to something a little bit more reasonable?
Yeah, there are multiple consulates around the world right now. Colombia is the best example where wait times exceed 500 days to get an interview for a visa. We've had similar wait times in India. In years past, we had wait times like that in Brazil, where they've been successful recently in bringing those wait times down. I think there are several elements to this. One, we simply have to establish a goal as a country. How well do we want to process visas regardless of what the demand may be? Once we establish that goal, what's the technique for getting there? Our proposal is to move things out of foreign service officers to create a new national vetting service where people apply for that job. They sign up for that job. That's what they want to do. Their job is to process visas. That those employees are paid for by the fees that travelers pay when they apply for visas. There's no additional cost to U.S. taxpayers. The key, though, is having individuals who actually desire to be in this role. It's what they signed up for. You don't get that today. You don't get that because you've got, again, people on the lowest rung of the totem pole. This is a job they don't want to do. In many parts around the world, they're only doing one shift a day. They work from, let's say 9 to 3, and the consulate closes. We've also got to get more creative in those situations. There are countries where we only have 4 or 5 consulates for countries as big as the United States. How do we get more creative in terms of how we then process those visas? Where does video conferencing come in? We've all learned the power and the limitations of video conferencing. How can that play a role when it comes to processing visas? Finally, when we look at the validity period of visas that are good for 6 months or 1 year, is it possible to make those visas good for 2 years? When we have travelers who have come here, abided by our rules, left on time, can we allow when their visa expires, can we allow rapid recertification of that visa? There are a number of things that we can follow through if we simply have the will to do it. We establish a goal, and we haven't, and I think this is a bipartisan challenge we've confronted. We just simply haven't had that zeal within the State Department or the leadership on Capitol Hill or in the White House to demand that from the State Department.
And if we did that, would you see an increase in travel?
Visas for the 45% of our travelers who are required to get a visa access is a bigger concern than the cost of travel. I think that tells us everything we need to know. It's not the cost of coming to the United States, it's the obstacle to getting the visa that is the biggest deterrent.
Fair enough. Now, in terms of technology, And Representative Crane, brought out, a very good statistic. And it seems to me that technology has improved in the last 10 years, has to, right? Especially with the advent of artificial intelligence. Is there technology now that will self-identify threats and give cues to the TSA, individual on the screen that said, hey, you need to look at this, 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 and that, that would help, reduce that 96%. Is that technology available now?
There is significant technology available now that we're not using. Now, when you look at elements of the TSA screening process, there's the identity verification, there's the person screening, there's the baggage screening. I think we've done very well on the identity verification as we've moved to biometrics. I think we have a lot of work to do when it comes to the baggage and the on-person screening of individuals. That's where we have the greatest room for growth.
Do you have an estimate of how much that would cost?
I believe we've looked at a figure in the neighborhood of, I'm going to use the wrong figure, so I don't want to mention it. We do have that and are happy to give it to the committee.
Okay, and so if we stopped diverting the money, how fast could we implement these new technologies instead of 2040, which I think is a little bit too far out, 20 years from now, okay? And by then, we'll have something else, okay? So we need to get the technology right. It has to be modular so that as new technologies, come and it gets more and more, the technology just gets better, okay? That we need to be able to put that in as quickly as we can, not wait 20 years for that technology to be put in so that 20 years hence, there's something else, okay? So how much do you think we're going to need?
We believe it's reasonable that all of these reforms could take place within the next 5 years. This is not something we need to look at decades out. Within the next 5 years, we can give every American traveler the confidence they can keep the water in their bottle, their belt on their pants, their laptop in their bags.
Fair enough. All right, I yield back and I recognize gentlelady from New Jersey.
Thank you, Chairman. I just have one follow-up question, and it's for Mr. Freeman. During your opening statement, even just now, you talked about the United States and how, if we want to be a global leader in travel, we need to do, X, Y, and Z. Do you currently consider the United States at the top of the list as a leader in global travel?
The United States is the world's most desired nation to visit. Around the world, this is where travelers want to come. We commissioned a report through Euromonitor about 18 months ago to rank countries based on their travel facilitation, based on their infrastructure, based on their national leadership. The U.S. finished 17th out of 18 countries. Only China finished behind the United States. You are seeing greater coordination, greater spending, greater zeal in countries like Saudi and other parts of the world that recognize just how important travel is to building their economy. And they also recognize that travel doesn't happen by accident. It takes a heck of a lot of coordination, it takes a heck of a lot of planning to make these things happen. Every one of us in this room today are travelers. We all know the hassles with the process. We all know the inefficiencies. We all go through this and look at various points and say, there's got to be a better way to do this. And the answer is there is. Do we have any desire to work together to implement those better ways? Because what we are dealing with today, whether at TSA, at customs, is not sustainable, and it's not something we should be tolerating.
And when was this report done?
This report was done and came out in early 2024. We're happy to get you a copy of that.
Yeah, I would love a copy of that. I just want to thank each of the witnesses for your testimony today and for coming to share with us. I know that this committee hearing is supposed to be about what we are, examining ourselves on the global level to prepare for these big events, but there's just lots going on right now that I think we really need to address before we can talk about being really prepared for all of the big events that we have coming up. So thank you so much for all of the information that you provided today. Oh, with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I want to thank the ranking member. Now I recognize the gentlelady from South Carolina, Ms. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. As the United States gears up to welcome the world for the 2026 FIFA World Cup and the 2028 Olympic Games, our national travel infrastructure stands at a crucial juncture demanding comprehensive readiness. The influx of international visitors for these events will place unprecedented demands on our transportation networks and border security. The recent executive order signed by President Trump creating the World Cup Task Force signifies a critical recognition of the imperative for seamless interagency collaboration. This dedicated task force will be instrumental in strategically preparing our ports of entry, modernizing airport facilities and operations, and fortifying supporting systems such as customs and border protection, security protocols, and transportation logistics. So to Mr. Freeman, how should the World Cup Task Force prioritize its efforts to address operational challenges at our airports and our ports of entry?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. I think it's critical as the World Cup Task Force gets up and running that first we acknowledge we're already behind the 8 ball. The World Cup starts in about 15 months. Other countries are already planning, for the 2029 World Cup, the 2030 World Cup. That planning is already ahead of where we are. So we've got to acknowledge we're already behind the 8 ball. I have all the faith in the world in the local destinations that are hosting the World Cup. They have been coordinating. I think they're going to do a great job. The question really becomes in terms of getting people to the games, moving about the U.S. and moving into the United States. I think for the domestic traveler, we're going to see concerns when it comes to moving people through the airports. The demand that we're going to see is basically a Thanksgiving every day for about the 45 days of the World Cup. We all know what it's like traveling on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. That's what we can expect. It begs the question, what are the things we can do to be more efficient during that period? And this task force is critical about aligning the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Transportation, and other relevant agencies to ensure we can meet that demand. For the foreign travelers coming in, the truth is we're already too late for some of them. I mentioned the wait times for Colombians to get a visa. If they don't have their visa now for the World Cup in 26, their window is closed. That's shame on us, right? That's opportunity missed for the United States. And then we've got to identify what are the other markets where that window is already closing, and how do we process visas quickly in those markets so we can help those travelers get here. When we know they're coming, customs will be the final area where this task force has to work closely with DHS, with other elements of the government to ensure that we don't have 2, 3, 4-hour wait times to get through Miami, to get through LAX, to get through JFK. That is a tremendous concern of ours. There is nothing more predictable than when a plane is going to land, how many people are on it, and who those people are. So there's no excuse to not be staffed appropriately to move these travelers through, and that's where the task force needs to be focused.
Thank you so much for your insight. My second question, Mr. Gruen, with major international events acting as high-profile targets for bad actors, how do you think the task force should integrate threat intelligence, interagency coordination, and emerging technologies like counter-USAS and AI-enabled surveillance into the strategic planning?
Thank you, Congresswoman. Your second point, technology needs to be procured and deployed now. So we recommend 12 months out from events to really get the technology on the ground, get the personnel trained, and run through different scenarios to mitigate threats. So we believe the task force needs to do that aspect. Part of that is also going to be authorities to enable local and state law enforcement to have the authorities to mitigate large threats such as drones when they're on the ground. So again, prioritizing that we are behind the power curve on this. We need the task force to prioritize the procurement and deployment of technologies and the training of personnel so that we have adequate protection.
Thank you so much. My time has expired, so I yield back.
Thank you. Now I recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, for his second round of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gruen, I find your testimony and experience very interesting and important to this panel today. You're a former Navy SEAL, is that correct?
Yes, Congressman.
So you have a lot of background in unconventional warfare.
I do.
And now you're currently working in the counter-drone space?
Correct.
Have you spent any time overseas in Ukraine?
Yes.
Yep. Do you feel that Americans and our agencies understand the gravity of what's happening overseas and how it's transforming modern warfare?
Not at a scale that's necessary. There certainly are pockets of individuals who are aware of the threat and are working diligently to address it, but as a whole of nation, absolutely not.
Do you believe that the U.S. is prepared to protect its citizens and infrastructure from drone attacks and some of these major events that we're talking about coming up in the U.S.?
Not currently.
Give us an idea of what that could look like, sir.
The drone threat is so wide-ranging that it is hard to sometimes grasp, because you have the obvious situation of a stadium where you may have DJI-type drones come into the stadium, either drop powders or be explosive in themselves and do actual physical damage to the attendees. You also have a lot of other types of operational scenarios, like airports. With all these folks that are trying to arrive, if you have a drone that goes and parks itself on a runway, the entire operation is going to shut down. And it doesn't even have to explode. It can just sit there. And you have already disrupted air travel to a level that we have not seen, globally not prepared for.
Right. It's a lot easier to get some type of explosive into a stadium when a drone doesn't have to go through some magnetometer. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
It's really not that expensive either for our enemies to use drone warfare to attack us, is it?
Absolutely not.
Sir, you said, I believe in your testimony, that your company has been tasked to do counter-drone operations around key U.S. sites. Can you expound on that a little bit?
Yes. We are working with the Department of Defense to do some initial base deployments. So both OCONUS and CONUS, in particular in response to the New York, New Jersey drone threats at the end of last year. We're at Picatinny Arsenal now with an Army program of record, but we've also deployed to Stewart Air National Guard Base with a coalition of industry partners under NORTHCOM, and all to field the latest capabilities to really get both at the detection, identification aspect, and then have on-hand mitigation capability when authorized.
When you guys are doing these operations, are we talking about lone wolf bad actors? Are we talking about nation states that you guys are trying to prevent from flying over these sites?
The scary part about this, Congressman, is we don't have good fidelity on that information. We know that there are drones of various sizes, so ones that cannot be easily procured off of an Amazon or an Alibaba. You have larger drones, and you have drones, multiple drones at a time. So the fact that we don't know who's operating these drones is the real problem.
Are drones being used right now within the U.S. to conduct espionage?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Can you expound on that anymore?
There are briefings from the government themselves at different classification levels, but we know that there are other nation states or proxies that are operating near our borders and even particularly in the homeland, different sites.
Most people probably aren't aware that the U.S. Capitol Police are currently using Tariff Regulation Section 16.2.90 model rockets and boats to mitigate drone threats on Capitol grounds. Congress must do its part to properly equip Capitol Police for that reason. On National Police Week, I plan to introduce the U.S. Capitol Police Empowerment Act of 2025 to authorize the U.S. Capitol Police to mitigate drone threats on the Capitol complex. The bill was drafted with input from the House Admin, Judiciary, Transportation and Infrastructure, and Homeland Security Committees. I'm hoping that everybody will support this bill as it should be bipartisan. I do have a video that I'd like to play of some of the drone capabilities from your company, Mr. Gruen. Now, Mr. Gruen, are we watching in real time your company's drones being able to shoot out nets and capture enemy drones?
Correct, Congressman.
Why is that so important, sir?
For the, we're called the low collateral effect interceptor inside government agencies, because the way by catching with a net, we either keep it under a tether and drop it somewhere that's been rendered safe, where law enforcement can look at the drone, get forensic, et cetera. So it's the collateral damage aspect. You're also not infringing on any publicly identifiable information. It's not hacking a signal. It's not getting personal information off of anything. So the combination of that, the lack of PII and the low collateral, is what makes it so impactful.
Mr. Chairman, I know my time has expired, but I'd like to enter into the record 5 separate articles.
Without objection, so ordered.
I've got number 1, U.S. Bureau of Transportation Statistics, prohibited items intercepted at airport screening checkpoints. Number 2, Defense Daily, TSA's own covert testing showed failures, DHS IG says. Number 3, ABC News, TSA fails most tests in latest undercover operation at U.S. airports. Number 4, no drone zone, United States Capitol Police. And number 5, a copy of my bill, the USCP Empowerment Act of 2025.
So ordered. Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the gentlewoman from South Carolina for her second round of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So TSA has made progress in deploying biometric screening, digital IDs, and automated security lanes, but outdated systems and workforce shortages still slow down those checkpoints. Republicans have long advocated for smart investments in innovative technologies that can improve the performance and reduce reliance on biological federal workforces. So, Mr. Freeman, given TSA's growing use of AI-driven threat detection and facial recognition, how far are we from replacing outdated manual processes at checkpoints with fully automated systems?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I think the first thing to acknowledge is what TSA has done well is give travelers around the country, no matter what airport they're at, a sense of not just security, but also a sense of consistency. The biggest thing that frustrates travelers is when you go through one airport, you have a different experience than when you go through another airport. TSA has ensured that we have that degree of consistency, and we applaud them for it. Some of that consistency includes exactly what you're talking about. We're already moving towards more of that automated system. We see some of that with the identity verification that's taking place. We see that with digital ID that happens and is working with the airlines, with Delta, United, with American. If you fly through Newark and Atlanta, some of these other major hubs, Detroit, you can go through the entire process just based on your facial biometrics. It's a wonderful experience. It's incredibly efficient. Travelers are moving through in 7 seconds or less using that technology. So I think we're already there. The question is, how quickly can we continue to build on this? How do we take it beyond the identity verification and use it for baggage screening, use it for individual screening? That's where there's so much more opportunity. There's opportunities for the private sector to work more closely with TSA to help realize some of these opportunities. You know, there's so much debate about privatized TSA, not privatized TSA. What there is a great opportunity for TSA, which has done some very good things, to work more closely with the private sector and really build a partnership here that can give the travelers the experience they desire.
Thank you. Just following up with that, are there successful models abroad that the U.S. should consider adapting to our aviation environment?
There are absolutely lessons learned in the UK and other parts of the world. In fact, the report that we put out earlier this year referenced some of those lessons learned in foreign markets. I don't think there's one market that is the panacea for what we need to do, but there's a combination of lessons learned throughout Europe and in other parts of the world. We're happy to bring those forward. We document several of those in our proposal. And I think sometimes the U.S. acts as if we're the first ones to confront these issues, as if we can't learn from some of our partners around the world. There's no need to reinvent the wheel here. There's some very good things that are done. Europe has made much further strides in terms of allowing people to bring liquids back onto planes, to keep some of their clothes on, their shoes and belts. We can learn from that, and we're hopeful that new TSA leadership will be willing to do that.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and I yield back.
Thank you to the gentlewoman from South Carolina. I want to thank the witnesses for their valuable testimony and also the members for their questions. The members of the subcommittee may have additional questions for the witnesses, and we would ask the witnesses to respond to these in writing. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7E, the hearing record will be held open for 10 days. Without objection, this subcommittee stands adjourned. And you too.
Now's the perfect time to secure your home and your loved ones. Get a free ADT Smart Home Security System valued at $1,200 from ADT authorized provider Safe Streets. Plus, get a Google Nest doorbell camera at no cost and a $200 Visa gift card from Safe Streets, the most trusted name in home security with more than 106,000 4.9-star Trust Pilot reviews. Visit getsafestreets.com/Badlands or call 925-529-6541. That's 925-529-6541 to speak to a representative today. $99 customer installation charge and purchase of new monitoring service required for the termination fee apply.
Policies implemented under the Biden administration that the State Department must reform to meet America First foreign policy objectives. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Good afternoon and welcome to the first hearing of the Subcommittee on Oversight and Intelligence in the 119th Congress. As we start the new Congress, I am looking forward to working with the colleagues to deliver real results for the American people by advancing President Trump's America First policies and agenda. Over the next few months, through our State Department reauthorization deliberations, this subcommittee will work to identify areas of the Secretary's office or the S Bureau that must be reformed and reprogrammed to reorient the United States as a leader on the world stage while ensuring that taxpayer dollars are effectively used to bolster U.S. national security efforts. For far too long, the State Department prioritized radical liberal political ideologies and woke policies over advancing diplomatic objectives that serve American interests and protect the American people from our adversaries. While the Biden administration was trying to figure out what pronouns to use, our adversaries grew stronger and more emboldened. China aggressively enforced unlawful territorial claims in the South China Sea and has undermined the United States and our allies at every turn. Russia invaded Ukraine, North Korea ramped up its military provocations, Iran advanced its nuclear weapons and ballistic missile programs, empowering its proxies to now cause chaos throughout the entire region of the Middle East. Israel was attacked, and global shipping routes in the Red Sea was blocked. Over the last 4 years, among others, the American people watched these foreign policy failures unfold and voted for real change and action on November 5th. The American people gave President Trump and the Republican-led Congress a mandate to reverse the damage and restore common sense to our federal government. Today, this subcommittee will take its first step to deliver on this mandate by examining the State Department's Office of Diversity and Inclusion. The Office of Diversity and Inclusion detrimentally influenced operations across the State Department by making DEI a core precept for promotion considerations within the ranks of the Foreign Service, granting passport applications the ability to select X as a gender, and using taxpayer dollars to fund numerous woke projects, including commemorating Black Consciousness Month with an event in which employees learned about the inclusive Afro-Brazilian culture through music and LGBTQI+ culture through Vogue dance in Brazil. That was a mouthful. These policies corrupted the core mission of the State Department, and we must restore unity and fundamental American principles to the department, eliminate wasteful spending, and ensure that President Trump's executive orders are fully implemented, not subverted by rebranding DEI-driven programs. It is our duty to ensure that Americans become safer, stronger, and more prosperous. I want to thank our witnesses for appearing before the subcommittee today, and I look forward to productive discussions on how we can enhance America's security through common sense policies and responsible leaderships. The chair will now recognize my good friend and ranking member, the gentleman from Florida, Representative Moskowitz, for any statements he may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, and thank you to the witnesses for testifying at today's hearing, the first Oversight and Intelligence Subcommittee hearing for the 119th Congress. First hearing as ranking member, and it is also nice to be here with my friend and colleague, Chairman Mills from Florida. Florida had a good day yesterday with the Gators win. I would like to spend a few minutes focusing on the title of this hearing: deficient, enfeebled, and ineffective. If I didn't know any better, I thought we would be talking about Trump's tariffs that were just put in place. In fact, if you listen to Elon Musk talking about the architect of the Trump tariff, the mastermind Peter Navarro, Elon calls him a moron. He calls him dumber than a sack of bricks. And then Elon apologizes to the sack of bricks because he thought he offended the sack of bricks by comparing them to Peter Navarro. I was looking forward to a meaningful discussion of our current foreign policy discussion, but the trend continues in this Congress. We don't want to do any oversight of the current administration or examination or discussion, even though that is kind of the point of this subcommittee, but instead we're focused on looking backwards, Biden-era policies. So we're going to talk about DEI. Newsflash to my colleagues across the aisle: you won, we lost. This was one of the issues on the ballot. There's an EO has been signed, DEI has ended, but yet we're still going to look backwards. Oddly enough, there were some of the programs and objectives that you rolled back that you also had in place during the first Trump administration that promoted diversity and inclusion. There's this movie Spaceballs. I'm a big fan of this movie Spaceballs. There's a scene when Colonel Sanders and Dark Helmet are talking, and Colonel Sanders says to Dark Helmet, he says, "You're looking at now, sir. Everything that is happening now is happening now." And Dark Helmet says, "What happened to then? We passed it. When? Just now. We're at now. This is the present, okay? And not a single one of my colleagues want to talk about now. They want to talk about then. They want to talk about the past, okay? What I want to know is, when will then be now? Soon, perhaps? Our witness today, Ambassador Gina Abercrombie Winstanley, has experience on the ground in some of the most sensitive regions of national interest and extensive involvement in our national security apparatus. I want to welcome her and the other witnesses here today. The ambassador, after her term to Malta, served as the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer at the State Department. And I'm sure she'll be able to provide more detailed insight into the programs that the Trump administration has begun dismantling. One of the things I want to talk about and end with here in my opener, Mr. Chairman, is that it is a bipartisan objective, Democrats and Republicans, to talk about what's happening with China. We had a China Select Committee that was very bipartisan, but my colleagues seem to be undermining that effort because of the freezing that has gone on with foreign aid. Any member who has traveled around the world and met with world leaders, met with ambassadors, knows every time the United States removes a dollar from foreign aid, every time we withdraw and create a vacuum, China is coming in and is developed and making more friends the United States, having more leverage, having more influence. We want to fight Belt and Road. Well, we can't withdraw. We can't isolate. And what's been going on within the State Department, what's been going on within the administration, is absolutely against what we're trying to accomplish on China. These tariffs that the president is putting in place on China, well, the other piece to that is to isolate China from the rest of the world at the same time, but we're not. And we're fueling other countries to turn to China, to run to China as we withdraw our foreign aid. America first can't be America alone. And that's where we're headed with the current policies of the administration. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Like yourself, I was also a bit confused whenever we talked about deficient, enfeebled, and effective. I thought we were talking about Biden's entire administration over the last 4 years. But I'll also remind our Ranking Member that in order to understand the mistakes that was made in the past, we have to resurface and rehash these issues so that we can prevent them from occurring in the future, not just continue to make the same mistakes over and over because we didn't learn from them. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. We're pleased to have our distinguished panel of witnesses before us today on this very important topic. Mr. Simon Hankinson, I apologize if I mess up anyone's name, is a senior research fellow at the Heritage Foundation. Mr. Hankinson has served as a Foreign Service Officer in the State Department for over 20 years, and thank you for your service. Mr. James Rogers serves as a senior counsel for the America First Legal. Prior to joining America First Legal, Mr. Rogers was senior litigation counsel at the Solicitor General's Office of the Arizona Attorney General's Office. Mr. Rogers also serves as a Foreign Service Officer in the State Department for 6 years. Thank you so much for being here. Ambassador Gina Abercrombie Winstanley served as the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer for the Department of State under the Biden administration. This committee recognizes the importance of the issues before us and is grateful to have you here to speak with us today. Your full statements will be made part of the record, and I'll ask each of you to keep your spoken remarks to 5 minutes in order to allow members time for the questions. I now recognize Mr. Hankinson for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Mills, Ranking Member Moskowitz, members of the committee. The views I express in this testimony are my own. My only prayer for the future of diversity and inclusion is that we invest in and nurture talent no matter what they look like. That was actually Snow White actress Rachel Zegler, and it's one thing I agree with her on. Diversity is great when it comes from fair competition and individual choice. Equity should mean equal opportunity and equal treatment. Inclusion is good when it's possible. But in life, variables beyond the control of organizations result in disparate outcomes. Critical race theory says disparate outcomes are caused by unseen forces like structural bias or systemic racism. And for proponents of this theory, equity means ensuring equal outcomes, so they rig the system to achieve it under labels like DEI. But professions and skilled trades need standards. When I go to the doctor, I want one who got A's in biology. I want them to have aced the MCAT and gone to a rigorous medical school. When I get on a plane, I want pilots who are selected because they're good at math, spatial reasoning, and keeping calm in a crisis. When I call 911, I want them to send a police officer who knows the law and can catch a criminal, or a fireman who can lift an average person. There are two ways to get diversity in selective professions. You can educate everyone to a high standard and let them compete, or you can discriminate to get the sex and race percentages you want. And in trying to make the U.S. Foreign Service look like America, the State Department chose discrimination. If you want the analysis, the data, the charts, I've written several long reports which are available online. But there's no systemic evidence of bias at the State Department against favored minorities. The sad truth is that the American education system is failing to deliver a pipeline of potential recruits that is as racially diverse as our country. Only 30% of 8th grade students in the U.S. are proficient readers. In 2023, not a single child tested proficient in math across 67 schools in the state of Illinois. In 2020, the Smithsonian Museum wanted us to believe that hard work is the key to success and work before you play were aspects of white culture. That would have surprised my friend Taitusi in Fiji, a successful builder, and it would have been news to my friend Kojo in Togo, who gets up at dawn every day to run his coffee farm. I've lived 10 years in Africa, 4 in Asia, and 20 in Europe. The values that make people succeed are the same the world over. The reason our schools fail is because we let them. Economist Roland Fryer's research on charter schools showed that success is not about teacher pay or iPads or class sizes. It's teacher feedback, data to guide instruction, tutoring, increased instructional time, and high expectations. So with strong families, homework, discipline, no phones in the class, and high expectations, we could fix our schools. That would increase the talent pool. That would allow diversity to occur naturally in competitive fields. But instead, the State Department, like so many other institutions, has decided to achieve its diversity goals by lowering standards. And meanwhile, in our foreign policy, rather than following its own joint strategic plan and concentrating on the values at the heart of the American way of life, the department has pursued a leftist agenda. The Biden State Department's Equity Action Plan contained the word equity 113 times, but equality appeared only 7 times. Under former Secretary Blinken, the State Department offered grants to promote transgenderism in India, drag performances in Ecuador, LGBTQIA+ awareness in Botswana, a gender and sexuality library in Lebanon, and DEI training for police in Latin America. Blinken's U.S. aid promoted gender-affirming medical care, although other developed countries have banned it for minors. They conflated
Well, Brown, the question is, which country is going to blink first in this ongoing trade war between the United States and China? U.S. officials were urging China to have back-channel conversations with the President, Xi Jinping, and President Donald Trump as well, and should not retaliate. Of course, it did not happen. The 125% tariff added just this morning and a volatile week of uncertainty, no question about it, but that consumer sentiment number is one that the White House certainly has its eye on. That's a metric of how people are feeling, how people are sort of viewing the prices of everyday goods. So going into what is going to be an extended 3-month period of dealing with other countries to really lift the pause on the sweeping tariff plan. The question is, what happens with China? That is hanging over all of this. But the White House certainly is answering those questions as well. The President is heading to Walter Reed. He just arrived there a short time ago for physical, as he's being in office for the second time. So those are among some of the topics here as we discuss later on.
Right. Make a hole, You feel me? John is coming. Please. Oh, okay, I was just trying to, yeah, no, you're fine.
Anytime.
I did.
How you doing?
Sure, yeah. Oh, you got the same. No, you're good. You're good. Stay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Friday. As you all know, the President is currently undergoing his routine and long-scheduled physical at Walter Reed Medical Center, and we will have a readout from the White House physician. Last night, Kasina Karolina arrived back safely in the United States after being detained in Russia for more than a year. Since Inauguration Day, President Trump and his team have secured the release of more than 40 detained Americans abroad. This is more than half of the number of Americans released by Joe Biden in 4 years, and President Trump has brought these Americans home in 80 days. This administration will continue to work hard to bring Americans home from around the world. As I've said before, and I will say it again today, everybody in this room has access to the most transparent and accessible president in American history. The cabinet meeting yesterday was further proof. President Trump asked each secretary to provide an update to all of you in the media on the critical work they are doing at their respective agencies to deliver on his agenda. And according to new reporting from the Washington Times, who I believe is in this room today, President Trump answered nearly 100 questions from the press, all of you, during his first 3 open press cabinet meetings this year. That's nearly 20 times the number answered by Joe Biden in cabinet meetings during his entire 4 years in office. In more excellent economic news that was released yesterday, the Consumer Price Index report showed inflation fell to 2.4% in March, smashing expectations for the second straight month in a row. This marked the first drop in consumer prices dating all the way back to the COVID pandemic. Prescription drug prices saw the largest monthly decline on record. Prices for airfare, used vehicles, and car insurance all decreased as well. And energy prices fell 2.4% in March, driven by plummeting gas prices around the country. Also yesterday, House Republicans answered President Trump's call to move forward the budget resolution and officially set the stage for the passage of one big, beautiful bill. The American economy will boom after this bill is passed and the rest of the president's pro-growth agenda goes into effect. The largest tax cuts and deregulation in history, coupled with our energy industry unleashed and renegotiated trade agreements that put America first, are the ultimate formula to usher in the golden age of America. On that note, more than 75 countries have now reached out to the Trump administration, eager to address the trade issues that have exploited America and hurt our workers in the process. The phones have been ringing off the hook to make deals, and these countries wisely heeded President Trump's warning not to retaliate, and as a result, they were rewarded with a 90-day pause and substantially lower reciprocal tariff rates during this period so potential solutions can be achieved. Past presidents just willingly accepted the failed status quo on trade that ripped off our workers and our companies. But that's not who this president is. He creates his own leverage and negotiates deals better than anyone else who has sat in the Oval Office before him. And that process is currently underway. On another matter, the deadline for registration under the Alien Registration Act is today. All foreign nationals present in the United States longer than 30 days must register with the federal government. Failure to comply with this is a crime, punishable by fines, imprisonment, or both. As President Trump and Secretary Noem have both said, if you register and you leave now, you choose to self-deport, you may have the opportunity to return later legally. But if not, you will be arrested, fined, deported, never to return to our country again. The Trump administration will continue to enforce our nation's immigration laws. We will not pick and choose which laws to enforce. We must know who is in our country for the safety and the security of our homeland and for all American citizens. I also have a note from the First Lady to share with you on this Friday. On Tuesday this week, First Lady Melania Trump celebrated the advancement of the Take It Down Act in the House Energy and Commerce Committee. The important legislation passed the committee with bipartisan support, and as you may remember, the President talked about this bill in his address to a joint session of Congress last month. The First Lady remains dedicated to her championing child well-being, ensuring that every young person can thrive, and of course, championing her Be Best agenda. We urge Congress to swiftly pass this important legislation. Here in our new media seat today, we have Jordan Berman. Jordan is a social media content creator and influencer and a lawyer who grew up following breaking down the news from a neutral perspective. Jordan is the host of her own podcast called Unbiased Politics, where she dissects the top stories from the week from a legal perspective. Jordan focuses on bringing back real journalism from a nonpartisan perspective and has mastered explaining complex legal decisions to a mass audience in the short-form context. Her two biggest platforms are TikTok and Instagram, where she has roughly 500,000 followers on each. With that, please kick us off, Jordan.
Thank you. As you know, yesterday the House passed the SAVE Act, and many married women, soon-to-be married women, are concerned that the new voter ID requirements may inhibit their access to the polls. What assurances can you give women voters in America to ease their concerns?
Sure. Well, the SAVE Act, as you mentioned, was passed by the House yesterday. This is the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act. I believe I'm getting that correct. And this act is a common sense measure. It would require proof of citizenship for voting in our elections. The Democrats have been fear-mongering about this bill, have been saying that married women, if their name has changed, they didn't change it on their identification, would not be able to vote. That is complete fallacy. There are outlined in the bill about how to avoid that. The president very much supports a common sense solution to ensuring that only citizens can engage in our elections. This is critical to improving the integrity of our elections and also the trust that American citizens need to have in our electoral process. So the president supports this bill, and that is a myth that has been proven wrong by the text of this bill, and I believe some of the co-sponsors of the bill have been very vocal in addressing that, and certainly I myself, as a married woman, would not stand before this podium if the president did not support such a common sense measure.
Thank you. For my next question, I actually want to give a voice to the American people. I sourced a question from one of my listeners. Her name is Bryn. She is from Oregon. And she asked, what, if any, plans do you have, the administration, for the money that will be generated by tariffs imposed on foreign goods? How will the administration facilitate the development of American industries when many critical components, labor, parts, etc., are much cheaper and more feasible from foreign entities?
It's a great question from your listener, and I want to thank her for submitting it to you to ask. That's the part of the new media seat is so that everyday Americans across the country have a voice in this room. So thank you again for being here. Thanks for the question. The president's point about his trade and tariff agenda is to bolster our manufacturing industries here in our country, to bring down the cost of living here in our country, and to ensure that we are maintaining critical supply chains here in America. We cannot be dependent on countries like China if we want this country to be strong and wealthy. So the president wants to restore wealth to America by shoring up these jobs here at home, which will result in good paying jobs and higher wages for the American public. And so Americans should trust in that process. He effectively implemented tariffs in his first term while driving down the cost of living in this country, and that's what he's focused on doing again. Thank you.
As a follow-up question, could I just ask, are there any specific ideas that the administration has as to what that revenue, specific tariff revenue, will be used for?
Yes, to the heart of your question, the president has spoke about the trillions of dollars that he expects in revenue from tariffs and how we can use it to pay down our debt and to ensure that we are no longer faced with a crippling national debt in the trillions that is going to bankrupt our nation for future generations. So that money coming back home will make America in the green rather than in the red, which any small business owner across the country, I believe, can appreciate.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kelly.
Tomorrow there will be negotiations between the United States and Iran in Oman. What are the president's chief goals for that, and is he satisfied with how Iran is responding to this? They don't want direct face-to-face negotiations, instead sort of old-school shuttle diplomacy where they're in separate rooms and messages are passed back and forth. So is the president comfortable with the arrangement there, and what is the chief objective?
Well, I have spoken to both the president and also his national security team who will be engaged in these discussions. These will be direct talks with the Iranians, and I want to make that very clear. I also spoke to the president just last night about his goal when it comes to Iran, and he has reiterated repeatedly to all of you publicly and also privately to his team here at the White House, his ultimate goal and the ultimate objective is to ensure that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. The president believes in diplomacy, direct talks, talking directly in the same room in order to achieve that goal. But he's made it very clear to the Iranians, and his national security team will as well, that all options are on the table, and Iran has a choice to make. You can agree to President Trump's demand, or there will be all hell to pay. And that's how the president feels. He feels very strongly about it.
And can you update us on Mr. Witkoff in Russia and what's happening with direct communications with Vladimir Putin?
I can confirm that Mr. Witkoff is in Russia to have direct communications with the Kremlin and with Vladimir Putin. This is another step in the negotiating process towards a ceasefire and an ultimate peace deal in Russia and Ukraine. As these negotiations are ongoing, I obviously will not get ahead of the president or his team, but I think the president has been quite clear that he's been continually frustrated with both sides of this conflict, and he wants to see this fighting end. He wants the war to end. We believe we have leverage in negotiating a deal, to a peace deal, and we're going to use that leverage, and the president is determined to see this through.
Sure. Thanks, Caroline. President Trump has said China wants to make a deal on tariffs. The president says he has a great relationship with Chinese President Xi. He's willing to speak with him directly. Why doesn't the president just pick up the phone and get this ball going?
All of the things the president just said are true. The president, as I said from the podium just a few days ago when I was up here, would be gracious if China intends to make a deal with the United States. If China continues to retaliate, it's not good for China. The United States of America is the strongest, best economy in the world, as evidenced by the more than 75 countries who have called the administration immediately to cut good deals. So the president wants to do what's right for the American people. He wants to see fair trade practices around the globe, and that's his intention and his goal.
So is he waiting for China to make the first move here?
I'm not going to comment on communications that are happening or may not be happening, or either way. We'll leave it to our national security team to get these discussions underway. And as always, in the effort of transparency, we will provide updates moving forward. But the president has made it very clear he's open to a deal with China.
Why is he optimistic that China's going to make a deal or wants to make a deal? If they're not talking, where's that optimism come from?
He's optimistic.
Hey,
Sean.
why would any of our allies work with us to isolate China in a trade war if we're treating friend and foe alike?
You'll have to talk to our allies who are reaching out to us. The phones are ringing off of the hooks. They've made it very clear they need the United States of America. They need our markets. They need our consumer base. You saw Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the Oval Office with the president saying that he was going to bring down all of their monetary tariffs and their non-monetary tariff trade barriers as well. We've heard from South Korea. We've heard from Japan. The president has spoken to Vietnam. We have Italy coming to the White House next week. There's a reason for that, Sean, and it's because they need the United States of America and our business model and our markets to survive, and the president is using that leverage to our advantage. Michael.
Hey, thank you, Caroline. Two-part question on China. Beijing says it will simply ignore any further tariff escalations from the U.S. Does President Trump see this as China backing down? And as a follow-up to that, what do you say to people like Shark Tank's Kevin O'Leary who say, you guys simply haven't tariffed China enough?
Look, the tariff rate on China remains where it was yesterday, at the 145% level. The president made it very clear when the United States is punched, he will punch back harder, and he hopes to make a deal that benefits the American worker and our companies that have been ripped off for far too long, and he's finally taking bold and courageous action to do that. You know, taking on China is, in the terms of trade and tariffs, is something that both Democrats and Republicans alike have spoken about for decades. President Trump is finally doing it.
Caroline, real quick, the president of El Salvador is coming to the White House on Monday. Does President Trump want him to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia with him?
The Supreme Court made their ruling last night very clear that it's the administration's responsibility to facilitate the return, not to effectuate the return. I believe the Department of Justice just filed another brief in the lower court. I would defer you to that for any updates. But as you mentioned, President Bukele will be here at the White House on Monday to talk about the cooperation that is at an all-time high. And we very much appreciate President Bukele and El Salvador's cooperation and the repatriation of El Salvadorian gang members who the previous administration allowed to infiltrate our country. Sure.
Thank you very much, Caroline. The president spoke quite highly of the great relationship that he has with the Turkish president. We know that the president might be heading off to the Middle East very soon. Is he planning to meet with the Turkish president, either here in the White House or in Turkey? Any plans?
I don't have any details about the president's overseas trip other than to say he was surely going to Saudi Arabia. There could be more countries as part of that trip. We're working on the details, and as I've said repeatedly, we will provide the details of that trip as soon as possible.
A trip to Turkey, or his invitation to the Turkish president, is under consideration?
I'm not going to comment on the details of the trip, but once they're confirmed, I will certainly let you all know. Yes, Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. I'd like to ask you about presidential health and also about tariffs.
On presidential health, are there plans for the president's physician to come here and take our questions? And also, President Trump repeatedly makes remarks about the former president's health. Is he considering using his executive powers to bring any greater transparency there?
As I have said, the president is undergoing his long-scheduled physical. It's a yearly physical that every president receives, and we will provide an update on that by the president's physician as soon as we possibly can.
And about the former president and transparency regarding his health, are there...
Well, I can tell you there was certainly a lack of transparency from the former president, from the entire former administration, and frankly, a lot of people in this room when it came to the health and the competence of the former president of the United States, Joe Biden. There was one of the greatest cover-ups and frankly political scandals this nation has ever seen. It's been unraveled in some recent books that are being written by journalists who engaged in that cover-up and scandal, which is quite ironic. But this president is clearly committed to transparency. You in this room see him and hear from him on a daily basis. You in this room know from covering him, it's hard to keep up with him. He is a machine working around the clock every single day. And the physician, after today's physical, will provide an update on the report in the effort of transparency.
If I could ask about tariffs, there have been big swings this week in the Treasury bond yields. There's a theory that it might be because of China dumping these as leverage, driving up costs for U.S. loans like mortgages. Does the White House have evidence that this is in fact a result of Chinese dumping, and if so, is there a message on that?
Not to my knowledge, but I would check in with the Treasury Department on that. I can tell you I know our Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, is keeping a very close eye on the bond market. He spoke about it at the White House this week, and I know he's keeping his eyes on it day to day. Ed.
Thanks. Thank you, Carolyn. So the administration, I have an administration source who's telling me that we're weeks away from the first deal with the country over tariffs. Where is the administration? How soon can we see that? And what country is that first one?
I won't reveal or get ahead of our trade team as these negotiations are obviously ongoing, but I can tell you very good progress has been made. Jameson Greer was on television this morning and I spoke to him and he confirmed that more than 15 offers are already on the table, which is remarkable in just a mere matter of days. And as I said earlier, we've heard from more than 75 countries around the world. This is a team effort. The president has a team of great, brilliant advisors who have been with him every step of the way, and all of them will be divvying up the workload. And I just want to give the president and his trade team credit for taking this on. This is a massive undertaking. There's no doubt about it. We take it very seriously. The president is determined to renegotiate global trade on behalf of American workers. And again, you've seen people on both sides of the aisles calling for this for years, but I think no other president lacked the courage or maybe the work ethic or the stamina to take on such a task. And I know there were some questions about the president's delayed departure earlier to Walter Reed. I'd like to address it was because he's working on this very issue, so he was running a bit behind this morning.
On the 90-day pause, what would the president need to see in order to extend that 90-day pause for countries on tariffs?
Well, I think the president addressed this yesterday when he said he's hoping that there will be good deals made before the 90 days is up, and we will cut those deals as soon as we possibly can, country by country, tailor-made deals for each and every country as they all propose unique challenges and unique assets to each country, advantages rather, and when that 90-day mark hits, the president will make that decision then.
One more, if I could, on a different subject. So a bird earlier attacked my colleague, Peter Doocy, during a live shot at
I'm
the
wondering
White
if
House.
that's why Peter is absent from the seat. Is he doing okay?
He's recovering.
Has anyone checked on him?
He's recovering. Is anyone looking into that incident?
I could check in with GSA to see if anybody here is looking into it. I also understand there was a mouse in the briefing room earlier today, so I'm hoping somebody checked in on that, as I'm hoping it doesn't run up here and distract me. That would be a good way for all of you to distract me, actually, have a mouse come run up here. So I'll get an answer for you on that, out of respect for our good friend Peter. Jeff?
Why is American consumer confidence so low?
Look, I think there's a great optimism in this economy, great optimism for the American people, a lot of reason for people to feel optimistic. The president is, as I just said, trying to renegotiate the global trade agenda that has ripped off the American people for far too long. As he said, this is going to be a period of transition. He wants consumers to trust in him, and they should trust in him. Look at what he did in his first term. And I just want to reiterate all of the reasons to be confident since you asked, Jeff. For those watching at home, yesterday the CPI report, inflation declined massively. Consumer prices are dropping for the first time in years. Energy prices are down. In fact, oil prices are down 20% since this president took office. Wholesale prices fell again. There have been trillions of dollars in investments into this country. Every day the president is signing executive orders to cut regulation, especially when it comes to Environmental Protection Agency, our energy industry. That's going to unleash the economic boom in this country that we saw in the president's first term. So trust in President Trump. He knows what he's doing. This is a proven economic formula.
What is he asking of Americans at this time? He talked about transition costs, transition problems. Is he asking something specific for Americans to do?
No, I think the president is asking for Americans trust in Trump, as I just said, trust in his economic agenda and formula. It's a proven formula that works. And by the way, clearly the American people do in fact trust him because they did just overwhelmingly elect him to this office. Jennifer.
Is he going, I'm asking about the physical, is he undergoing any general anesthesia? And can you outline any of the other tests that he's doing today?
He is not. He is undergoing quite a few tests, imaging. Again, it's a it's a yearly physical, so there's quite a lot that goes into it to make sure the president is accomplishing all of his goals, and we will provide a readout of that as soon as we can.
And will you be committed to releasing all of the results, as many of the results as possible?
Of course, yes. The president's physician will do that. I spoke with him this morning.
Sure. Will you guys also consider releasing the president's fitness plan? He actually looks healthier than ever before. Healthier than he did 8 years ago, and I'm sure everybody in this room could agree. Is he working out with Bobby Kennedy? And is he eating less McDonald's?
I can confirm the president is in very good shape, as you see, on a near daily basis here. And in that vein, thank God it's Friday. It's been a very long and busy week here at the White House. We will see you all on Monday, and we will release the results of that report as soon as we can. Have a great weekend, everybody. Thank you.
Have a great week.
The last 4 years have put so much stress on American family finances. Help end the stress now and celebrate the golden age with President Trump by diversifying with gold and silver. Remember President Trump's first term? Gold increased by 55%. Don't wait. Diversify your hard-earned assets and buy your gold from Goldco. Now, with no purchase minimums. Goldco has been established as a top-rated precious metals company and a leader in the gold industry, providing white glove treatment for over 10 years. Their buyback guarantee assures you that if your situation changes, they will repurchase your metals at the best price, providing you with peace of mind. You may even qualify for up to 10% back on bonus silver. Visit badlandsgold.com to claim your free information and instantsilver.com/badlands to see how much free silver you can get. Find out the relationship between gold, silver, Trump, and you with the free report focused on Trump and your financial future. That's badlandsgold.com and instantsilver.com/badlands to take control of your financial destiny.
Conversion therapy with any effort to help young people accept reality. And at the United Nations, U.S. diplomats fought to replace sex with sexual orientation and gender identity, and women with women in all their diversity, which is code for allowing men to self-identify into women's spaces and compete against women in sports. Woke ideology is dug in. Consultants are making millions writing and advising about it. Institutions will resist or rebrand. At NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab, they kept their DEI chief, but renamed her from Chief Inclusion Officer to Chief of the Office of Team Excellence and Employee Success. At California Institute of Technology, they promoted their Assistant Vice President for Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Assessment to Associate Vice President for Campus, Climate, Engagement, and Success. New titles, same old jobs. Discrimination is discrimination. Whether you call it affirmative action or DEIA or belonging or engagement or success or excellence. Hiring people because of how they look and not what they do is wrong, and it's also illegal. The State Department's guiding principles at home must be equal opportunity, fair treatment, high expectations, and accountability. And in foreign policy, the focus must be on enduring American values. Thank you for inviting me today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hankinson. At this point in time, we'd like to recognize Mr. Rogers for his opening statement.
Chairman Mills, Ranking Member Moskowitz, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the invitation to testify. I'll be summarizing my written testimony. First, to acknowledge the positive, my testimony is about the Department of State's failures under prior secretaries. Things have already markedly improved under Secretary Rubio, and I'm confident the problems I outline can and will be addressed under his leadership. I served as a State Department Foreign Service officer for 6 years. My experience during President Trump's first term showed that the department has an entrenched culture focused on opposing him and punishing anyone who exposes this. Shortly before my consular tour in Brazil in 2017, President Trump rescinded Obama-era requirements focused on fast visa interview speeds. Instead, he ordered the department to focus on thoroughly vetting visa applicants. However, the Minister Counselor for Consular Affairs for Brazil, Doug Conniff, ignored these orders and imposed an even more aggressive standard than what President Trump had rescinded. My direct supervisors, Consular Chief David Franz and Deputy Chief Kelly Kopswell, also directly disobeyed department directives about slowing down the interview process to give officers enough time to vet applicants. I blew the whistle about this. The department investigated and confirmed I was right. Soon after, apparently in retaliation, Franz filled my employee evaluation with false negative statements that led the department to deny me job tenure and schedule me for separation. While preparing a grievance against this, I discovered the same problems were happening worldwide and that more thorough visa interviewing would likely decrease visa overstay rates by 50 to 75%. This means that out of the 1.8 million visa overstays during President Trump's first term, malfeasance likely caused 900,000 to 1.4 million of them. To put that in perspective, 10 US states have populations of less than 1.4 million. Thus, consular managers subverting President Trump's policies managed to add an entire state population's worth of illegal aliens in just 4 years. The department's Office of the Inspector General ignored my complaint about this. The Office of Special Counsel also rejected my complaint, incorrectly claiming that it was secondhand information. Yet at the same time, the intelligence community's IG was investigating secondhand allegations from Alexander Vindman that formed the sole basis for the impeachment of President Trump. I also submitted a complaint to the OSC for whistleblower retaliation, but 7 months later, when my grievance was nearing resolution, the attorney assigned to investigate my case had never even started investigating. Eventually, I won my grievance, but the department made the process as painful and drawn out as possible and hobbled my career in ways I would never recover from. It became clear I had no future there, so I left. This experience shows that first, department employees believe they can disobey the president's lawful orders, and they often get away with it. Second, the mechanisms designed to stop wrongdoing and protect whistleblowers do not work. In my current role as Senior Counsel at America First Legal, we've discovered more problems. The department started assigning diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility scores to employees in 2022 and using them to make tenure and promotion decisions. Anecdotal evidence suggests these scores were used not just as an Orwellian way of enforcing ideological conformity, but also as a pretext for discriminating against white males. One department employee was reprimanded by his supervisor and penalized in his DEIA score because he declined to volunteer his free time to help at an LGBT pride festival outside of work hours. But the DEI hysteria did not stop there. When he applied for onward assignments, he was almost always required to describe his efforts to promote DEIA. Only the 2 posts that did not seek this information accepted his application for an onward assignment. Thankfully, the new administration has eliminated these DEIA scores. However, the bureaucracy continues to discriminate against employees in other ways. For example, a diplomatic security special agent has been the target of a nearly 5-year-long witch hunt because he posted traditional Christian symbols and prayers to his personal social media. Department officials reacted to these innocuous posts with baseless allegations that he was a white nationalist and a right-wing Christian associated with violent extremism. This agent has been selected for promotion 3 times over the last 5 years, but the department refuses to promote him because of the pending investigation. This sort of pretextual attack driven by ideological extremists within the department must stop. Those involved in this weaponization of government must be held accountable. These specific cases are emblematic of a more widespread problem in the department's culture that festered during the Biden years. Through Freedom of Information Act requests, AFL has uncovered diplomatic cables that detail the extreme ideological bias in Blinken-era department programs that sought to indoctrinate citizens of other countries into supporting divisive left-wing causes. These Biden-era DEIA programs spread unwanted divisive leftist ideology to foreigners, driving resentment against our country and making it harder to achieve legitimate foreign policy goals that actually would improve Americans' lives. President Trump's order removing DEIA from the government is already having a positive effect. However, the department should also retroactively reevaluate everyone denied promotions from 2022 to 2025 without using DEIA scores and then give promotions with back pay to those found worthy. More generally, because there appears to be a persistent pattern of bias in tenure and promotion decisions, employee evaluation should exclude anything that might allow a reader to infer an employee's race, sex, religion, or other protected characteristics. Additionally, to better protect whistleblowers, there must be reforms to the department's grievance system and how IGs and the OSC handle complaints, which I've detailed in my written testimony. Thank you, and I welcome any questions from the subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. I now recognize Ambassador Abercrombie with Stanley for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, members of the subcommittee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to join you here today to address some of the misconceptions around diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility as characterized in the title of this hearing. I come from a family of proud public servants. I have 3 siblings, an older brother who served in the Army, a younger one who is a submariner veteran, and a sister who is a retired Navy captain. But I'm the only one who faced a terrorist attack while serving her country in the Middle East. During 30-plus years of assignments in the State Department, I stepped up to challenges in Cairo, Jakarta, Baghdad, and the Gaza Strip. Because of the stellar record and more, I was selected as the first woman to lead a diplomatic mission in Saudi Arabia. America got to show her best leaders come from all backgrounds. So when called on to go to one of the most conservative nations in the world as a working mom with a young family, I was honored to go. And when terrorist threats required my family's evacuation and separated us for 18 months, I stayed. My presence conveyed a powerful testimony about the rights, capabilities, and patriotism of women without uttering a word. Even so, the most challenging assignment that I took on in my 30-plus year career was to support my colleagues, all of them, as Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer for the department, CDIO. Why do the hard and too often misunderstood work to ensure America's representatives represent the breadth and complexity of our nation? Well, as Secretary Rubio said at my first hearing as CDIO, not only is our nation's diversity our strength, but if our workforce doesn't reflect our population, then it merits inquiry. So 3 reasons. We aim to create a system that ensures the very best rise to the top. There's no difference in this administration's stated goal of a merit-based society and the goals of the DEIA effort that I oversaw at the State Department. And we worked to address behavior that too often led to EEO complaints. 2, we wanted to save taxpayer money. It takes hundreds of thousands of dollars to train and ship around the world highly talented and highly trained representatives. When talent leaves early and takes those skills with them, America loses. The department has lost valuable talent, perhaps like the gentleman next to me, because they lost faith in the system. And 3, we have to walk the talk. In order to remain a great power, America's word must be trusted. We've told the world we believe in a level playing field, and our history of service and achievement, from Nobel Prize winner Ralph Bunche, the Tuskegee Airmen, Navajo Code Breakers, and Dr. Samar Attar show the world what we are capable of. And don't forget, the DEIA unit got its start under President Trump, and I thank him for that. But President Biden understood that we needed a larger effort to tackle well-embedded cronyism. Common sense tells us to deal successfully with the world's issues, it's not enough to tap a few viewpoints, a few backgrounds, a few experiences. We need diplomats who can connect and engage with the range of humanity. Foreign service officers advocate for America's priorities at community centers. Government buildings, yes, but factories, remote border crossings, and farms and town squares. And let me be clear, every change we made, every effort we undertook, every data point we gathered was cleared by our lawyers. The Department of State has some of the finest and most conservative lawyers in the government, and I can confidently say that we followed the law and the intent of Congress. There were no so-called DEIA hires, and anyone who says otherwise is misinformed. Our focus was to dismantle cronyism, bring transparency, and build trust. So let me talk about a few of the programs that we started. Our method of assigning most diplomats is to have a bid list where everybody can see what assignments are open, but in a key position, the Deputy Assistant Secretary position was more secretive. Those positions weren't advertised or competed. You had to be known to the Assistant Secretary or someone in the Assistant Secretary's circle. You had to have the right connections, be in the in crowd. And because of this opacity, only certain people even knew that the position was open and available. This cronyism was far from meritocracy. And the Office of Diversity and Inclusion led the efforts to ensure that these positions, like others, were advertised and openly competed. Is this something that the American people would want to see turned back? This transparency? And I can tell you the first recipient of that DAS position under this new system was a white male. He wasn't the only one, but he was the first one, because inclusion means everyone. Another priority was to bring transparency and fairness to the assignments at a lower level. We brought strong business practices to improve our selection processes. We brought in standardized questions and panel interviews, something that business has been using for years, but the Department of State had not. And one of my favorite changes was modeled on the U.S. military culture, something I heard from my siblings all the time. We've got your back. My office worked with key stakeholders in the building and our embassies abroad and host governments to put a stop to widespread harassment and discriminatory treatment to some of our diplomats from various agencies at embassies overseas. Many reported being stopped, questioned, detained, even harassed by government officials in a way that would be illegal in the United States. Sometimes the diplomats...
Madam Ambassador, your time
Yes.
is up.
All right, you see I'm excited about these programs.
I am as well. Well, thank you, Madam Ambassador. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. You know, I want to go over a couple of things that you just made mention of. You talked about inclusivity means everyone. Can you tell me how doing an actual event which is only tailored towards a certain gender or a certain sexual preference or a certain racial bias is in some way inclusive of all, as opposed to just saying that everyone is welcome?
Mr. Chairman, when you say doing a certain event, are you talking like
Let's
a
just
Black
say, for
History
example, an
Month event or Women's History?
LGBTQI event. Do you think that's inclusive of every individual, that they would feel that that's something that they want to partake in?
So I believe that it is a learning experience for people who don't belong to that group. That's why
But again, I'm
affinity
asking,
groups-
it's not about learning. We do that a lot. So I work in the
Yes,
Foreign
you said,
Service
is it
as well.
inclusive?
And I know for a fact that we learn about cultures, we learn about regions, we learn about the idea of not just cultural exchanges, but also what are some of the actual norms that you can actually learn about that allows you to be a better diplomat so that you can engage with them, because sometimes people are a little more vague and ambiguous in how they say things, but it's a cultural issue, not that they're trying to evade the question. So I understand that portion of it.
Okay.
But what we're talking about is inclusivity means everyone.
Yes.
So when you section off particular groups, do you think that that is inclusive when you're trying to tailor money to only go towards those particular groups for particular events?
The point is to bring in underrepresented groups. That is why, and we have the statistics. GAO's done reports for many years that show we have underrepresented groups in the Department of State. Therefore, while we hire for merit only, we do have to recruit in a more focused fashion for different groups. People
But
are
don't
in
you
different
believe, though, that meritocracy should be the only merit in which you're actually judged upon or that you're graded upon?
Yes.
Shouldn't matter any other factor other than who is the very best at being able to do a job. And I don't think that, having served in the United States military for a number of years, I don't think once did I look to my left and right and say, gosh, I sure hope that he knows his pronouns. Gosh, I sure hope that he has this background and culture. Gosh. No, I said, I hope that he's the absolute best warfighter that we have who's standing to my left and right. And it's the only thing that I cared about. As I fought with a gentleman who was from Cambodia, who lived in LA, a man from Brooklyn, a man from Lombard, Illinois, all of which the color of their skin didn't matter. We all wore green. And that actually matters, more so than any other diversity, equity, inclusion, which has been nothing but a divisive tool. But I will ask this. Can you please outline how much money did the department allocate to fund the Office of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion every fiscal year?
Every fiscal year. At the beginning, my first year, our budget was about $2.2 million. By the time I left, it had grown to about $7 million, and these figures are, you probably have access to them already, of course. There were other programs throughout the building that might have fallen under the rubric of what the Department of State always used, which is recruit for diversity, but we hire for merit. There were no DEIA hires.
And can you just explain to me, how did this funding advance American interests overseas? How did this funding support the actual toppling of the Iranian regime, who was brutally murdering and torturing people like Mahsa Amini? How did this diversity, equity, inclusion prevent the Houthis from increasing attacks that disrupted 12% of global trade, the unfreezing of assets that led to a continuation of proxy funding? How did DEI and the office within the State Department help our overseas security and national security interests?
Sure, if I may.
Please.
As I mentioned in my remarks, and as we all know from the 1960s, our reputation matters. That's how we build allies. That's how we build support.
And trust matters, right?
I beg your pardon?
Trust. Our allies must trust that we're going to be there,
Trust,
right?
but that we are going to.
Just like Biden showed trust when he withdrew us from Afghanistan, abandoning so many of our SIV and others who fought alongside us for 20 plus years for political reasonings.
I believe that was a great harm, and I understand that that harm is continuing even now with the SIVs, that they are not able to come to the United States now, which is not good. But if I may answer the question that you asked, our reputation of being a country where merit counts, where if you work hard, you can achieve. And that means all of us going and showing the world that all of us are able to benefit from our hard work is important. It does help our foreign policy.
Well, I agree that hard work matters, especially as a person who grew up in a broken home where my dad spent 32 years in prison, my mom spent 7.5 years in prison. It was riddled with drug addiction and other substance abuses. Hard work is what matters. Hard work is what got me here, and why our socioeconomic background shouldn't define us as individuals, and we shouldn't, divisively try and identify people by anything other than the best and the hardest working. With that, I'd like to now recognize my ranking member, Mr. Moskowitz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually going to go to Madeline Dean first for questions, if that's okay.
Recognizing the gentlelady, Madeline Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member. Thank you to all of you for coming to testify today before this Subcommittee on Oversight Foreign Affairs Committee. I'm touched by your comments there, your personal comments. I don't know if you know this, but a passion of mine is dealing with learning more about addiction. I have a son in recovery from opioid addiction, 12.5 years. But we know too many people who don't have that kind of outcome. So I'd like to work with you on that. Thank you. I'm going to start with some words. Pete Buttigieg once explained DEI as a set of opposites. The opposite of diversity is uniformity, he said. The opposite of equity is inequity. The opposite of inclusion is exclusion. The values and principles of our country are not uniformity, inequity, and exclusion. That's not the America I know, nor is it the America I will ever fight for. Mr. Chair, is the committee aware of who is President of the United States today? Donald J. Trump. It's not Joseph R. Biden. This backward look on a topic of DEI is such a misuse of our time. It's a misuse of your time. The role of this Foreign Affairs Committee in oversight is important, yet Republicans have decided that relitigating the Biden administration is a better use of our time. I disagree. Because oversight is important, there are plenty of actions by the current administration that warrant oversight. Here are just 3 examples. The illegal shuttering of USAID and the subsequent spread of disease, death, and starvation of children deserves our oversight and our attention. 2, the National Security Advisor's irresponsible and likely criminal use of Signal, and apparently many, many times, as well as Gmail, recklessly compromising our own national security and a military operation, as well as intelligence officers and military personnel, boy, that deserves congressional foreign affairs oversight. Number 3, the incompetent and incoherent use of massive tariffs, even on our allies, especially on our allies, deserves congressional oversight. It is the largest tax hike on Americans in peacetime since World War II. We should be taking a look at the loss of $11 trillion in 11 weeks by this president who inherited an economy that was the envy of our allies. And while this president weaponizes tariffs against our allies, they continue to show respect to our country. They continue to show respect to our country that the president does not show respect for theirs. Lithuanian leaders, think of this, you saw this, it was so moving. Lithuanian leaders and citizens gathered to give our 4 fallen American soldiers a dignified and honorable farewell as they sent them here to the United States. But where was the commander-in-chief? He canceled his attendance at the dignified transfer of the bodies of 4 American soldiers who tragically died in Lithuania. Well, after all, he had a couple of golf games to go to, $1 million a plate fundraiser for a PAC that supports him, and I guess a few tchotchkes, Trump tchotchkes, to sell along the way. Don't attend the return of our fallen heroes. Who exactly was he raising the money for? I'm not really sure. Certainly not the American people who are suffering massive losses in their retirement, in their attempt to save money for their kids' education, in their attempt to pay for everyday goods. But here we are talking about DEI under the Biden administration. Are you kidding me? This is a farce. I apologize that you are here for this farce. You should not be. As qualified as you are, this is not what you should be talking about with us. I regret the waste of your time, the circus that this is. As you might imagine, I am utterly outraged. Today's hearing is unserious and unworthy of this committee. It reflects poorly on those in this room who decided to convene it, and I want to be sure that is on the record. Mr. Chairman, I yield back with the simple question, who is the President of the United States?
Well, I think it's very obvious that the American people unanimously decided to elect President Donald J. Trump, but I will remind the gentle lady from Pennsylvania that all last Congress on the 118th, all I heard about was the Trump derangement syndrome of Trump, Trump, Trump. But yet you want to talk about the 4 bodies. Let's talk about when Joe Biden was checking his watch while they were offloading what was his responsibility and his failure on August 26, 2021,
96
when we
members,
lost 13.
96 members have been returned. Donald
Ms.
Trump
Dean,
was there for
Ms. Dean, I
4.
reclaim. Ms. Dean,
Unanimous
your time is
consent
over.
To enter some documents in the record.
Without objection.
Let me just
So
tell you
ordered.
what they are. I'll enter into the record FY22 NDAA, which had bipartisan support, including Secretary Rubio, who was an original co-sponsor that explicitly endorsed promotion of DEI. Number 2, the Secretary said, quote, the Secretary shall implement performance and advancement requirements that reward and recognize the efforts of individuals in senior positions and supervisors in the department in fostering an inclusive environment and cultivating talent consistent with the merit system principles, such as participation in mentoring programs or sponsorship initiatives, recruitment events, and other similar opportunities. I'll also note for the record the bipartisan statement from Representatives McCall and Meeks in 2021, applauding the NDAA's focus on strengthening management operations of the Defense Department of State by recruiting and retaining a diverse workforce. I'd also like to enter into the record 2 articles from The Atlantic that I'm sure everyone here is familiar with regarding the National Security Advisor's use of signal. They are by Jeffrey Goldberg. Number 1 is Trump administration accidentally texted me war plans, for the record. Number 2, here are the attack plans that Trump advisors shared on Signal. And the final, Nick Kristof, New York Times, talking about exactly the cost of shuttering USAID, the millions around this world who will lose their lives. With that, I yield back.
Look, this is a
I
process.
appreciate it.
This is a
Ms.
process.
Dean, but
River announces Bitcoin interest on cash. Now, US dollars in your River account will earn you high-yield interest rate that can be paid in Bitcoin. With the price of groceries, mortgage, and tuition on a steep rise, people are now looking at a retirement age of 80 instead of 60. And that's all because dollars are losing value at a record pace. The challenge is finding a way to hold on to your dollar while still getting ahead. That's where River Bitcoin comes in. River Bitcoin's interest on cash protects your dollars with FDIC insurance while offering you the option to recap the potential gains of Bitcoin. Over the past 2 years, you would have earned 2 times the rate of most high-yield savings accounts and 16 times the rate of national average savings account with Bitcoin interest on cash. Get started at badlandsmedia.tv/river. Move your cash to River today and start earning real interest rate with Bitcoin. That's badlandsmedia.tv/river.
Schneider for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to associate myself with the words of my colleague from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean. The world's on fire. Russia is consolidating gains in Ukraine. China is testing red lines in the Pacific. Iran proxies are active across the Middle East. And now, just yesterday, the Trump administration announced it is open direct talks with Iran. That's a major development, one with implications for the regional stability, for nuclear proliferation, and for U.S. deterrence. This subcommittee, focused on oversight and intelligence, is precisely the place we should be asking about these issues and asking tough questions. What are the administration's objectives? What is the intelligence shaping this approach? What are the risks? What are our allies being told, and how are they supporting us or challenging us? But we're not doing that today. In his opening remarks, the chair appeared to claim that it was DEI policies that was responsible for Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Hamas's invasion of Israel, China's actions in the Indo-Pacific. I don't think he believes that, but that's what this hearing seems to imply. I'll use my military language. I won't. I'm just going to say we shouldn't be doing this. I was going to. Yep. So we're holding a hearing instead to relegate the past administration's diversity initiatives at the State Department while Tehran and Moscow coordinate and Beijing expands its influence. What are we doing? We're attacking internal HR policies, attacking them with some absurd, I have to say, absurd arguments, gentlemen. This is not serious foreign policy oversight. It's a political sideshow. And it's a profound abdication of the responsibility we hold in this committee as members of Congress. To be clear, I don't defend every initiative of the previous administration. I didn't then, I don't now. I raised concerns publicly and privately, but at least their efforts to broaden recruitment and strengthen retention at the State Department were aimed at building institutional capacity, strengthening America's capacity to perform diplomacy and development around the world, making our country more safe and more secure. That's more than I can say for what we are doing today. This hearing has nothing to do with confronting our adversaries. It has nothing to do with securing American leadership in a dangerous world. It has everything to do with scoring short-term political points and earning the favor of the gentleman at 1600 Pennsylvania. At a time when our credibility, our alliances, and our deterrence posture are on the line, we should be focused on the hard work of oversight, asking hard, challenging questions, reviewing classified assessments, holding this administration accountable for the real decisions like was made or at least announced yesterday. Instead, this committee is looking inward, picking fights with civil servants, and dangerously wasting the moment. This isn't leadership. This is abdication. And I want to pick up on something else that my colleague said. She quoted former Secretary Buttigieg, diversity is uniformity. And I'm going to argue that uniformity is a threat to what we are or who we are trying to be as a nation and our diplomacy. And I'll ask any of the two gentlemen, I'll read a quote and see if you share a concern I have about this. The quote is, quote, "The Department of State specialists on Near East were almost without exception unfriendly to the idea of a Jewish state. Some thought the Arabs, on account of their number and because of the fact that they controlled such immense oil resources, should be appeased. Some among them were also inclined to be anti-Semitic. I want to make plain that the President of the United States and not the State Department is responsible for making foreign policy. Do you agree with that, Mr. Harkinson?
Absolutely, the President of the United States is in charge of foreign policy.
Mr. Rogers?
Yes, I agree that the president is in charge of foreign policy.
Ambassador, do you know who said that by any chance? It's a trick question.
I think I do know who said it, but I'll say no.
It was President Truman.
Okay.
President Truman was talking about the Arabists in the State Department because at that time we had uniformity in our State Department. Uniformity in thinking, uniformity of experience, oftentimes uniformity in education. The reason we promote diversity in our diplomatic corps, from the most senior ambassadors to the most junior foreign officers, is because we need their experience, we need their perspective. And if we go down a path where it's not just merit, merit counts, it's imperative. But if we only say merit is the only thing, then we end up with a State Department that looked like it did in the 1940s. That's not what we want. We want a State Department that is prepared for the challenges of the 2025s and the century ahead, with a rising China, a threatening Iran, and a threatening Russia. We need these diversity programs to bring in people with a variety of perspectives, a variety of experiences, and a variety of ideas. And so I resent the idea that we should all be thinking alike or looking alike or following the same path. We need to challenge each other.
Time is over.
I yield back.
And I do appreciate a lot of your sentiments and a lot of the comments. I agree with you. The president is responsible for foreign policy, and there is no debate on that whatsoever. President Biden's responsible for the increase in Iranian aggression, for the defunding of many of the programs that were working, for Russia's continual focus whenever he wouldn't actually authorize lethal aid. It was President Trump who actually authorized lethal aid for the Ukrainians. It was President Biden who actually delisted the Houthi rebels that's disrupted 12% of global trade.
Are we extending
And
time for debate?
I'm happy to.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, October 7th in Israel would not have occurred under President Trump because there wouldn't have been $10 billion in unfrozen fungible assets, or was it now 1.7 billion barrels per day. Under President Trump, it was 500,000 barrels per day. When you talk about the illicit oil and ghost ships that are going. And look, I'm happy to have foreign policy discussions. We can go as far back into the Ottoman Empire expansion from Suleiman all the way up to 2011 when we talk about the Arab Spring and uprisings. I spent 10 plus years. It'd be a little bit long hearing. But I spent over 10 years in the Middle East, deployed in multiple locations. Foreign policy I do care about. But what I also care about is the strength of the State Department, same way I care about the strength of the armed services, which I know you do as well. And when I talk about, and Mr. Hankinson said it correctly, I don't care what my heart surgeon looks like. I care about whether or not he or she is the best at what she does. So when you say that if we only base it on merit, that's a mistake. I disagree. I think having the best and the brightest, regardless of what they look like, is the only thing that should matter.
So I appreciate that. There was a time when merit was defined as, did you have an Ivy League education? To get that Ivy League education, you had to come from the prep schools of the East Coast. Right? Having the experiences, if I had more time to talk to the witnesses, I would ask the ambassador why it's important that we have people who can relate to the experiences and perspectives of the nations we are sending them to represent our nation.
And by the way, happy to give a second round of questioning should you want to ask that.
I'll wait. I'm here.
At this time, I'd like to acknowledge my good friend, our ranking member, Representative Moskowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in fairness to the chairman, he is by himself here. So he is pulling. He's
yeah,
doing,
but the good thing is that there was 9 of you, it might be a fair fight.
Okay. He's pulling the duty of his whole committee. So, and first let me say, Mr. Chairman, we appreciate your service to the country and your continued commitment to folks in the State Department and going to other countries during times of need. I mean, you have been there. What we're saying, many things we're saying is like, look, we didn't agree with the Biden administration on many things. There were many things that we didn't agree. And we had these hearings already. These DEI hearings were occurring for 2 years. when you guys had the 118th. But at least when we disagreed with the Biden administration, we were like able to say it. You can barely find a Republican who's willing to come out and disagree with the current administration. At least in the House, I mean, a couple senators have come out and talked about the tariffs. I barely can find a Republican to come out and talk about the tariffs. I mean, can you imagine if President Biden did anything that caused the stock market to go down 7,000 points? I mean, they would show like 500 pictures of different basements trying to find out where President Biden is. Okay. You know, there is a lot to talk about of what's going on right now, a lot to talk about, right? And Republicans should feel okay to defend those things. If they believe in them, then they should be able to defend them. But there's not a single committee, subcommittee, or main committee talking about anything that is going on now. It's all backwards. It's all looking backwards. I mean, you know, the president came in and said, we're going to solve the Ukraine war on day one. That hasn't happened, right? That war's still going on. In fact, Putin is the one who just turned down a ceasefire, right? We should be talking about that. We had battle plans, attack plans, whichever adjective, verb you want to use, leaked on Signal. We talk about trust with our allies. I mean, that undermines trust with our allies. We have tariffs. We're tariffing friend and foe alike, the whole world. That undermines trust and credibility. And that doesn't mean that there isn't bipartisan support to try to fix supply chain. As someone who was the emergency management director during COVID, our supply chain is broken. Democrats and Republicans in the Trump administration and the Biden administration spent $8 trillion after COVID, didn't fix anything in the supply chain. And so, yeah, we do need to figure out how to onshore some of our manufacturing back. But the execution of this is crazy. I mean, that's why you're seeing people within the Trump administration fighting with each other in this Peter Navarro, Elon Musk stuff. You're seeing some of Trump's ardent supporters, billionaires, coming out and attacking the administration. Everyone understands we got to onshore jobs, but to tariff the whole world at the same time, to crash the stock market when that was clearly going to be a repercussion, these are things we should be talking about. You know, there was a lot, and you know how I like boards. I bring boards sometimes. You know, when President Zelensky came to the White House, right, to talk about trying to bring the conflict to an end, we heard a lot about what he was wearing. Oh my God, the precious Oval Office. He didn't wear a suit. I mean, here's a picture of Kid Rock in the Oval Office. He looks like he's about to jump over 10 buses, okay, when he's done on the White House lawn, okay? So, like, give me a little bit of a break. Okay, we can put that down now. I think that picture solves itself. But you know, what else are we talking about, right? Oh, Canada, they're going to be the 51st state. I'd love to have a hearing on that, right, to figure out how many people want to make that happen. By the way, if Canada were to become the 51st state, it'd be the last time we had a Republican president. It'd be the last time the Republicans ever controlled the U.S. House of Representatives, because between California and Canada, you'd have a lot more Democrats. We heard that we're all going to vacation in Gaza. I mean, are you guys excited to go vacation in the Riviera of the Middle East? You know, we've been treating Canada and Greenland for the first 3 months tougher than we were treating Iran. I'm glad now that we're focused on Iran. I'm glad that we're moving strategic resources there. It is an opportunity to talk about Iran. But we've been tougher on Europe for the first 90 days than we were on Tehran. And so there are lots of things that we can be talking about, Mr. Chairman, things that we haven't yet talked about, things that Republicans should feel comfortable in defending if they believe in them. But we're going back to hearings we've already had, not just in this committee, but a number of committees. And so that's why we're bringing it up, Mr. Chairman. My time is elapsed, and I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranking Member. We will now go to a second round of questions. I will just state for the record that in order for us to move forward as a nation, we must understand the mistakes of the past. And while this is just our first hearing, I think it is apropos for us to go through the past so that our next hearings can focus on how do we actually resolve key issues. But we did talk about oversight. The role of oversight is also how taxpayer monies, us as good stewards, are being utilized. And I think that we have seen where the offices of DEI, utilizing the 2 million and 7 million and 10 million and continuing to go up in numbers, could have been better spent on things that we all care about. Stopping the Iranian regime from nuclear power and allowing it to be a democratically elected free Iran. Stopping Russia's aggression, making sure that it's territorial sovereignty, and stopping China's continuation of its advancement towards a one-nation unification towards Taiwan. So I'm with you 100%, and we all share that sentiment. At this time, I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Hankinson, can you please outline the impact that DEI policies have had on recruitment and retention across the State Department?
On recruitment, we've essentially, we can debate what the term DEI hire means, but we have changed the way in which people come in. Instead of, you have to pass the written, then you take the oral, and then 10% of the people pass the oral. Now, you don't have to pass the written. They'll dig into that bucket with this holistic, or whatever you want to call it, character review, just like the universities do, so that they can get the right percentage. Then they put them into the oral after they've gone through this thing called a qualification evaluations panel, which again looks for personal essay, personal narrative, things that they can find to boost the right percentages, and then they pass 50% in the oral. So it's changed. I would say it's rigged the system to provide results that they want, as opposed to just judge people according to their abilities and merits. And so we've ended up with, and I take the point about diversity of viewpoint, I think is very important. Unfortunately, we've reduced the diversity of viewpoint, and we very much have a more left-wing State Department than we did back in the days of Truman and even 20 years ago. As far as morale, look, one side always wins when you rig a system. So I imagine they feel better. But the other side loses. And that's why, as Americans, it's always been so important that we judge each other not according to those immutable characteristics, but by the things that are more important. And I would say that has suffered in the past 5 years.
Thank you so much. And this whole rebranding of DEI, Mr. Rogers, Mr. Hankinson, in what ways could DEI initiatives continue under a different name or office within the State Department?
They can just, we've seen this happen in multiple government agencies and private corporations. They just change the job title of the person administering the program. They can rename the existing programs, but keep the same content of the programs and the rules that are applied. They can, like I said, change position titles, and then they can put DEI concept into other programs that you wouldn't know that they'd have done it, because based on the name, you wouldn't be able to see it. This is a real persistent problem, is that sort of attempt to burrow it in and hide it in other places.
And what kind of protections, Mr. Hankinson, do you think that we should implement to ensure that DEI initiatives cannot just simply be rebranded under a different name?
It'll be difficult because they're pretty embedded, and a lot of people believe in them and do very well out of them. But I think one thing is oversight about where the money goes. The number I heard was more like $40 million over the past 2 fiscal years spent on DEI and related programs, because you have to count things like paying a trainer $10,000 to come and talk to people about microaggressions. So I think that stuff has to go, the things that are divisive. And then one suggestion that I have is to change the recruitment and the promotion process so that you eliminate all of the obvious factors that you can tell about somebody, like their sex and their race and so on, so that you can judge them on how they did their job, how well they speak the language, how many times they've been to the region, and so on.
And just for the record, do you feel that since implementing the DEI officer, or DEIA, that the State Department has become more effective in their diplomacy efforts and in securing U.S. national interests abroad?
I believe in metrics, and I believe in proof, and the science. I don't see any metric by which you can judge that we have gotten safer, more prosperous, or more effective as diplomats as a result of spending this money. And I've seen some research that shows the exact opposite, that in fact morale and distrust and general sense of well-being among employees has gone slightly down.
Mr. James, or Mr. Rogers, I'd love to hear your response as well.
There's this saying, politics stops at the water's edge, that was popularized after World War II. And there's a reason for that. It's because when the department's not just the internal DEI programs, it's this promotion like we talked about in my testimony. The department's been promoting these DEI ideas all over the world. And that doesn't make us safer, because it's taking very divisive, contentious political issues we don't even agree on internally and trying to indoctrinate the rest of the world. The Foreign Service shouldn't be a missionary force to promote a certain ideology. And that encourages resentment among foreigners who don't accept the same cultural values. There's this whole idea from President Wilson of self-determination, And that just completely disrespects that principle that other countries should get to determine their own path forward rather than us dictating it to them.
And Madam Ambassador, I'd be happy to hear your comments as well on whether or not you think that our U.S. national and security interests were advanced in areas in the Middle East to help with stabilization as a result of DEIA.
Yes, I think they were beginning to be strengthened because we were walking the talk. And there's a reason that businesses, as well as others, change the titles but continue to do the work. That's because they know the value of the work. That's why there are companies like Costco, like Coca-Cola, like ELF that continue with these programs because they know that it's good for their customers and it's good for their workers. It's good management. If one of the programs I've listed for you is one that you would like to see go away, adding transparency and accountability. These are the things that we were working on to make a more inclusive and accountable and trusted organization. And I would be surprised to hear my colleagues suggest that there shouldn't be transparency in assignments or promotions.
My time unfortunately has expired, but I believe that rebranding and rechanging the name is just trying to be tricky. With that, I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you for giving us the chance to ask questions again. Mr. Rogers, you talk about the United States promoting ideals or values. Should the United States be promoting democracy around the world?
Yes, it should promote democracy, but democracy doesn't include promoting DEIA.
I'm just asking, should we be promoting anti-corruption around the world?
Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Hankinson, we've talked about as the State Department's changed, what percent of the senior ranks in the State Department are white?
I couldn't tell you exactly.
If
but
you were
what I
to
will
guess,
say,
is it more or less than 50%?
It's of the senior ranks, it's probably far higher than 50% because they were recruited in the 90s when the recruitment was not the same as it is today.
82.4%. So, you know, what's changed?
America's demography's changed. In 1990, it was probably 80% European and 12% African American, and the rest, Hispanic and Asian. And now the numbers of Hispanics are far higher, Asians are far higher, and so you will see a change in the recruitment. Also, women, I believe, are now slightly over 50% of new recruits.
Ambassador Abercrombie Winstanley, you've served in the State Department for a long time. You've been a diplomat around the world. I'm going to give you the rest of my time. Can you talk about why it is so important, two things, that the people who travel across the world to represent our nation reflect who we are as a nation, and why, as people see that, they appreciate that the people who are in those countries have an appreciation for the nuance and distinctiveness of each of those countries?
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. I know from my own personal experience, the surprise when I have walked into rooms representing the United States of America, the reaction of me being part of a delegation. Oh, you Americans, you talk about this, but you're actually doing it. You're a U.S. diplomat. And it brings us credibility as a nation that has said for centuries that everybody can come here and reach their full potential. That is what DEIA is about, trying to level the playing field so that people get as far as their abilities will take them. That is the message that we've been giving the world, and we have to show that diversity to be taken seriously. And people are watching us now as well, because we did make the case successfully about leveling that playing field. Again, the Department of State recruits where all of our different populations are in the nation, and we do live separately. People say Sunday morning is the most segregated time of the week in America. So we are in different places. So we have to recruit in different places, but we hire for merit. You have to pass that written exam until we made the changes, and keeping in mind that the written exam is very similar to an SAT test. Those sorts of questions are not what determine whether you're going to be a good diplomat. That's in the oral assessment, the assessment when we're asking people hypotheticals about situations that have happened with diplomats. That is where the rubber hits the road. And I've been an assessor, so I'm very familiar with all three sections of this exam and the difference. And my colleagues will know this because they've been through both. They know what that written test is and they know what the oral test is. So these are the things that help us get all of America through the door and out to the world. Languages, firsthand experiences with different cultures, my ability to blend in the streets of Cairo were what got my Arabic so good, and my ability to do negotiations in the vernacular, to do interpretations. When Governor Sununu came to Egypt, I was the one that was his interpreter for meetings. Those are the sorts of things that come because we have all Americans represented, and the world is watching us. We cannot give up on this, and people will continue to do it. They'll call it something else, but it's good leadership, it's good management to take care of all of your people, not just the ones that remind you of you or that you have something in common. They went to the same school as you. Take care of everybody. That's inclusion.
And I'll add one thing with the writing test. I was an engineer undergraduate. Writing was not my strength. I know that if I was going to get into a career and succeed, I had to learn to write. But if I could get in the door, I would have the chance to gain those skills and use my other skills that come naturally to succeed. That's why we have to balance how we evaluate people, not with a standardized test, but with evaluations of what do they bring in the full package. I yield back.
Thank you so much, Mr. Snyder. I'll just point out the fact that there's a difference in equity and equality. And the difference is one believes in equal opportunity, the other one believes in equal outcome, and that is not merit. And I will say one more time that it is important for us to understand the history and our past mistakes in order to try and advance and move forward to guarantee we have a stronger diplomatic corps, to make sure that our armed forces have everything they need, because none of our adversaries are scared by the ideas that we can he, him, she, her, they, them, or outpronoun them as we walk on to the battlefields, whether that be militarily, diplomatically, or economically. And I can tell you that the Ayatollah in Iran is not sitting there worrying about our diversity, equity, and inclusion. They're worried about the fact that this is the strongest nation on earth. I want to thank the witnesses for their valuable testimonies and the members for the questions. The members of the subcommittee may have some additional questions for the witnesses, and we will ask you to respond to these in writing. Pursuant to committee rules, all members may have 5 days to submit these questions and extraneous materials for the record, subject to the length and limitations. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Experience the miracle of a God-given first responder for your health and an ally in your body that fights everything from minor ailments to major health threats. That ally is your immune system. At Pet Club 24/7, we harness the ancient wisdom of nature with our exclusive potent strain of medicinal mushroom, revered for thousands of years for their immune-supporting properties that are extremely safe with no addictions or overdoses, no side effects, and no interactions with medications. Transform how you manage your health with our all-natural products that help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our natural, time-tested solution, and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Transform how you manage health with our all-natural products and help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our all-natural, time-tested solution and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Visit badlandsmedia.tv/petclub now. That's badlandsmedia.tv/petclub, treating pets and their parents better.
Secretary, thank you for being with us.
Good morning and thank you. It's an honor to be with you this morning, and let me begin by conveying my best wishes of President Trump. He understands that national strength comes from the ground up, not the top down, and this concept applies to good government just as much as it does to banking and capital formation. For too long, financial policy has served large financial institutions at the expense of smaller ones. No more. No more. This administration aims to give all banks the chance to succeed, whether it's JP Morgan or your local mortgage and loan. It aims to get capital to Americans who need it by getting bureaucracy out of the way. For the last 4 decades, basically since I began my career in Wall Street has grown wealthier than ever before, and it can continue to grow and do well. But for the next 4 years, the Trump agenda is focused on Main Street. It's Main Street's turn. It's Main Street's turn to hire workers. It's Main Street's turn to drive investment. And it's Main Street's turn to restore the American dream. And who's going to lead this revival? The men and women in this room. As community and small bankers, you know the needs of small town America and your communities better than anyone. You know the concerns of a young couple saving for their first home, the worried look of a single mother just scraping by, and the stress of a father trying to pay for his child's education. You know these people personally. You know how to best help them, and you know it far better than any regulator here in Washington. This is the animating belief behind the Trump administration's approach to small banking policy. Bureaucratic hubris has escaped the Beltway. Our goal is to put it back in its cage. Community bankers can make America great again if the government will let you. My job is to make sure it lets you. This morning, I want to talk about how. In the past, bank regulators have exercised vast powers on almost every aspect of daily life, but without meaningful accountability to the American people. Most glaringly, regulation through supervision has too often taken place behind a veil of secrecy that precludes scrutiny by the public and their elected officials. President Trump is correcting this. He has tasked the Treasury Department with ensuring that the financial services regulators fulfill their statutory mandates consistent with his priorities. To this end, the Treasury Department intends to play a greater role in financial regulation. The Financial Stability Oversight Council, FSOC, is one potential forum. The President's Working Group on Financial Markets is another option. We also regularly engage with each federal regulator. Our guiding principles are rooted in President Trump's focus on restoring common sense to government. First, regulation should derive from a clear statutory mandate. That includes safety, soundness, mitigating risk to financial stability, and consumer protection. Second, regulation should be efficient. This means regulation should strike an appropriate balance between cost and benefits. Third, regulation should be fair. That means the rules of the road should be clearly stated and consistently applied across entities and across time. Lastly, the regulators themselves should be efficient. Fulfilling their statutory mandates does not require ever-increasing budgets and employee headcounts. These common sense principles have important practical implications. For example, striking a balance between cost and benefits requires tailoring regulatory actions to the specific risk profiles of different business models. In assessing the cost of a regulatory action, we should be attentive to the potential burdens arising from unintended consequences. In assessing the benefits of a regulatory action, we should remember the tremendous economic and human cost of a financial crisis. As we apply these principles, a particular focus of mine will be the effects on Main Street. In the past, some regulatory actions have unduly burdened community banks or erected barriers to entry. Other regulatory actions have entrenched the dominant positions of the largest banks. More generally, bank regulation has not taken effects on economic growth into account. That in turn has meant less lending, slower wage growth, more inflation, and fewer opportunities for American families. To ensure that Main Street matters more in bank regulation, I and the rest of the Treasury team will devote the necessary time and attention to the quite technical, substantive aspects of regulatory reform. In that spirit, I would like to preview my thinking on a few specific issues. I will start with community banks. Community banks help ensure that the benefits of economic growth reach all Americans across this large and diverse country. They make many of our small business and agricultural loans, especially in small towns and rural areas. They are also the center of their community's civic life, cutting the check for the new playground, teaching financial literacy in schools, and employing many of the local leaders. Our nation's community banks, however, face many challenges, including from existing new competitors, rising costs for compliance, technology, and personnel. In particular, I am concerned that community banks' vital work is undermined by undue compliance burdens. The cost of investments in technology to comply with new reporting and other requirements, the difficulty, time, and expense of recruiting specialists for compliance roles, the expense of third-party loan file reviews at the suggestion of examiners, the lending foregone to avoid undue supervisory scrutiny of relationship banking, and so on. This all adds up. The cumulative effect is a significant drain on the resources, time, and attention of management away from serving customers. For community banks, even a single new compliance staff member is a significant increase in expenses. Applying our common sense principles here, the Treasury Department intends to drive more tailored regulation to the community bank model. There may be strong cases for categorical exemptions of community banks from some entire regulations. In particular, we'll be taking a close look at the CFPB's recent rules and the bank regulators' expectations related to internal controls. This will include, for example, third-party risk management and information security. Besides better tailoring of regulation, perhaps the single most important reform will be to refocus bank supervision on material financial risk. Regulators should keep the main thing the main thing. Supervision has an important role in ensuring bank safety and soundness, but as we saw with the bank failures in spring 2023, unduly centering supervision on management, other governance matters can distract examiners and banks' risk managers from the real risk to safety and soundness. The associated mission drift can lend itself to political ends, as we saw with the focus on climate and the debanking of disfavored individuals and industries. All of this drives up distractions and compliance costs while impeding responsible lending and risk-taking. To make matters worse, the banks have no meaningful recourse. Concern about retaliation makes the existing supervisory appeals options more theoretical than real. Regulators even limit banks' ability to share the specifics of their concerns with policymakers, including me, Treasury Secretary of the United States of America, by prohibiting disclosures of confidential supervisory information. The Treasury Department intends to drive a change in the culture of supervision through improvements to examination procedures, enhanced monitoring of examiners' compliance with these procedures, and more realistic processes for appealing supervisory findings. Perhaps the most consequential step would be to define unsafe and unsound by rule using more objective measures rooted in financial risk. In the meantime, I have previously asked each of the bank regulators to consider removing reputational risk as a basis for supervisory criticism, and that effort is well underway. When considering the effects of bank regulation on community banks, we should ask ourselves, why so much financial activity has moved out of the regulated banking system? For example, the shift of mortgage lending to non-banks has undercut an important line of business for community banks. It is clear this shift out of the banking system is to some degree driven by regulation, in particular by outdated capital requirements on some exposures that are well in excess of the latest evidence on the actual risk of those exposures. Modernizing regulatory capital could reduce risk to financial stability by leveling the playing field across banks and non-banks. Modernization also could enhance banks' ability to support innovation and economic growth and improve their safety and soundness. Modernization was purportedly even the original intent of the Basel Committee's endgame standards. However, the July 2023 proposal under the Biden administration to implement these endgame standards is not, in my opinion, the right starting point for our modernization effort. Important aspects of the endgame standards cannot be explained or even understood because the Basel Committee offered little rationale. Despite that, somehow, the only time the U.S. bank regulators found cause to deviate from the Basel Committee's standards was to reverse engineer increases in capital. We intend to take a different approach. We should not outsource decision-making for the United States of America to international bodies. Instead, we should conduct our own analysis from the ground up to determine a regulatory framework that is in the interest of the United States and its citizens. To the extent that the endgame standards can provide inspiration, we could borrow selectively from them, but this should only be done to the extent that we can independently validate the underlying rationale and then make that rationale available for public comment. A significant open question would be how to foster competitive parity across large and small banks and non-bank lenders. Modernizing regulatory capital likely would mean reduced capital requirements for mortgage loans and some other exposures that are core to the community bank model. Giving only large banks the benefit of the reduced requirements for those exposures, as actually contemplating under the Biden administration, would have entrenched their already dominant position. One possible solution would be to give each bank that is not mandatorily subject to the modernized requirements the option in its discretion to opt in. This is what I mean by ensuring Main Street matters more. While we're on capital, I should briefly acknowledge that we will also look at the capital buffer framework that applies to the largest banks. The process for sizing each large bank stress capital buffer, for example, should be consistent with the law and otherwise provide appropriate transparency and opportunity for comment. That is especially important here, given the role that the associated stress testing indirectly plays in the pricing and allocation of financing. I have previously raised concerns about whether the leverage capital restrictions are too frequently binding. The bank regulators are now hard at work to develop a proposal to ensure that leverage capital functions as an appropriate backstop. The post-2008 reforms required large increases in banks' investments in central bank reserves, treasuries, and other high-quality assets that can be liquidated during a stress event. More than 1/4 of banks' balance sheets now allocated to these assets, more than double the share before the 2008 crisis. While strengthening liquidity, the shift to safe assets has meant less funding available for loans and other productive assets. Some of that shift was driven by the increase in reserves created by the Federal Reserve's quantitative easing. Abundant reserves might have prompted some examiners to ratchet up their expectations as to minimum reserves without any formal change in regulation, essentially establishing a de facto reserve requirement through supervision. It is time that we step back and reassess these and other cost benefits of the liquidity framework. This assessment should identify opportunities to expand the role of loans and other productive assets as collateral for funding during a period of stress, and thereby help get banks back into the business of lending. For example, we will revisit the role of the discount window and the Federal Home Loan Banks, including whether there are opportunities to clarify the role of these funding sources in internal liquidity stress testing and the supervision of banks' contingency funding plans. Our assessment will also consider whether examiners have developed a bias toward reserves over other liquidity sources and how we can better ensure that liquidity buffers are indeed buffers, not regulatory minimums that banks can draw down during a period of stress. This is only the beginning. The Treasury Department plans to revisit the other aspects of prudential regulation. We will advocate for changes to the AML-CFT framework to truly focus on national security priorities and higher risk areas and explicitly permit financial institutions to deprioritize lower risk. We will work with Congress to consider reforms to deposit insurance, including potentially higher limits for business payment accounts. We will consider enhancements to failed bank resolutions to incorporate the lessons learned from the bank failures of 2023, including efforts to reduce the FDIC's losses in auctions of failed banks. We will take a close look at regulatory impediments to blockchain, stablecoins, and new payment systems. And we will consider reforms to unleash the awesome power of the American capital markets. Americans deserve a financial services industry that works for all Americans, including and especially Main Street. Under President Trump's leadership, the Treasury Department and I will deliver that to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your comments on the future regulatory landscape and apparatus, and we're going to get to that in just a minute. First, I'm going to ask a couple of questions about news of the day, and then we'll go into the regulatory framework. So, Mr. Secretary, first, just about the state of the economy. We've had about a week to digest the announcements from the president, and we've seen some of the world's response. What's your message to the bank leaders here in the room about the state of the economy and the market reaction?
Well, thank you for having me. And, I would say people in this room know more about the state of the economy than I do. That I have always been, for my investment business, we used to do what was called the micro driving the macro. So we did not have any better model for predicting non-farm payrolls, core PCE, that, because I think a lot of that is this. But what we did was we went out, we talked to banks, we talked to businesses, we constructed a mosaic from the bottom up. And I can tell you that there is a little uncertainty, but that in general, the companies that I've spoken to, the people who have come, the CEOs who have come into Treasury, tell me that the economy is very solid. We got some very good jobs numbers last Friday. So, I think that we are in pretty good shape.
Thank you. Tariffs. It's been about a week since the president announced his plan. The reciprocal tariffs went into effect last night. And I know, and I've been reading and listening to you and other administration officials who've said that depending on how some other nations react, those could come down or those could go away. So if you could share a little bit on, have you been encouraged with the response from other nations to the administration? Has it been what you've been hoping for? What's that outreach from across the globe been like, and how are those negotiations going?
Well, Rob, I will tell you that Wednesday, after the president gave his address in the Rose Garden, as I was doing media, I was out telling other countries, don't retaliate. And I think what a lot of people are missing here is that the levels that were put out last Wednesday are a ceiling. So if you don't retaliate, that is the ceiling. So we've been overwhelmed with the response to come to DC and negotiate. So President Trump on Monday had a very good call with the Japanese Prime Minister. He had a very good call with the President of Korea yesterday. We're seeing a delegation from Vietnam. So I think we have about 70 negotiations lined up. I'm not planning on going anywhere for Easter. And I believe that I had obviously been providing advice on the tariffs, working more on the tax bill that we'll talk about. And now I'm going to take a lead negotiating role in a lot of the tariffs, starting with the Japanese delegation. But in terms of escalation, unfortunately, the biggest offender in the global trading system is China. And they're the only country who's escalated. And I can tell the rest of the world that I'm not sure whether it was the Prime Minister or the Economic Minister in Spain made some comments this morning. Oh, well, maybe we should align ourselves more with China. That would be cutting your own throat, because I can tell you that these Chinese exports that the US tariff wall is going to keep out, that China, for all of you who can remember that Disney movie of the brooms carrying the buckets of water, that is the Chinese business model. It never stops. They just keep producing and producing and dumping, and it's going somewhere. And I think, Rob, at the end of the day, that we can probably reach a deal with our allies, with the other countries that have been long-term. They've been good military allies, not perfect economic allies, and then we can approach China as a group.
Yeah. One other question on news of the day, and then we'll go into regulation and some other Treasury agenda items. So you're the point person for the President of the United States on the spending bill, the budget, and the tax bill. How are those negotiations going right now? Is this something that'll get done for the August recess? How's that going to play out?
So it's going better than expected. I may live to regret that remark. I understand you're seeing Congressman Arrington today. I would urge him for tell him that you want certainty on taxes for yourselves, for your customers. And look, the reason I came out from behind my desk, I'm not sure what a budget hawk looks like, but I see one when I look in the mirror. And one of the reasons I came out from behind my desk was this incredible fiscal prolificacy and irresponsibility that the last administration did. 6.7% deficit to GDP. We have never seen when we weren't at war or in a recession, and they just spent. So what we're trying to do is bring down government spending, they right-size the federal workforce, and then on the other side, as I just described, through safe, smart, and sound financial deregulation, make it possible for you all to re-leverage the private sector. So we want to deleverage the government sector, re-leverage the private sector, but we can't do it all at once. And I tell these congressmen, I tell the senators, look, our fiscal situation is a 350-pound, 2-pack a day smoker on the ICU table, and he or she is not going to get off that table and run the Ironman. And we're going to get on a treadmill. We are going to bring the deficit to GDP hopefully down by 1% every year and get it back toward the long-term target of 3.5%. So and look, I understand why some of these congressmen, some of these senators, they are rabid and like, we got to do it now, but we can't do it all at once, or that will cause a recession. What will keep us from having a recession is making sure that the tax bill doesn't expire, adding back 100% depreciation, and then adding some of President Trump's agenda, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, and making, when I bought my first car, I'm 62, when I bought my first car, auto loans were tax deductible. So we're going to do that again for American-made cars.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Now let's go segue to regulation. I was taking notes and reading the the full speech behind the stage, and a couple of highlights stood out. And I have a question for you. The important role community banks, the important and unique role community banks play in our economy, tailoring regulation, change in a culture of supervision. You mentioned deposit insurance modernization in the written remarks, resolutions to AML framework, bank resolution, regulatory capital, your concerns with Basel, your concerns around, non-bank financial intermediation and activity. I mean, this, Mr. Secretary, is an ambitious, warranted, and most welcome set of reforms. So thank you. My question for you is, how are you going to go about doing all of that? That's a big, big list, and you have an incredibly important role. So what's the strategy to try to get all this done?
Yes, so Rob, I was fortunate that President Trump entrusted me on behalf of him with choosing the personnel for these spots. Jonathan McKernan's here today. He's going to lead the CFPB. Jonathan Gould, I think, is about to be confirmed as head of the OCC. Travis Hill is acting at FDIC. Brian Quinez at CFTC. Mickey Bowman moving up. Everyone in this room's friend, Michael Barr, moving down. Mickey Bowman moving up. So I do believe policy is personnel, personnel is policy. So I'm just the conductor, and I got a great orchestra, and we're going to make great music.
Well, we're going to be partners with you on making that music. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We have about 2 minutes left with the Treasury Secretary, so two other really quick ones. Fighting fraud, which is a huge priority for us at the ABA. We welcomed your announcement quite recently of moving away from paper into digital forms of payments out of the Treasury. We think that is fantastic. Let's talk a little bit about the transition and how we make that work together.
Right. So unfortunately, mail fraud has actually picked up. And I don't have to tell people in here about check washing and all of that. So we are trying, for government checks, we are trying to make that more paperless because it's more secure and more efficient. So we'll see what happens. I think, unfortunately, just like auto accidents, we can put in seatbelts, we can put in all the warning systems. There's still going to be auto accidents, but I think we can start pushing that down.
We agree, and we have all these public awareness campaigns that we're going to continue to bring to bear. Banks never ask that. Practice safe checks, safe banking for seniors, all of these, which will complement the effort that Treasury has put forward, which we think is great. And in our last minute, Mr. Secretary, I know for you, we've talked about this before, a priority for you is financial literacy. So I want to give you the last minute to talk about why that's a priority for you and where you aim to steer the Treasury Department going forward.
Sure, and Rob, look, I may seem very exciting, but I actually began my career as a banks analyst and insurance analyst. And if you think being a banks analyst ruins your eyesight, being an insurance analyst is worse. So I used to read Camel reports. I've read Kansas statutory life insurance reports. And look, I've seen the way to grow the American dream. Most people that just want to know the way forward. And what we saw with Occupy Wall Street was a disenchantment with the system. And I believe that we have to bring more people into the system. I lived in Miami for a while, and as part of our church, we went and helped the people in the community, underserved communities, prepare their tax returns. When we show somebody they're getting a refund that they didn't know they were going to get, it's very, very exciting. So we've got a big cohort in the U.S. who just, they want to know, like, how does money work? How does household balance sheet work? And I think the community banks, along with Treasury, can play a big role in that. And it stops financial fraud. I will confess to everyone in this room, my deep, dark secret is I am from South Carolina, and like many people there, I have a Dr. Pepper for breakfast, which puts me at the Circle K on Meeting Street at about between 7 and 6, because I don't do it at home. It's kind of like getting sent outside. I don't want my kids to see it, so but it puts me at the Circle K on Meeting Street in Charleston, South Carolina, 7:30 in the morning. There, bunch of young men in there, primarily African American. The construction workers going to work, and they'll come up, Mr. When I win the lottery, will you manage my money for me? So the best thing you can do is not play the lottery. But they don't understand how to put the money away, how to create wealth, how to put it in the stock market. And they want to learn. And I think that that's going to be a big part of the American dream. I think that during the recovery or the rescue phase of COVID, it was very important to get those checks out. We probably sent a little too much out during the recovery phase. But like those households have gone through a lot of that. And I think with proper financial literacy, they could have improved their savings. That College of Charleston, my hometown, has a great program for students who, first ones in their family to go to college or are on full financial aid. These kids show up, American Express is in the freshman quad, signing them up to a credit card. And within 3 semesters, they're over their head in debt and they got to drop out. So like the American dream, that I think financial literacy or financial security is the American dream. And everyone in this room can do to help. Treasury, if you have ideas, bring them to Treasury. This is Financial Literacy Month, and we're going to be working with a lot of organizations. We're going to do it every April we're going to have 3 more of these, so I'd love to be a part of that with everybody in this room.
Well, that's great. Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us today. Thank you for your leadership on behalf of the nation. Please join me in thanking Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media, but I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup, the sequel to the best-selling Sci-War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots. Let's make it official.
Used to keep our government transparent and accountable. FOIA was recommended for passage by the Senate Judiciary Committee October 4, 1965, and it became law 1966. This watershed legislation signaled a sea change. No longer would government information be assumed to be out of reach of the average American. Instead, the assumption became that Americans would have access to their government and its working. The language from Judiciary Committee report, October 1965, quote, "The committee feels that this bill as amended would establish a much needed policy of disclosure while balancing the necessary interests of confidentiality. A government by secrecy benefits no one. It injures the people it seeks to serve. It injures its own integrity and operation. It breeds mistrust dampens the fervor of its citizens and mocks their loyalty, end of quote. 60 years later, these words still ring true. And 60 years later, this committee continues to be a champion and caretaker of this law, and that's why we're here today. The federal government has often been resistant to required disclosures. FOIA's been attacked, circumvented, ignored, bypassed, and skirted. FOIA has also been used as a shield against congressional oversight, specifically my oversight. I can't tell you how many times that I've requested records from the executive branch under both Republicans and Democrats, and in turn, I get records with FOIA redactions. Congress didn't create FOIA for it to be used against the people it was intended to serve. It wasn't created to allow the federal government to hide information from Congress or the American people. We've accordingly come back again and again to end the workarounds and loopholes that bureaucrats use to avoid disclosure. This committee also keeps the law up to date in our rapidly changing world. When FOIA was signed into law in 1966, there was no internet, no electronic records, not even fax machines. In our digital era, the government must adapt to serve its citizens, especially when it comes to transparency. This is especially important given the volumes of requests that we're starting to see. Let's consider where we are today. FOIA's requests reached a record high in 2024 with more than 1.5 million requests. This is a 25% increase from the previous fiscal year. The number of requests processed by agencies also reached a record high at just under 1.5 million. This represents a 34% increase over previous year. FOIA is therefore clearly a tool that the American people value and use. Now, problems remain. Backlogs continue to be a problem. The time it takes for agencies to fulfill requests varies greatly, from less than a day in some cases to over 7 years in others. Access continues to be a problem. Too often, the only remedy for a FOIA denial is for the requester to file a lawsuit. But this option is obviously expensive for individuals and even nonprofits. The quality of records received also continues to be a problem. Now we have this situation of a document full of blacked out lines. That is not a meaningful disclosure, and it happens too often. This administration must turn a new leaf and be more transparent than other administrations. And so far, I commend their effort to this end. Many say that sunshine is the best disinfectant. FOIA is a vital law that shines bright sunlight on those who govern our nation and steward its resources. That's why we've continued to amend and improve FOIA. That's why it's worth our time and oversight today. Now to Senator Durbin, and then I'll introduce our guests.
Thanks, Chairman Grassley, for holding this hearing on FOIA. It's been compliance with FOIA has plagued agencies for years. They've struggled to meet statutory deadlines. They've grappled with significant backlogs. They've been driven by staffing shortages, a lack of resources, complex FOIA requests, and outdated technology. This committee has approached FOIA in a bipartisan fashion. It should continue to, working to ensure agencies comply with the law and taking opportunities to strengthen the law. But this hearing comes at a time when many Americans are angry and fearful. They are frightened for their jobs as the Trump administration fires thousands and thousands of government workers. They are alarmed by the state of their 401ks as the stock market threatens to plummet to historic lows with the president's new tariff package. Many are fearful for their friends, family, and neighbors as masked immigration agents grab parents and students who pose no threat off the street and throw them into unmarked vehicles. In America, they are concerned about affordable health care, their ability to retire, as Republicans debate cuts in the budget for programs like Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. The American people don't understand why the Trump administration is arbitrarily erasing decades of knowledge, science, and data while shutting down entire government agencies. In this moment of chaos and uncertainty, robust transparency laws like FOIA, which demand our government answer tough questions, are essential. FOIA was established to ensure we have a window into the inner workings of federal agencies and a tool for rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. Federal agencies work for the American people, and the American people deserve to know how their tax dollars are being spent. Under FOIA, any person can demand answers from the government. No matter how large or powerful an agency, when a person properly requests records through FOIA, the federal government must comply. And because FOIA exists, agencies are mindful of their responsibilities to the public. Government officials know through FOIA information about their activities and decisions will not remain hidden forever. Some officials within the Trump administration, however, do not seem to care about America's right to know. Elon Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, has taken the position that he is not subject to FOIA. Musk makes bold statements that, quote, all government information should be public, he says. Yet DOGE is far from transparent. Its website is barely usable, and its false claims about how much money it's saving have repeatedly needed corrections. If DOGE doesn't comply with FOIA, it will be far harder, if not impossible, to uncover the full story of Musk's efforts to access extensive personal data of Americans without their permission, redirect billions of dollars congressionally authorized funds, and fire thousands of hardworking public servants. We had a gathering yesterday with a lady who is the pardon attorney just a few weeks ago. Her name is Oyer. At one time, she went to a hearing and was told there was a message waiting for her in the hallway. She went outside to find that she had been terminated. The allegations that are made about her conduct have not been backed up with any evidence. She has tried to FOIA the documents she created and she knows exist, which exonerate her for her activity and prove that the statements made by the government in firing her were false. She can't FOIA her own documents from the Department of Justice. Is this law working for her? Why, of course not. The Trump administration is weakening the ability of agencies to respond to requests for information by eliminating employees responsible to respond to FOIA requests. The Office of Personnel Management has fired employees in its FOIA office. The career official heading up Department of Justice Office of Information Policy, which is charged with ensuring FOIA compliance, was fired. HHS Secretary Kennedy just fired everyone responsible for handling FOIA requests at the CDC and Food and Drug Administration. These efforts are toxic to our democracy because a functional, healthy democracy requires disclosure and transparency. The Senate Judiciary Committee should resist them on a bipartisan basis. I thank the witnesses for appearing today and Senator Grassley for chairing this important hearing.
Would you like to introduce your
Sure.
guest now?
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. We're joined today by Margaret Quokka, the Lawrence Herman Professor in Law at the Ohio State University's Moritz College of Law. Professor Quokka is the author of a book entitled Saving the Freedom of Information Act and is a distinguished expert in government transparency laws and regulations. Thank you, Professor Quokka, for being here.
Okay. Our first witness is Dr. Daniel Epstein. He's an associate professor of law at St. Thomas University, Miami, and vice president of American First Legal. Dr. Epstein has litigated FOIA matters for over a decade, and his scholarship includes a focus on government transparency. His work has appeared in numerous publications, and he's the author of the book that's entitled The Investigative State, Regulatory Oversight in the United States. We have Mr. Mike Howell. Mr. Howell is president of the Oversight Project. That's the name of it, the Oversight Project. He previously worked at the Heritage Foundation and the Department of Homeland Security. Prior to Department of Homeland Security, he conducted oversight investigations in both the House and Senate. And would you folks rise so I can offer oath? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? They all said yes. So we'll start with Dr. Epstein and then go with the next two in that order. Go ahead.
Thank you. Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on the Freedom of Information Act, FOIA. The FOIA statute is an amendment to the original public records provisions of the Administrative Procedure Act. As such, it is part of a series of checks to the growing federal bureaucracy. As the Supreme Court has explained, the basic purpose of FOIA is to ensure an informed citizenry, vital to the functioning of a democratic society, needed to check against corruption and to hold the governors accountable to the governed. Transparency advocates often quote Justice Brandeis's dictum that sunlight is said to be the best disinfectant, but less quoted is Brandeis's statement, electric light, the most efficient policeman. In our cloud and AI-based world of public information, modernized government should mean modernized transparency. I will focus my testimony on three critical areas where reform is needed. First, proactive disclosure requirements under FOIA. Second, pattern or practice claim review. And third, the effectiveness of the administrative process in reducing litigation costs. Proactive disclosure under the Freedom of Information Act obligates agencies to publicize information, notwithstanding the existence of a particular request, or when records are frequently requested. It is unclear, however, how to remedy agency failures to proactively disclose. Does FOIA provide that remedy, or does the Administrative Procedure Act? I believe administrative policy can go a long way in this area. For example, issued in 2019, Executive Order 13892 mandated public disclosure of a whole host of agency decisions. It was rescinded on January 20th, 2021, but would strongly serve the public interest if codified by Congress. Agencies generally comply with proactive disclosure requirements, including using searchable electronic reading rooms to post frequently requested records. But even greater transparency could be achieved by using technology to allow requesters to search for specific keywords within a set of documents, as relevant documents may be in the thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of pages. Pattern or practice claims. A pattern or practice claim under FOIA is established when a plaintiff demonstrates the agency defendant has consistently failed to comply with FOIA's requirements, typically in the form of chronic delays and backlogs in responding to requests. Pattern or practice claims alleging systematic delays or denials are difficult to win. Violations of statutory deadlines can inform a pattern or practice cause of action, but past delays alone are insufficient unless they demonstrate a likelihood of future harm. In a world of increasing backlog with FOIA processing, agencies may strategically delay complex or politically salient requests to avoid political risk with disclosing documents. It is hard to show that such agency delay was the result of an intention to unreasonably delay processing versus a recognition that the FOIA workload takes time to process. Congress should clarify that when agencies engage in a pattern or practice of withholding documents or delaying processing, they're acting in an arbitrary and capricious manner. In addition to identifying intentional delay as arbitrary and capricious, Congress should also clarify that any such practice is itself the sort of rule of general applicability that must be publicly noticed in the Federal Register. Agency noncompliance with public notice requirements should entail some form of sanction or penalty on the agency. Lastly, administrative fixes and costs. Litigation remains a costly yet frequently necessary tool for FOIA requesters. According to the Department of Justice's annual FOIA litigation reports, the number of FOIA lawsuits has steadily increased over the past decade, largely due to agency delay or non-responsiveness. Congress sought to respond to these problems by providing a plaintiff with attorney's fees whenever the plaintiff substantially prevailed in a case. Yet such determinations give courts discretion to determine whether a plaintiff, typically in a summary judgment posture, won enough claims to have substantially prevailed. Due to such uncertainty, small organizations or individuals filing FOIA requests often end their process at the administrative stage. Congress should clarify the standard for substantially prevailing to mean whenever an agency is judicially compelled to take some action it refused to do during the administrative process. Concerning the administrative process, Congress has established the Office of Government Information Services at the National Archives. This is a key resource for Congress to direct its attention to, allowing OGIS to do more than just simply notifying agencies of wrongdoing and to actually mediate disputes. Thank you.
Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Margaret Kwoka, and I'm on the faculty at Ohio State University's Moritz College of Law. I would like to begin by thanking this committee for its continued bipartisan leadership in strengthening the Freedom of Information Act and overseeing its implementation. FOIA is essential to democracy. The public must know what its government is doing to be able to hold elected officials accountable, engage with government entities fairly, and advocate for themselves and their communities. Nowhere is FOIA's importance more evident than in its use by the news media, which acts as an intermediary capable of disseminating information obtained from government to the public at large. Journalists make particularly good use of FOIA in uncovering government waste, abuse, and misconduct, and in understanding what kinds of outside influences impact government decision-making. Even a single request by the news media can have an outsized impact in improving public health and safety or helping citizens be fully informed in their exercise of democratic rights at the ballot box. Still, FOIA has suffered from long-standing challenges. Despite the dedicated work of hundreds of FOIA professionals across the government, FOIA requesters still face extreme delays in receiving responses from agencies. Moreover, recent reductions in the federal workforce have reportedly impacted FOIA offices, a development that's particularly concerning given that those offices were already under-resourced and unable to keep up with the pace of requests. FOIA has also suffered from agencies over-withholding records under the law's exemptions, and agency websites routinely fail to publish records that FOIA requires to be made affirmatively available. Again, there is reason to worry these systemic challenges are only becoming more serious. I believe there are clear opportunities for Congress to amend FOIA to address these long-standing and ever-growing challenges. To begin, Congress could strengthen FOIA's affirmative disclosure provisions, also known as reading room requirements. Increasing affirmative disclosure holds the promise to improve the ease of access to the very government documents that are of the most interest to the public, all while creating efficiencies for agencies that no longer have to respond to repetitive individual requests one at a time for those types of records. While the frequently requested records provision of FOIA, last updated in 2016, was an important advancement, it has not gone far enough. At many agencies, requesters routinely seek the same types of documents by the hundreds or even thousands. Even if each individual record requested is distinct, the category of record is the same, revealing opportunities for agencies to affirmatively publish the whole category and obviate the need for individual requests. Congress should require agencies to publish standardized versions of their FOIA logs so the public can see what records are most often requested, and then mandate that agencies identify the top categories of most frequently requested records in their annual FOIA reports. They could then be required to detail how those records will be made affirmatively available going forward or justify why affirmative publication is not feasible. Measures such as these, which would allow for agencies to design their own customized affirmative disclosure programs, have the potential to radically reduce the number of requests the public must make, thereby improving both transparency and agency efficiency. To ensure that those new or any existing affirmative disclosure requirements are effective, Congress should also amend the statute to make clear that district courts have the power to fully enforce FOIA's provisions, including the reading room provisions. Presently, conflicts in the courts on this issue threaten to undermine the promise of affirmative disclosure. Apart from affirmative disclosure requirements, Congress could also strengthen the presumption of disclosure agencies should exercise in the application of exemptions. In the 2016 amendments, recognizing that unnecessary secrecy remains rampant in agency claims of exemption, Congress enacted the foreseeable harm requirement, that exemptions not be claimed merely because they could technically apply, but also only when the agency can articulate a foreseeable harm that will result from release. While this was a meaningful step in the right direction, the analysis has proven incomplete, because what is missing is the weighing of any potential harm against the public interest in disclosure. The result is that even a minimal harm articulated by the agency will justify secrecy, even in the face of overwhelming public interest in, for example, public health or safety. Congress should amend FOIA to include a public interest balancing test to realize FOIA's goal of maximum disclosure. Beyond these areas, I detail further recommendations in my written testimony, including methods for addressing first-person requesting, strengthening the Office of Government Information Services, creating a universal FOIA portal, and improving technological solutions to agency search and processing. Thank you again for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify about our experiences as frequent FOIA requesters under the law. My name is Mike Howell, and I am the president of the Oversight Project. In the age of efficient e-discovery, automation, and technological advancements, the American people's ability to obtain records from their government under FOIA should be easy, but it is not. As a result, the rights afforded to the American people under FOIA are largely enjoyed solely by transparency organizations, journalists, and academic researchers. The everyday American, by and large, has been cut out. We launched the Oversight Project in 2022 because we recognize that congressional oversight of the executive branch has become ineffective. The erosion of Congress's ability to procure documents from the executive branch, to hold wrongdoers accountable, and to provide transparency to the American people about how their government works has left a void. We are filling that void. In our short existence, we have filed over 100,000 FOIA requests and sued the federal government almost 100 times. Through our work, we have procured over 1 million pages of government documents on over 350 topics. We recently launched our document depository that allows the public to search this huge database. Through FOIA requests and litigations, we have been able to successfully obtain documents that reveal important information to the American people. Our cases animated some of the most controversial scandals of the Biden administration. The following are examples of our work. We filed multiple lawsuits surrounding the Department of Homeland Security's response to allegations that Border Patrol agents whipped Haitian illegal aliens in 2021. Our work proved that Secretary Mayorkas knew that was a false narrative before he pushed it from the White House podium. He was later impeached in part for that. We sued and obtained records concerning the U.S. Marshals Service interpretation of 18 U.S.C. 1507, the statute that is supposed to protect Supreme Court judges from threats outside their homes. This was in the wake of intimidation tactics after the Dobbs leak. Additionally, we sued the FBI and Justice Department on multiple topics concerning the weaponization of law enforcement. In one case, we sued U.S. Attorney David Weiss for his lack of independence in conducting the Hunter Biden investigation prior to his appointment as special counsel. We also procured documents from the FBI showing that agents that kneeled in solidarity with Black Lives Matter rioters were later promoted. Additionally, we exposed the partisan application of President Biden's Executive Order 14019, which mobilized the federal government to support voter registration. Our work was cited in multiple lawsuits by state AGs challenging the EO and 3 House committees' investigations into the same. Now, along with Judicial Watch and a conglomerate of media entities, we have sued the Department of Justice for the audio recording of President Biden's interview with Special Counsel Hur. As you all will recall, Special Counsel Hur declined prosecuting President Biden for mishandling classified materials because he thought that a jury would see President Biden as a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. In addition, we have undertaken many similar investigations related to President Biden's lack of mental capacity. Recently, we released an investigation that discovered that the Biden White House made prolific use of an auto pen device to sign pardons and other presidential documents. Given President Biden's lack of mental capacity and proof that he himself was not signing the documents, President Trump has declared those pardons to be null and void. Now, this applies to the last-minute pardons of the January 6th committee, and Senator Schiff has stepped out, but this would apply to his pardon as well. These are just a few examples of the important FOIA and other transparency work our organization conducts. Now, yes, we've been criticized by left-wing media for the volume of FOIA requests that we have sent, but we send that many FOIA requests because we have to. Agencies frequently deny or significantly delay requests that seek large volumes of records that are overly complex. So we send a lot of targeted requests with specific custodians, search terms, date ranges, etc., because that's what we have to do. Congress can take steps to make FOIA more accessible to the everyday American. A lot of my fellow witnesses have pointed out those specific steps, and I agree with them in full. The statute needs updating, and it should be accessible to the everyday American and not just professional transparency organizations and journalists. And with that, I thank you all for the invitation to testify and look forward to answering any questions.
Thanks to the three of you for your work and time you put in for this testimony and answering our questions. We'll have 5-minute rounds. I'm going to start out with Dr. Epstein and refer to the Office of Information Policy at DOJ and the Archives Office of Government Information Services. What steps could these offices take to improve the requester experience and FOIA administration across the government? And are there any statutory reforms that ought to be made?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've had experience with both organizations, both as the executive director of a transparency group and during my time in the executive branch. The National Archives and Records Administration's Office of Government Information Services, my experience is when requesters look to avoid litigation, they often look to OGIS to kind of resolve the disputes, effectively to mediate those disputes. My experience is that OGIS often will notify the government agency that there is a requester who is looking for a solution, but ultimately takes the position that it's in the government agency's discretion whether to use the OGIS process. And so I think one legislative reform is to say that whether you go as far as saying that the agency must mediate, certainly to exercise good faith in mediating a dispute. And that, of course, reduce the amount of litigation. In terms of the Office of Information Policy of the Department of Justice, I think one of the very effective things that office does is it provides an enormous amount of analysis on new case law developing through the courts. And of course, as many of you know, as recently as at least when I was in the administration, about 20% of the workload of the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia is FOIA cases. And so being able to get that guidance from the Office of Information Policy is useful. Now, the thing that I would say about the Office of Information Policy is it is often misunderstood that it is simply just an entity within the Department of Justice. The Office of Information Policy is supposed to set FOIA policy for the entire executive branch. And I often think that it is an ignored resource where agencies often consult their own chief FOIA officers without recognizing that the Office of Information Policy has such experience that it can well advise the agencies. And I think anything Congress can do to make that office more robust and to work with chief FOIA officers at agencies would be very helpful.
Mr. Howell, March 20 of last year, the U.S. Government Accountability Office released a report showing that in government-wide, the request backlog has continued to climb over the past decade. Long response times and backlogs violate the law and run counter to the spirit of the law. In your experience, what impact have agency backlogs had on your use of FOIA?
So the general practice of the federal government to turn what should be an administrative process into a judicial one where you have to sue and enforce, to get the information that you seek has made it so only that, the very organized and resourced individuals can go and sue to get that information. So the net result is the American people are in the dark about a lot of their activities related to how their government is operating. That is why we've had to really scale up not only our FOIA outgoing to 100,000, but in 100 lawsuits. And I believe the proof is in the pudding with the list of documents and stories we have broken as a result of that. But it shouldn't work that way. The federal government should adapt to the year 2025, lean into technological advancements, using potentially AI and automation to get these documents out more quickly. It shouldn't be such a human-intensive process.
He just brought up AI, so a question to you, Dr. Epstein. From the past several years, the chief of FOIA Officers Council has considered impacts of artificial intelligence. The requester community, too, has debated the possible promises and perils of using AI. In your view, how could AI improve FOIA process?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So I think one thing is that AI can be directly relevant to reading rooms. Often you will get agency reading rooms that, I just think about the FBI vault, where the ability to find useful documents is very difficult. It's not using the best kind of document discovery software. And I think there's at least two things. One is because so much of, virtually all agency records are now on the cloud, using AI as a tool for agencies to search for records would substantially reduce processing times, right? AI is effectively a predictive model that can locate, well, if a number of search terms are in this location, there is likely going to be search terms in similar locations, or at least relevant search terms. I think the other thing is that in contemporary times, a lot of transparency organizations are very pro-tech, which is to say, there's nothing that says that you can't have an API attached to government reading rooms that allows FOIA requesters to very efficiently download documents and then upload them into their own technological solutions. So that I think generally using AI in the federal government for transparency would be a good thing.
Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. One can argue that the most ambitious and energetic and active agency of government is not an agency of government. DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency, which I don't recall as part of our cabinet. But I believe that the courts have concluded that despite their protestations to the contrary, that DOGE is probably required to comply with FOIA. At least that's the status as we currently look at it. I worry about where this is headed if an agency with the power to eliminate federal agencies is not subject to FOIA. What is motivating these people? What activities are they engaged in? What disclosures should they make to the American public? Apparently, they don't believe there's anything they should disclose to the American public. Professor Coca, what's your opinion?
Thank you, Senator Durbin. There's, as you noted, the question about whether DOGE is subject to FOIA is currently in the courts. It's a long-standing doctrine under FOIA that agencies that exercise their own independent authorities under the government are subject to FOIA, whereas the president's closest advisors are not, and the president, of course, himself is not subject to FOIA, and instead subject to the Presidential Records Act. I have no reason to believe that the courts are not perfectly capable of applying that test faithfully in this instance as they have in the past. The preliminary ruling that you're referring to was preliminary, but does indicate that the district court that currently has the case that's furthest along does view DOGE as likely to be subject to FOIA's requirements. It looks like that case may be moving into a discovery phase, which will give us more information about what DOGE is doing and its role in order for the courts to make that determination. And at this point, I see no reason to believe that the courts are not capable of making that determination. As to why an agency or a government entity would prefer to exempt itself from transparency, I think over the history of governments, it has been shown that transparency is uncomfortable, and that there are lots of reasons why government entities try to avoid it. But I think it's important to remember that transparency requirements serve two functions. One is to let the public know what the government is doing and to uncover any sort of misconduct or abuse of power. And the other is to deter that abuse of power and misconduct. When government officials know that what they're doing will come to light, they're less likely to act improperly. And so I think the faithful application of FOIA in this case, like in every other case, is extremely important.
And of course, there's another way to foil FOIA, and that would be what's happening at the Department of Health and Human Services, where the newly minted Secretary Robert Kennedy just fired personnel charged with handling FOIA requests at the CDC and the Food and Drug Administration. He did this after stating, and I quote, "Public health agencies should be transparent. And if we want Americans to restore trust in public health agencies, we need transparency." Reportedly, FOIA staff at numerous other agencies have also been fired. So what is the practical impact when the FOIA agency within the agency is virtually empty when they open the door to the office? Dr. Epstein?
Thank you, Senator. Well, I think one thing is, and I don't know the specifics of those firings, but I think certainly those circumstances should increase the obligation to make proactive disclosures. I would say in my own experience, one of the things that was most surprising to me, both as a transparency advocate and in the executive branch, is the number of agencies that use outside consultants or contractors for the purpose of managing their cloud and doing searches for the purpose of disclosure. So it would seem to me that if you're removing staff and still bound by compliance requirements, you're going to have to find some ability to conduct searches and productions of documents. And that just may mean relying on contractors versus employees.
Unless the administration happens to believe that concealing this information is important enough to defy the law, correct?
I don't know the specifics of that, but often, I could say in my own experience, the amount of FOIA litigation and the processing requirements are a heavy burden for the agencies. And, I worked in the executive branch for close to 4 years. I think every administration has a good faith goal of complying with FOIA. Often it's not the top priority for the White House, and it's generally managed by career civil servants. But there certainly are challenges with fully responding to these requests. They're massive and they take time.
Thank you, Senator Grassley. Thank you.
See, I'm going to offer for what you follow up on with HHS, this explanation that we got from them about that the Department of Health and the Department of Health and Human Services has stated that its previous FOIA offices throughout the department were siloed and didn't communicate with one another, which resulted in inefficient process. We look forward to a streamlined FOIA offices that can reduce backlogs and better provide transparency. On my side, we have this order of people coming in: Kennedy, Moody, and Cornyn, and now the senator from Missouri. So we'll go to Senator Kennedy.
Let me start over. My mic was off. Thank you all for being here. I listened to all of you with great interest. Professor, do you believe that people respond to incentives?
Thank you, Senator. I do believe that people respond to incentives.
Do you believe that what you allow is what will continue?
I suppose I do.
Okay. I listened to all of you talk about enhancing affirmative disclosure requirements, strengthening the presumption of disclosure. I listened to you talk about consultants. I listened to you talking about the need for a public interest balancing test. But those can be ignored just as easily as every other part of the statute. Why don't you just create personal liability for the person responsible for turning over the documents?
Certainly, Senator. There are systems, other jurisdictions around the world that do have, in fact, personal penalties for government officials.
Do you recommend it for us?
I don't think that we're at the point where we necessarily have to take such a step in order to drastically change the incentives that agencies.
Why not? I mean, all administrations stall and restall in turning over documents to the American people, don't they? Does anybody disagree with that? It's not a Democrat thing or a Republican thing. It's an executive branch thing, isn't it?
It absolutely is. I do not disagree with that. It is.
So why don't we hold them, the people responsible, personally responsible? I'm not saying not afford them due process. You may want to require bad faith with a reasonable, not an impossible definition of bad faith. I mean, if you want to solve this problem, why don't you just create personal liability, Mr. Howell?
I think that's a terrific idea. Right now, the mechanism to have liability is basically an attorney's fees, and those are rarely given out. So the government really is never forced to pony up.
Well, the employees don't care if the government gets hit with attorney's fees, do they?
Correct. And that's why the Department of Justice is willing to tolerate us suing them 100 times, because we all pay for their lawyers.
Look, we can write and rewrite statutes all we want to. But it is clear that people in the government are not responding to Freedom of Information Act requests in bad faith. Sometimes they need more time, but I'm talking about in bad faith. That's clear. And it happens on both sides. So instead of just rewriting new laws and new rules that they're going to ignore, why don't you just hold people personally responsible? What about it, Doctor?
I actually fully agree. And I would point out that there's a mechanism in the FOIA statute currently where if it turns out that there's evidence of an agency or an agency employee intentionally withholding documents without a reasonable basis, a judge could, in issuing that order, make that finding.
And when's the last time that happened?
Almost never.
Yeah, it hasn't happened in the history of ever, has it?
Yeah,
No.
Yeah.
And until Congress makes it very clear that we're serious about this, we're going to be equal opportunity pit bulls here and say, regardless of who is running the executive branch, you have an affirmative obligation to turn over documents. And if you don't do it, you're going to be personally liable. That's going to work, isn't it?
Well, I would hope so. Of course, as you know, as a former law professor, there are issues with, the executive branch claiming immunity for these employees.
I'm not saying deny them due process.
Right.
I'm not saying an ordinary negligence standard. I'm saying that if some person is being an obstructionist and you can prove it, they ought to be held personally liable. We wouldn't have to do it for long.
Senator Whitehouse.
I still had 9 seconds left.
Proceed.
No, I yield my back. But I do want to say Professor Whitehouse has some interesting thoughts about enforcing orders that he and I have talked about. So I'm going to listen to him carefully here.
Senator Whitehouse.
Senator Kennedy has predicted my line of questioning.
I know that we're here to talk about FOIA, but at least in theory, congressional oversight, the constitutional principle of congressional oversight, should allow us in this body access to executive branch records, ideally better than FOIA. Because FOIA is open to the world, and we have particular responsibilities in Congress to engage in executive oversight. And yet, we have seen situations in which requests for information under our congressional oversight responsibilities are responded to slower than FOIA requests. And, you know, there's always an instinct here to protect the administration in power when you're a part of that party. But as we play that partisan game back and forth, what happens is that the executive continually encroaches until they have our congressional oversight power bucketed down to essentially nil. In theory, the Reagan memo controls this. And the Reagan memo has a number of principles about congressional oversight. The first is that the president is supposed to assert executive privilege to block congressional oversight. Otherwise, it's open season for us to look. Our boundary is executive privilege. And one of the constraints on misguided, false, or self-protective assertions of executive privilege is that the president has to assert it. So if some yo-ho 5 levels down in some organization is blowing off congressional requests because they screwed up somewhere and don't want us to know about it, well, that fact will come up to the White House as the request for an assertion of executive privilege comes up, and somebody's going to say, what? You want to make the president assert executive privilege because you screwed up? That is specifically not a defense of executive privilege. If there's a screw up, even if there is executive privilege, we're entitled to look into it. So in theory, the president is supposed to assert executive privilege. When was the last time a president asserted executive privilege? We're just getting these assertions, non-assertion assertions from anybody who can type executive privilege into their computer, no matter what position they hold in the executive branch. And that's wrong, inconsistent with our responsibilities of oversight, and inconsistent with the Reagan memo that they purport to be enforcing. It also requires that the Department of Justice take an intermediary role between the objecting department and Congress and try to sort through to an agreement. An accommodation is the way the words work. But the Department of Justice and its worst component, the Office of Legal Counsel, are setting up guidelines that basically destroy congressional oversight, so that there's really no way to go forward through that process because DOJ is no longer a fair interlocutor between executive agencies and Congress. It would be great if they had not blown up that role for themselves because we'd all do better. But when they blew up that role for themselves, we're now left to try to find other means of getting our oversight effectuated because we can no longer trust DOJ. It will go basically whichever way the administration sends it, and OLC has set basic parameters that are highly toxic to proper congressional oversight. So I love all this conversation about FOIA. I have had to do FOIA requests because congressional oversight has become so jammed up, because the Reagan memo has become so constantly overlooked. And I'm hoping, and again, my thanks to Senator Kennedy for his attention to all of these issues, this really ought to be a bipartisan thing. This is not right versus left. This is not Democrat versus Republican. This is executive versus legislative, and executive is thrashing us. And I'll just close with the observation that if we want to improve FOIA, then the HHS secretary gutting FOIA offices at CDC, FDA, and NIH, Trump firing DOJ's FOIA office head, the Trump administration terminating the entire FOIA and communication staff at OPM, and USAID having no FOIA capability because it is essentially in the process of destruction, is hardly conducive to improving transparency and access to America's citizens to government information through FOIA.
Thank you. You know, it's astounding to me. I'm almost aghast, actually, that we're hearing brought up time and time again. Senator from Rhode Island, Senator from Illinois, talking about firings of people that have handled FOIA, especially those that were handling it in the last administration, when that was undoubtedly the greatest government gaslighting in the history of our nation on some pretty catastrophic cover-ups. Specifically, let's start with the COVID pandemic. The state of Florida had to do a grand jury investigation to determine how much the people had been misled. And, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but the first three words in our Constitution, we the people, say who is in charge of this government. The whole point of the Freedom of Information Act is to make sure that we the people can assess the performance of our government. And how in the world are we supposed to determine if government has run amok if it's done under the cover of darkness and we can't get information? It's saddening that you had a state that had to do a grand jury investigation to get information. And is it shocking to anyone that the new administration came in having seen the damage and the carnage over the last 4 years related to COVID and deaths and immigration and an overrun and a surge of inadmissible and dangerous people of our nation? Is it any doubt or surprise that this new administration would go, those people who are in charge of answering to we the people, gotta go? That should shock no one. And the fact that it's brought up when we're going back to the root of the purpose of FOIA, I mean, in the last administration, we saw people and policy unleashed like termites that weakened and destroyed the structure of this nation. And when we, the people, needed answers for that, we got nothing. And I know a little bit about this because I was the Attorney General of Florida. And not only did I make requests myself when the Biden administration started releasing criminals here illegally back into our communities rather than detaining them on serious felonies and deporting them, when they started pushing and actually start saying that we needed quotas to mass release into our interior people that were inadmissible or dangerous, when they started releasing people on the terrorist watch list into our nation, when they started hiding information on why they were pushing out things related to COVID. I mean, these were serious, serious things that weakened our nation. And we, the people, needed to get on top of that. We, the people, needed to make sure that our government was being accountable to us. And in 2023, the US government agencies censored, withheld, or claimed records could not be located 2/3 of the time. I believe my office, as the Attorney General in the state of Florida, we brought over 6 lawsuits against this administration when they wouldn't respond. And I concur wholeheartedly that it shouldn't take lawsuits to get our government to respond to us. I mean, thankfully, I took it as a responsibility when it was like the Wreck-It radicals unleashing on our nation. I took it as, we'll be Fix-It Florida and do whatever we need to do to get the information to the people. But the reality is we now have an administration that says, okay, we're gonna try and deal with the career-embedded people that withheld from we the people. But we now as Congress need to say, how did this happen? How could you have that go on that gaslighting go on and have people in Mayorkas, Kamala Harris say repeatedly, the border is secure. And you can't check us on it because we're going to withhold all the information from you. What is the biggest change we could make to the statutes right now, Mr. Howell, that would prevent that from ever happening again?
So the two things I point out in my testimony are, one, penalties, as Senator Kennedy discussed in great detail, and two is clarifications about the exemptions that they routinely use to withhold information, whether it relates to personal privacy, law enforcement exemptions are very broad, or other sorts of exemptions they're using to force us into court to fight them for those documents that belong to all of us.
Thank you, Senator Corn.
Mr. Chairman, I guess he's not here right now. He's at Finance, but I'm glad we're having this hearing today. I guess it was Justice Brandeis who said that sunlight is the best disinfectant. But it strikes me as has been noted here that in many instances, the government has a conflict of interest relative to the interests of the American people that we're supposed to serve. Because if government officials have good news, boy, they're quick to tell you. If they got bad news, then they're quick to hide that the best they can and to prevent that from becoming public. But the American people deserve to know the good, bad, and the ugly, which of course is the goal of FOIA. But as we know, and has been pointed out by Dr. Epstein and others, FOIA has become so bureaucratic. It's become a big game. It's become a refuge for the passive aggressive. And basically the loser is the American public, whose government this is after all. And we've got to find a way to do much better than we are doing now. One of the ironies to me is that a veteran who wants to get his or her own service records has to FOIA the government to get them. I don't know whatever happened to the idea of customer service. You know, this has never survived in the public domain, but in government, it becomes standard operating procedure, and it's enormously maddening to not just me, but I'm sure to many, many other people. But I noted with interest the question that about DOGE from the senator from Illinois. And actually, I think DOGE is a great example of how we have now learned things about the government that were never before identified or highlighted or exposed. And maybe there needs to be some procedures put in place to figure out, what their obligations are. But my impression is they are quick to put on their website what they are finding, and in a way that I think is shocking to most of the American people to see how their tax dollars have been wasted. But one of the things they pointed out, and I think in particular with regard to Treasury and how we pay the bills, the government's bills, the fact that we're dealing with archaic computer systems and it's just shocking to see how far the government has lagged when it comes to the kind of technology that's used on a daily basis in the private sector. Dr. Epstein, can you speak to that? What do we need to do to make sure that we can actually bring the government into out of the dark ages when it comes to technology and using that? Senator Grassley talked a little bit about AI, but it's not just limited to things like AI.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I think one of the things that's implicit in this discussion is you don't get transparency of information without preserving that information. So the Federal Records Act works hand in hand with FOIA. And I think a lot of this is not simply technology that helps information get disclosed, but technology that helps with preservation of information. And so I think, I think there needs to be a congressional focus on technological requirements, what types of e-discovery tools are used by agencies. And the kind of ironic thing is having the best technology is not going to be a financial burden on these agencies. In many ways, it makes employees more efficient. It makes the processes more efficient. You presumably don't have to use dozens of Deloitte analysts to process records. And I think if Congress can develop specific technological criteria, that would go a long way.
Professor, is it Quokka? Professor Quokka and Mr. Howell, I am a recovering judge. I sat for 6 years on the trial bench and on the Supreme Court of Texas for 7 years after that. I was Attorney General when I had the responsibility for enforcing what we call the Open Records and Open Meetings Act in Texas. But I just wonder, Senator Kennedy's line of questions about things that we can do to incentivize people to do what they should do anyway, it seems like we're overlooking one aspect of that, and that is when these cases end up in litigation, as they do way too often. What sort of authorities, if any, do we need to give to the judges that decide these cases to punish through sanctions frivolous allegations or defenses that may be made by the government? Do you have any thoughts along that line?
I do, Senator. The interesting thing about litigation is that although it is way too often in the sense that it takes up a lot of resources and it's very time intensive both for agencies and for the public, it's actually quite rare in terms of how many FOIA requests that are denied actually make it into court. And that's because litigation is very difficult for the public. It requires time-intensive resources, experience, hiring a lawyer, things that most average members of the public cannot do. So having alternative remedies that are more available to the public, for example, strengthening the remedies at OGIS, resourcing that office better for mediation services or perhaps even more binding decisions from that office, might give more oversight to agencies and more incentives for the agencies to perform better. The second thing I'll say about incentives is that although there are certainly egregious cases where there are bad faith denials and there might be political denials, and the examples that have been discussed about requests from Congress might fall into some of those examples. But the truth is that most requesters are businesses seeking regulatory information, looking for information about how the agency that they're regulated by is acting in certain areas. It's individuals who are seeking their own files. The examples you gave about a veteran looking for his or her own files from the government, or people looking for their personnel files or tax information. And when you look at these ordinary types of requesters, the reason that they are frustrated, that they are being denied, is a resource question. We don't have enough resources, both technology resources, which I absolutely agree should be invested, and I think resources from Congress would go a long way to doing that. I forgot to hit the button, and in addition to that. I think resources in that regard, and then also resources in terms of personnel, because there will always have to be a human touch point to make these decisions. I personally wouldn't want to turn over all of our national security information to an AI tool to decide what's going to be released. And so I think looking at the systemic problems is one way to ensure that agencies can come into compliance, and finding remedies outside of court that average requesters are able to access.
Well, while I still have the gavel, the chairman's come back, but I want to ask Mr. Howell to respond to that. I think you're exactly right, Professor. It costs a lot of money and takes a lot of time. Most citizens aren't going to be able to have the resources or expend the time and effort in order to get the government to do what it ought to do in the first place. And I wonder whether there, as I said, things like mandatory requirements for judges to order sanctions for frivolous defenses to FOIA litigation or the like. Mr. Howell, do you have thoughts?
I think it's a very important question, and one that the judiciary would quite appreciate, because it's terrible for judicial economy to have this many cases, particularly in DC, going through litigation. And so all of the menu of options you laid out drive towards cleaning that up, and I think all should be explored. One thing that we've done, and Professor Epstein made reference to, is we filed a pattern and practice claim against the Federal Bureau of Investigation for the tricks they use routinely to obstruct FOIA litigation. And should a good ruling come in one of those cases, I think it would go a long way to clear up that this type of behavior is not to be tolerated.
Well, I like the idea of Professor Epstein of maybe providing some greater authority to the Office of Information Policy or somebody to basically resolve these complaints outside of litigation. That's what we've done generally with alternative dispute resolution in the judicial process, because it does take so much time and money for people to hire lawyers and litigate disputes where they might be able to resolve their disputes fairly through some sort of alternative dispute resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to add to the record a fact. While you were gone, there was a lot of discussion about the record of the Biden administration when it came to FOIA. And I'd just like to make a matter of fact that in fiscal year 2023, agencies under the Biden administration received and processed a record 1,199,699 FOIAs. That is a record. The suggestion was made earlier that the exact opposite was true. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Conclude this hearing by saying thank each of you taking the time to share your personal views, your expertise, and your perspective with us. Written questions can be submitted for the record until Tuesday, April the 15th at 5 p.m. I'll ask you as witnesses to answer and return the questions if you can by Tuesday, April the 29th. Thank you all very much. Meeting adjourned.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media, but I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup, the sequel to the best-selling War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots. Let's make it official.
The subcommittee will come to order. I'd like to thank Ranking Member Espiat and our subcommittee members for being here today. Chief Manger, welcome back. And while we know you're looking forward to a retirement, we appreciate your willingness to extend your time with us while we search for your successor. We look forward to your testimony today. The purpose of today's hearing is to review the United States Capitol Police fiscal year 2026 budget request, which is $9.67 million, a 20% increase over the enacted fiscal year 2025 CR. The requested funding supports continued growth to both sworn and civilian personnel, nearly 14% over fiscal year 2025 levels, and an increase of nearly 26% in general expenses. While I intend to keep my comments brief, I want to thank you again for this opportunity to express our continued gratitude to our officers of the United States Capitol Police. Thank you to all you do to keep our campus safe for all those who visit and work here. I now yield to Ranking Member Espiat for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief Manger. Again, congratulations on your retirement. You're always welcome to come back to each and every one of our sessions if you like. You don't even have to come in uniform, Chief. But I hope you do enjoy your retirement, and thank you for securing the Capitol and making it priority of the men and women in your force. I know that for fiscal year 2026, the Capitol Police has requested $967 million, which is an increase of $176 million, or 22% over the frozen 2024 enacted level provided in the full year continuing resolution. This is a big ask, and it seems that much of this increase was compounded by the unfortunate enactment of a full year continuing resolution. I'm interested to hear on the impacts of the CR on your request. I do recognize that you need more to keep us safe, and I commend you for your commitment to do that. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chief Manger, your full testimony has been submitted for the record, and you are now recognized to provide a summary of your written testimony.
Thank you. Chairman Valadeo, Ranking Member Espiat, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to present the United States Capitol Police FY26 budget. Over the past 4 years, the USCP has experienced tremendous growth. Since 2021, there have been significant changes to increase the department's staffing levels and our security posture, and to modernize technology. So I need to acknowledge at the outset that the department's FY26 budget request is substantial. It's close to $1 billion. I recognize that there are other police departments of a similar size whose budget is not as large as ours, but we're not an ordinary law enforcement agency. The USCP is unlike any traditional police department. In fact, our mission incorporates elements similar to the FBI, the U.S. Secret Service, and the Federal Protective Services. Moreover, while the officers that you see on and around the Capitol complex represent a large portion of the department's workforce, the full scope of our duties far exceeds that of the officers and agents stationed at physical posts. Much of the work performed by the department staff, both sworn and civilian, goes well beyond the Capitol grounds. Significantly, much of our mission requirements simply did not exist 4 years ago. I cannot sufficiently emphasize that point. Following nearly 20 after-action reports and a 140 total recommendations, the department's mission expanded exponentially and continues to expand. As a result of the 103 recommendations issued by the U.S. Capitol Police Inspector General, the department had to respond to and implement recommendations that spanned the gamut in complexity, from equipping every officer with riot gear to developing the department-wide policies and expanding operational planning to strengthen the department's training functions. As a result of these recommendations, the department has taken on new responsibilities and created new divisions and teams that did not previously exist in the department. Member security concerns and major operational planning have driven the need for additional resources and staffing. The increased threat climate is perhaps one of the biggest drivers of the department's continuing need for additional resources. This past year alone saw threats against members increase to a staggering 9,400 in 1 year. The current threat environment has resulted in additional member protective responsibilities, which have increased by 27% since 2023. This includes the continuation of sunset details and the addition of short-term threat-based details, increased requests for member escorts and security monitoring at regional airports, additional technical surveillance countermeasure inspections, which have increased by nearly 400% since 2021, member residential and Capitol complex security assessments, which have almost doubled since 2021, and the request for law enforcement coordination assessments, which have increased by 159% since 2022. The department created a new standalone intelligence services bureau, which did not exist 4 years ago. Our reorganization also created the Office of Standards and Training Operations, which allows the department to centralize its training, policy development, and inspections, and controls functions all recommendations issued by the OIG. The department also created additional operational components, such as a rapid response team that can be deployed to support events and demonstrations, disruptions at hearings, critical incidents, or calls for service. And significantly, the Protection Intelligence Operations Center, or PIOC, is a state-of-the-art fusion center for the intake and coordination of member threats, related investigations, and the newly established residential security program. None of these components existed 4 years ago. They are all new. They are all must-haves in our current threat environment. The department's FY26 budget request builds upon the accomplishments achieved over the past 4 years. It includes $687 million to fund salaries and benefits, $255 million to fund general expenses, and $25 million in multi-year funding to support the continuation of the department's mutual aid program. Over the past 4 years, other workload demands have skyrocketed, including security assessment briefings to member offices, criminal investigations, the execution of search and arrest warrants nationwide, technical surveillance countermeasure inspections, residential security, committee hearings, security coverage, deployment of threat-based protection details, and other operational mission requirements to keep members, their families, and staff out of harm's way. I can't stress strongly enough that the department's protection responsibilities do not end at the Capitol campus borders. The department is statutorily entrusted with nationwide protection responsibilities of members, requirements that it cannot undertake without the support and resources of partner law enforcement agencies. Thus, the department is asking Congress to renew the mutual aid funding. The mutual aid program also provides additional protective detail coverage to enhance member security in their home districts by coordinating with state and local law enforcement to provide residential security and support events. The department expects to reach approximately 2,530 sworn personnel by the end of FY26. While this represents optimal staffing levels, the department needs to continue efforts to balance its workload, specifically between the uniformed operations and protective intelligence operations. By the end of FY27, I feel confident that the department will reach target sworn staffing levels across its organizational entities. The department is tasked with ensuring that members, the Capitol Complex staff, and visitors remain safe and secure, and must do so on a campus that is entirely open and accessible to all. There is no other federal government building with a comparable public access policy. I recognize the fiscal environment that we're in, but the department cannot provide all of the services requested and required if it is not sufficiently funded. I want to thank the members of this committee for your trust and support. It is through our joint partnership that the department has achieved such transformational change. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Chief Major, for your testimony. Now we'll enter the question and answer portion. I'll call on members based on seniority of those present when the hearing was called to order, alternating between majority and minority, and then we'll call on members in order of their arrival. Each member will have 5 minutes. I'll first recognize myself for my 5 minutes. Chief Major, as you mentioned in your statement, the department is asking for almost $1 billion in funding for fiscal year 2026 request. I appreciate the points you've shared with us to justify a significant request, especially the data regarding the increase in number of threats to members of Congress. However, I understand that you first assess these potential threats into categories depending upon their risk level as a direction of interest or a direct threat. Can you share the number of credible threats to members during fiscal year 24 that actually required a significant level investigation by your officers?
Well, I don't have the exact number. I can get it for you, but it's hundreds of investigations that we undertake that meet that level of being a criminal threat against a member.
As you know, when you were appointed Chief of Capitol Police, we were experiencing a shortage of sworn officers from fiscal year 2021 to current pay period in fiscal year 2025. 348 officers have joined the force. Your fiscal year 2026 budget proposes, after accounting for the expected attrition request, to add another 187 officers. Can you please share what the current 348 officers have been assigned to do and why, with the assumption of 187 new officers coming on board, you are still requesting a $9.8 million in overtime in fiscal year 2026?
Yes. So we have the optimal staffing levels for our uniform services. That's around 1,600. We have our optimal staffing for our dignitary protection, which is 530 agents. We also have assorted people in special operations, specialty assignments, K-9, bomb squad, CERT, those kinds of operational entities. So the additional people will go toward getting those other operational entities up to their optimal staffing level. Real focus on dignitary protection, because that is where our overtime and the hitting against the maximum allowable pay rate is the biggest issue. overtime in the uniformed services, that much of that goes toward the big events, and we had over 200 big events last year where it required deployment of our civil disturbance folks and other special teams. We have opened up additional mags and screening portals to try and cut down on some of the lines as well. That's been done on overtime. So we still have a number of things that, and training is actually the biggest overtime driver. We've got to do a better job in terms of training. That's one of the areas where we have really improved. But that every time you take an officer off their post, off the line, out of their assignment for training, you've got to backfill it with overtime. So until we get staffing levels up to where we hope to get them to, the optimum levels that I discussed, we're still going to be paying every time. So, we'll have no reserves for when people go to training or when we have to support a large event.
Appreciate that. What is the correct number of officers to properly execute the U.S. Capitol Police mission to be responsive to the security needs of the Capitol campus?
So right now, what we've, I think it's 2,530 is what we sworn officers. That obviously does not include civilians. It's about 1,600 USB, 530 DPD, and then 400 other, which are mostly special operations, but there's a lot of specialty assignments and training and that sort of thing where we have sworn officers as well.
All right. In the full year enacted fiscal year 2025 CR, the committee continued to provide funding specifically for the officer retention and student loan repayment plan. Are these measures helping you retain officers? Have you seen attrition numbers decrease?
We've not seen attrition numbers increase. We've seen them decrease, and they absolutely have assisted us in keeping officers. Not only they wait till they hit the age limit to retire, but we've got folks that don't even think about going to another agency because of the retention bonus. So it's had a very, very positive impact on our attrition rate.
All right. Well, thank you, Chief. I'm now going to recognize Mr. Espiat for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. As I stated in my opening statement, this is a significant increase, but given the needs of your department, I think is one that is a warranted one. But what I do want to find out is if in any way, shape, or form, this increase was compounded by the enactment of a full year continuing resolution. I'm interested in knowing the kinds of impact that it had on your ass, the fact that we recently passed the CR for a year.
So there are certain responsibilities that we have that we cannot shirk, and it's certainly I think the overtime was impacted in terms of making sure we had enough people for the day-to-day activities, making sure we had people at every post, and making sure people engaged in the required training that they had to go to. There were other things that we could just sort of postpone, if whether it's equipment, whether it's vehicles, whether it's some of the things that we could say, okay, we're going to wait for a year, but that has an impact, and it starts to. And it's not a good one. I mean, we don't want to get in a situation as we were in 4 years ago where we had equipment that was not up to date. You've got the screening equipment. There's always improvements that we can make. We want to use the state-of-the-art equipment, and if we have to postpone getting that state-of-the-art equipment, making the improvements to the screening process, that has an impact as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Espiat. Now I'll recognize Mr. Strong for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. Chief Manger, it's great to see you again. Thank you for making yourself accessible to the subcommittee. We continue to examine the important work of the U.S. Capitol Police. Your leadership and commitment to the safety of our Capitol complex and its people are truly appreciated. As you mentioned in your testimony, the mutual aid program has been key in enhancing the security of the Capitol complex and members' residences. Could you discuss your plan to further strengthen these partnerships with local and state law enforcement, given the growing need for protective detail and special security events?
So just in the last couple of years, if you look at the number of memorandums of understanding that we have with the state and local law enforcement agencies, that number is just going up exponentially. And I thank Chief Mitchell, who's sitting behind me. Her work has been, she's been all over that, and is going to continue to ensure that that number of those number of agreements that we have with those agencies continues to grow. Frankly, we could have and should have hundreds of them, maybe even over 500 of them, to for every member at their, whatever jurisdiction they live in, to have that agreement just in case. So I think eventually you'll see that number grow into the hundreds.
On the topic of collaboration, what are some ways the Capitol Police coordinates with other law enforcement and intelligence agencies to identify and mitigate threats before they escalate?
Well, I appreciate you mentioning the intelligence component of that. I mean, because 4 years ago we had that was one of the criticisms of this department was our intelligence operation. Today, I believe that we have a world-class intelligence operation. We are a very active member of the intelligence community, not only in the Washington D.C. area, but nationwide. So the intelligence information that we gather, that we analyze, that we share with not only other agencies, but with certainly all of our personnel as well, is I think working at an amazing level. But the cooperation that we have with law enforcement agencies around the country continues to allow us to do our job much better when we can call anywhere in the country and talk to a law enforcement agency to get their assistance if a member has an event in their home state, or if something's occurring at that member's residence. We've got the trend that you're seeing, of course, and have been seeing. Is these demonstrations and disruptions at not only events but at people's residence. Those are the kind of things that we need to respond to very effectively, so that doesn't continue.
Thank you, and we're all thankful for local law enforcement and what they do to protect us all. Now let's focus on staffing for a moment. We're talked about it right at $1 billion budget. Talking about a 20% increase, and you're managing some 2,530 sworn officers. While there's been a significant focus on increasing sworn officer numbers, the civilian workforce is equally critical to the department's operation. Chief Manger, can you elaborate on the role civilian staff play within the department and how you're planning to continue utilizing the workforce as the mission expands?
So I thank you for bringing that up as well. I mean, the sworn component of our department is really the backbone of what we do. It touches every aspect of our operations, because you've got to have people that are ensuring the logistics, ensuring equipment, ensuring the hiring that goes on, just the budget, the procurement. All of those things are handled by our civilian workforce, and I can't say enough good things about them. They truly make sure that our operations are as effective as they can be.
Thank you. As the Capitol Police's mission continues to evolve, the growing emphasis on specialized roles in areas such as protective operations, intelligence, analysis underscores the need for the advanced training. How does the department ensure it has the right expertise and staffing in these areas? And are there any new training initiatives or programs planned to emphasize these specialized capabilities?
The answer to that question is yes. We just have finished a learning needs assessment of our training division, and it's identified a number of areas that we need to improve. Not the least of which is you have in-service training, which is required for every single police officer, any sworn officer every year. We're doing the minimum that we have.
Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Friday. As you all know, the president is currently undergoing his routine and long scheduled physical at Walter Reed Medical Center, and we will have a readout from the White House physician. Last night, Casina Carolina arrived back safely in the United States after being detained in Russia for more than a year. Since Inauguration Day, President Trump and his team have secured the release of more than 40 detained Americans abroad. This is more than half of the number of Americans released by Joe Biden in 4 years, and President Trump has brought these Americans home in 80 days. This administration will continue to work hard to bring Americans home from around the world. As I've said before, and I will say it again today, everybody in this room has access to the most transparent and accessible president in American history. The cabinet meeting yesterday was further proof. President Trump asked each secretary to provide an update to all of you in the media on the critical work they are doing at their respective agencies to deliver on his agenda. And according to new reporting from the Washington Times, who I believe is in this room today, President Trump answered nearly 100 questions from the press, all of you, during his first 3 open press cabinet meetings this year. That's nearly 20 times the number answered by Joe Biden in cabinet meetings during his entire 4 years in office. In more excellent economic news that was released yesterday, the Consumer Price Index report showed inflation fell to 2.4% in March, smashing expectations for the second straight month in a row. This marked the first drop in consumer prices dating all the way back to the COVID pandemic. Prescription drug prices saw the largest monthly decline on record. Prices for airfare, used vehicles, and car insurance all decreased as well. And energy prices fell 2.4% in March, driven by plummeting gas prices around the country. Also yesterday, House Republicans answered President Trump's call to move forward the budget resolution and officially set the stage for the passage of one big, beautiful bill. The American economy will boom after this bill is passed and the rest of the president's pro-growth agenda goes into effect. The largest tax cuts and deregulation in history, coupled with our energy industry unleashed and renegotiated trade agreements that put America first, are the ultimate formula to usher in the golden age of America. On that note, more than 75 countries have now reached out to the Trump administration, eager to address the trade issues that have exploited America and hurt our workers in the process. The phones have been ringing off the hook to make deals, and these countries wisely heeded President Trump's warning not to retaliate, and as a result, they were rewarded with a 90-day pause and substantially lower reciprocal tariff rates during this period so potential solutions can be achieved. Past presidents just willingly accepted the failed status quo on trade that ripped off our workers and our companies. But that's not who this president is. He creates his own leverage and negotiates deals better than anyone else who has sat in the Oval Office before him. And that process is currently underway. On another matter, the deadline for registration under the Alien Registration Act is today. All foreign nationals present in the United States longer than 30 days must register with the federal government. Failure to comply with this is a crime, punishable by fines, imprisonment, or both. As President Trump and Secretary Noem have both said, if you register and you leave now, you choose to self-deport. You may have the opportunity to return later legally. But if not, you will be arrested, fined, deported, never to return to our country again. The Trump administration will continue to enforce our nation's immigration laws. We will not pick and choose which laws to enforce. We must know who is in our country for the safety and the security of our homeland and for all American citizens. I also have a note from the First Lady to share with you on this Friday. On Tuesday this week, First Lady Melania Trump celebrated the advancement of the Take It Down Act in the House Energy and Commerce Committee. The important legislation passed the committee with bipartisan support. And as you may remember, the president talked about this bill in his address to a joint session of Congress last month. The First Lady remains dedicated to her championing child well-being, ensuring that every young person can thrive, and of course, championing her Be Best agenda. We urge Congress to swiftly pass this important legislation. Here in our new media seat today, we have Jordan Berman. Jordan is a social media content creator and influencer and a lawyer who grew up following breaking down the news from a neutral perspective. Jordan is the host of her own podcast called Unbiased Politics, where she dissects the top stories from the week from a legal perspective. Jordan focuses on bringing back real journalism from a nonpartisan perspective and has mastered explaining complex legal decisions to a mass audience in the short form context. Her two biggest platforms are TikTok and Instagram, where she has roughly 500,000 followers on each. With that, please kick us off, Jordan.
Thank you. As you know, yesterday the House passed the SAVE Act, and many married women, soon to be married women, are concerned that the new voter ID requirements may inhibit their access to the polls. What assurances can you give women voters in America to ease their concerns?
Sure. Well, the SAVE Act, as you mentioned, was passed by the House yesterday. This is the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act. I believe I'm getting that correct. And this act is a common sense measure. It would require proof of citizenship for voting in our elections. The Democrats have been fear-mongering about this bill, have been saying that married women, if their name has changed, they didn't change it on their identification, would not be able to vote. That is complete fallacy. There are outlined in the bill about how to avoid that. The president very much supports a common sense solution to ensuring that only citizens can engage in our elections. This is critical to improving the integrity of our elections and also the trust that American citizens need to have in our electoral process. So the president supports this bill, and that is a myth that has been proven wrong by the text of this bill. And I believe some of the co-sponsors of the bill have been very vocal in addressing that. And certainly I myself, as a married woman, would not stand before this podium if the president did not support such a common sense measure.
Thank you. For my next question, I actually want to give a voice to the American people. I sourced a question from one of my listeners. Her name is Bryn. She is from Oregon. And she asked, what, if any, plans do you have, the administration, for the money that will be generated by tariffs imposed on foreign goods? How will the administration facilitate the development of American industries when many critical components, labor, parts, etc., are much cheaper and more feasible from foreign entities?
It's a great question from your listener, and I want to thank her for submitting it to you to ask. That's the part of the new media seat is so that everyday Americans across the country have a voice in this room. So thank you again for being here. Thanks for the question. The president's point about his trade and tariff agenda is to bolster our manufacturing industries here in our country, to bring down the cost of living here in our country, and to ensure that we are maintaining critical supply chains here in America. We cannot be dependent on countries like China if we want this country to be strong and wealthy. So the president wants to restore wealth to America by shoring up these jobs here at home, which will result in good paying jobs and higher wages for the American public. And so Americans should trust in that process. He effectively implemented tariffs in his first term while driving down the cost of living in this country. And that's what he's focused on doing again. Thank you.
As a follow-up question, can I just ask, are there any specific ideas that the administration has as to what that revenue, specific tariff revenue, will be used for?
Yes, to the heart of your question, the president has spoke about the trillions of dollars that he expects in revenue from tariffs and how we can use it to pay down our debt and to ensure that we are no longer faced with a crippling national debt in the trillions that is going to bankrupt our nation for future generations. So that money coming back home will make America in the green rather than in the red, which any small business owner across the country, I believe, can appreciate.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kelly.
Hey.
Tomorrow there will be negotiations between the United States and Iran in Oman. What are the president's chief goals for that, and is he satisfied with how Iran is responding to this? They don't want direct face-to-face negotiations, instead sort of old school shuttle diplomacy where they're in separate rooms and messages are passed back and forth. So is the president comfortable with the arrangement there, and what is the chief objective?
Well, I have spoken to both the president and also his national security team who will be engaged in these discussions. These will be direct talks with the Iranians, and I want to make that very clear. I also spoke to the president just last night about his goal when it comes to Iran, and he has reiterated repeatedly to all of you publicly and also privately to his team here at the White House, his ultimate goal and the ultimate objective is to ensure that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. The president believes in diplomacy, direct talks, talking directly in the same room in order to achieve that goal. But he's made it very clear to the Iranians, and his national security team will as well, that all options are on the table, and Iran has a choice to make. You can agree to President Trump's demand, or there will be all hell to pay. And that's how the president feels. He feels very strongly about it.
And can you update us on Mr. Witkoff in Russia and what's happening with direct communications with Vladimir Putin?
I can confirm that Mr. Witkoff is in Russia to have direct communications with the Kremlin and with Vladimir Putin. This is another step in the negotiating process towards a ceasefire and an ultimate peace deal in Russia and Ukraine. As these negotiations are ongoing, I obviously will not get ahead of the president or his team, but I think the president has been quite clear that he's been continually frustrated with both sides of this conflict, and he wants to see this fighting end. He wants the war to end. We believe we have leverage in negotiating a deal, to a peace deal, and we're going to use that leverage. And the president is determined to see this through.
Sure. Thanks, Caroline. President Trump has said China wants to make a deal on tariffs. The president says he has a great relationship with Chinese President Xi. He's willing to speak with him directly. Why doesn't the president just pick up the phone and get this ball going?
All of the things the president just said are true. The president, as I said from the podium just a few days ago when I was up here, would be gracious if China intends to make a deal with the United States. If China continues to retaliate, it's not good for China. The United States of America is the strongest, best economy in the world, as evidenced by the more than 75 countries who have called the administration immediately to cut good deals. So the president wants to do what's right for the American people. He wants to see fair trade practices around the globe, and that's his intention and his goal.
So is he waiting for China to make the first move here?
I'm not going to comment on communications that are happening or may not be happening, or either way. We'll leave it to our national security team to get these discussions underway. And as always, in the effort of transparency, we will provide updates moving forward. But the president has made it very clear he's open to a deal with China.
Why is he optimistic that China's going to make a deal or wants to make a deal? If they're not talking, where's that optimism come from?
He's optimistic.
Hey, why would any of our allies work with us to isolate China in a trade war if we're treating friend and foe alike?
You'll have to talk to our allies who are reaching out to us. The phones are ringing off of the hooks. They've made it very clear they need the United States of America. They need our markets. They need our consumer base. You saw Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the Oval Office with the president saying that he was going to bring down all of their monetary tariffs and their non-monetary tariff trade barriers as well. We've heard from South Korea. We've heard from Japan. The president has spoken to Vietnam. We have Italy coming to the White House next week. There's a reason for that, Sean, and it's because they need the United States of America and our business model and our markets to survive, and the president is using that leverage to our advantage. Michael.
Hey, thank you, Caroline. Two-part question on China. Beijing says it will simply ignore any further tariff escalations from the U.S. Does President Trump see this as China backing down? And as a follow-up to that, what do you say to people like Shark Tank's Kevin O'Leary who say, you guys simply haven't tariffed China enough?
Look, the tariff rate on China remains where it was yesterday at the 145% level. The president made it very clear when the United States is punched, he will punch back harder. And he hopes to make a deal that benefits the American worker and our companies that have been ripped off for far too long. And he's finally taking bold and courageous action to do that. You know, taking on China is, in the terms of trade and tariffs, is something that both Democrats and Republicans alike have spoken about for decades. President Trump is finally doing it.
Caroline, real quick, the president of El Salvador is coming to the White House on Monday. Does President Trump want him to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia with him?
The Supreme Court made their ruling last night very clear that it's the administration's responsibility to facilitate the return, not to effectuate the return. I believe the Department of Justice just filed another brief in the lower court. I would defer you to that for any updates. But as you mentioned, President Bukele will be here at the White House on Monday to talk about the cooperation that is at an all-time high. And we very much appreciate President Bukele and El Salvador's cooperation and the repatriation of El Salvadorian gang members who the previous administration allowed to infiltrate our country. Sure.
Thank you very much, Caroline. The president spoke quite highly of the great relationship that he has with the Turkish president. We know that the president might be heading off to the Middle East very soon. Is he planning to meet with the Turkish president, either here in the White House or in Turkey? Any plans?
I don't have any details about the president's overseas trip other than to say he was surely going to Saudi Arabia. There could be more countries as part of that trip. We're working on the details. And as I've said repeatedly, we will provide the details of that trip as soon as possible.
A trip to Turkey or his invitation to the Turkish president is under consideration.
I'm not going to comment on the details of the trip, but once they're confirmed, I will certainly let you all know. Yes, Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. I'd like to ask you about presidential health and also about tariffs.
On presidential health, are there plans for the president's physician to come here and take our questions? And also, President Trump repeatedly makes remarks about the former president's health. Is he considering using his executive powers to bring any greater transparency there?
As I have said, the president is undergoing his long scheduled physical. It's a yearly physical that every president receives, and we will provide an update on that by the president's physician as soon as we possibly can.
And about the former president and transparency regarding his health, are there?
Well, I can tell you there was certainly a lack of transparency from the former president, from the entire former administration, and frankly, a lot of people in this room when it came to the health and the competence of the former president of the United States, Joe Biden. There was one of the greatest cover-ups and frankly political scandals this nation has ever seen. It's been unraveled in some recent books that are being written by journalists who engaged in that cover-up and scandal, which is quite ironic. But this president is clearly committed to transparency. You in this room see him and hear from him on a daily basis. You in this room know from covering him, it's hard to keep up with him. He is a machine working around the clock every single day. And the physician, after today's physical, will provide an update on the report in the effort of transparency.
If I could ask about tariffs, there have been big swings this week in the Treasury bond yields. There's a theory that it might be because of China dumping these as leverage, driving up costs for U.S. loans like mortgages. Does the White House have evidence that this is in fact a result of Chinese dumping? And if so, is there a message on that?
Not to my knowledge, but I would check in with the Treasury Department on that. I can tell you, I know our Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, is keeping a very close eye on the bond market. He spoke about it at the White House this week, and I know he's keeping his eyes on it day to day. Ed.
Thanks. Thank you, Carolyn. So the administration, I have an administration source who's telling me that we're weeks away from the first deal with the country over tariffs. Where is the administration? How soon can we see that? And what country is that first one?
I won't reveal or get ahead of our trade team as these negotiations are obviously ongoing, but I can tell you very good progress has been made. Jameson Greer was on television this morning and I spoke to him and he confirmed that more than 15 offers are already on the table, which is remarkable in just a mere matter of days. And as I said earlier, we've heard from more than 75 countries around the world. This is a team effort. The president has a team of great, brilliant advisors who have been with him every step of the way, and all of them will be divvying up the workload. And I just want to give the president and his trade team credit for taking this on. This is a massive undertaking. There's no doubt about it. We take it very seriously. The president is determined to renegotiate global trade on behalf of American workers. And again, you've seen people on both sides of the aisles calling for this for years, but I think no other president lacked the courage or maybe the work ethic or the stamina to take on such a task. And I know there were some questions about the president's delayed departure earlier to Walter Reed. I'd like to address it was because he's working on this very issue, so he was running a bit behind this morning.
On the 90-day pause, what would the president need to see in order to extend that 90-day pause for countries on tariffs?
Well, I think the president addressed this yesterday when he said he's hoping that there will be good deals made before the 90 days is up. And we will cut those deals as soon as we possibly can, country by country, tailor-made deals for each and every country as they all propose unique challenges and unique assets to each country, advantages rather. And when that 90-day mark hits, the president will make that decision then.
One more, if I could, on a different subject. So a bird earlier attacked my colleague, Peter Ducey, during a live shot at
I'm wondering
the
if
White House.
that's why Peter is absent from the seat. Is he doing okay?
He's recovering.
Has anyone checked on him?
He's recovering. Is anyone looking into that incident?
I could check in with GSA to see if anybody here is looking into it. I also understand there was a mouse in the briefing room earlier today, so I'm hoping somebody checked in on that, as I'm hoping it doesn't run up here and distract me. That would be a good way for all of you to distract me, actually, have a mouse come run up here. So I'll get an answer for you on that, out of respect for our good friend Peter. Jeff?
Why is American consumer confidence so low?
Look, I think there's a great optimism in this economy, great optimism for the American people, a lot of reason for people to feel optimistic. The president is, as I just said, trying to renegotiate the global trade agenda that has ripped off the American people for far too long. As he said, this is going to be a period of transition. He wants consumers to trust in him, and they should trust in him. Look at what he did in his first term. And I just want to reiterate all of the reasons to be confident since you asked, Jeff. For those watching at home, Yesterday, the CPI report, inflation declined massively. Consumer prices are dropping for the first time in years. Energy prices are down. In fact, oil prices are down 20% since this president took office. Wholesale prices fell again. There have been trillions of dollars in investments into this country. Every day, the president is signing executive orders to cut regulation, especially when it comes to Environmental Protection Agency, our energy industry. That's going to unleash the economic boom in this country that we saw in the president's first term. So trust in President Trump. He knows what he's doing. This is a proven economic formula.
What is he asking of Americans at this time? He talked about transition costs, transition problems. Is he asking something specific for Americans to do?
No, I think the president is asking for Americans trust in Trump, as I just said, trust in his economic agenda and formula. It's a proven formula that works. And by the way, clearly American people do in fact trust him because they did just overwhelmingly elect him to this office. Jennifer.
Is he going, I'm asking about the physical, is he undergoing any general anesthesia? And can you outline any of the other tests that he's doing today?
He is not. He is undergoing quite a few tests, imaging. Again, it's a it's a yearly physical, so there's quite a lot that goes into it to make sure the president is accomplishing all of his goals, and we will provide a readout of that as soon as we can.
And will you be committed to releasing all of the results, as many of the results as possible?
Of course, yes. The president's physician will do that. I spoke with him this morning.
Sure. Will you guys also consider releasing the president's fitness plan? He actually looks healthier than ever before, healthier than he did 8 years ago, and I'm sure everybody in this room could agree. Is he working out with Bobby Kennedy, and is he eating less McDonald's?
I can confirm the president is in very good shape, as you see, on a near daily basis here. And in that vein, thank God it's Friday. It's been a very long and busy week here at the White House. We will see you all on Monday, and we will release the results of that report as soon as we can. Have a great weekend, everybody. Thank you.
Well, certainly. And part of the reason we're doing negotiations is to achieve more fair and balanced and reciprocal trade with other nations. And part of this means opening up their export markets. As we all know, there have been so many barriers to U.S. products in foreign markets for many years, whether it's tariffs or non-tariff barriers or other things like that. And so as we're meeting with these countries every day, we're talking about ways where we can have more U.S. exports and give our producers alternative markets to China in addition to China.
Thank you so much for joining us, and don't forget to hit the thumbs up on this video. And a special thank you to all of our advertising partners. Please remember to shift your dollars to support those businesses that support Badlands Media.